Hello, we're live here with the Warhammer World Cup tournament. Pretty hype. Pretty hype. So, there we go. Alright, just checking everything. Yeah, real quick. Any last minute sign-ins? Check in now. Remember to check into the tournament, people. Remember to check into the tournament. They usually give a few extra minutes before it begins. Now's the time. Now's the time. Get in while it's hot. We have a new meta to explore. We have a new meta. We actually take a look at the units that were changed. Let's take a quick look. Boom. Bretonia. This is me setting up my thumbnail. We have Grail Reliques. 300 gold. Massive. Absolutely massive. Look at that. It's dirt cheap. Just kidding. It costs as much as a corpse cart. And this gives him Vigor Mortis, which is +5/+5 and Vigor. The other one is +12 Leadership. This also regenerates too. But, you know. Dang it! Dang it, CA. Anyways, we have the Empire. Slightly cheaper infantry now. They look weird. I'm not used to seeing the infantry with these numbers. Goblins, now Spearmen. I think Spearmen are probably slightly better than Goblins, except without minus the shields, of course. Slightly more expensive war wagons to offset that. I think, what else? Steam Tanks, Perfect Vigor. Undead, minus Leadership. More out of Horseman nerfs. Slaanesh. I guess we might as well take a look at Slaanesh, right? Slaanesh nerfs. Hellstriders, 700 and 750. They went from OP to very good. Probably. That's my theory anyways. I'm pretty sure these guys are... people might still run Hellstriders, but they're starting to get to the point where I think we might see Seekers of Slaanesh. The question is are people actually going to be banning Slaanesh? Because we got to remember, Slaanesh still has top class infantry. Slaanesh still has top class infantry. Marauder Horsemen nerf didn't really matter very much for them. I'd say they're pretty scary. Forbidden Rod changes too. War Dancer buffs. Hype. Anything else? I guess it was just mostly undead nerfs today, wasn't it? Undead and Slaanesh, Skaven got some minor nerfs. And buffs on other sides. Take a look at this. Feast your eyes, chat. Skaven were top meta, so it's pretty interesting to see Globadiers at 650 now. Slight huge wood elf buff. Bretonia. Oh yeah, the Bretonia cavalry formation attack has mass now, plus 50% mass height. There is that. Yeah, Skaven are slightly changed. I think the Doom players are cheaper by a bit. Not a massive amount. I don't think we'll be seeing Doom players spam or anything anytime soon. Lobby's open, by the way. It started. It's begun. The time is now. I wonder if we'll be seeing less chaos today. Honestly, the last qualifier I hosted wasn't super competitive. Oh, Orc Boar Boys. This is one that I wonder. These guys basically perform as well as the other guys. They do slightly better in combat, but they are way squishier. Less armor. They do have the physical resist, though. That does help. I think that we might see some Savage Orc Boar Boys being run. But against any faction with range, right, you prefer these guys. So it's a closer call now. The big guns, I think they still get outclassed heavily by the Boar Boy big guns. They only do very slightly better, but they are dramatically squishier. See, minus 10 melee defense. So I'd be a little bit worried about that. The time was 5 minutes ago. The tournament starts, the way that it works is that the tournament host, or like this tournament starts 5 minutes after it's supposed to, so people can actually have some time to check in. So it usually takes a little bit, but we're going now. We're going now. Alright. Who's up against who? What are we looking at? Anyone that I want to spectate? F-Pod, maybe? Valkanos? I feel like, let's do some bottom bracket. Sure. F-Pod. At Gianni. Lobby code, please. Come on, let's get these guys. Let's get some games cast. I swear, if I can't find some games at the start, I'ma close the stream. I'ma just close this stream, I swear. I don't know why people are so averse to getting their games cast. There's always a problem as a tournament host trying to easily find games because people are too busy scheduling. There we go, we found it. Nice, and the lobby name is testing. How very easy to find. Alright, here we go. Bretonia? Are these men hovering Bretonia? Nerves, maybe nerves. Here's the thing. If you're playing in a tournament, if you want to win, you're gonna have to be cast at some point. You gotta be able to beat your nerves if you want to beat your opponent. I feel like that's sort of step one. Though, honestly, you know, whatever. Gianni. I'm not gonna hound people down. Usually it's pretty easy to find matches as the tournament starts getting going. Thank you very much to F-Pod and Gianni for letting me spectate today. Are Empire Greatswords usable now? Well, yeah, they got buffed by 3%. 3% discount on all Greatswords. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's insane. You know what that does for the Empire? All previous Greatsword builds suddenly get an extra unit of peasant mobs. If you have 4 Greatswords, that's an extra peasant mob or foe seeker. Bloody massive. Absolutely huge this patch. It was gigantic. French versus French? Nah, that's just what they hover. People hover bad factions to hide who they're playing. And in this case, it's Bretonia. Hey, thank you very much. People happy? Thank you, thank you. With the Lance formation buff, Bretonia have bigger cav, bigger mass than Ogre infantry. How exciting! You know, if you wanted to stop single entities, I bet Lance formation would actually be good. It's too bad no one really plays Bretonia, except for maybe F-Pod. I swear, if F-Pod wins here with Bretonia, I'm gonna go wild. I'ma go wild. Approve of the new patch. I rate it 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 new patch. I think it does well. I feel like the new patch, it does what it needed to do. It did a little bit of spiciness, like the changes to units. It's basically how I expect a CA patch to be. You know? Progresses us forwards, and yet leaves a disappointing hole in my heart. But it gets what needed to be done. So I feel like and you know, if it changes up the meta, I'm happy. With the nerfs to all the undead, -10 leadership is pretty massive. That's what launched them into being the best factions in the game. So now that they're back to normal, we should expect pretty good faction balance. New multiplayer question. Do Lord and faction buffs apply in multiplayer? They do not. Unless it says as an ability for the Lord when you hover them, it does not. I misclicked. I misclicked. Stoked that mortars will be viable again. Mortars, I assume in campaign, only on easier difficulties, so it doesn't really affect me. I'm a legendary guy. Legendary player. Do you think the chaos nerfs were good enough? I will say it probably brings most of the chaos factions in line. I think the Hellstrider nerf is all at minus like 500 gold nerf to all Hellstrider builds, which is basically all chaos and all Slaanesh armies. I would say there's still probably A+ tier, but I don't know who is S+ tier anymore. I don't know if we'll have a faction that's so strong that they dominate the meta now. Legendary player! We all know you're a legendary guy, Enticity. That's why we're fans. Dang. I wish I could be this full of myself all the time. Usually when I do that, chat just wants my head. They're just like asking for me to get massacred in campaign. Today's a good day. I can tell because I accidentally muted myself on stream and missed 2 questions. Oh, here we go. If you can't tell, I'm taking this nice and easy today. Lizardmen versus Skaven. That's a unnerfed faction versus a nerfed faction. This Skaven build has minus 400 gold from what it did before. But yeah, I already did a stream today, so I'm just taking it easy. Sitting back, relaxing, enjoying some Warhammer games with chat. Maybe we'll do some zoomies, a little bit of zooming in for you guys. I do know you guys like the zoom-ins. Anyone like the architecture zoom-ins though? No one talks about the architecture zoom-ins. No one talks about this, man. Anyone play Warhammer for this? Look at that. Look at this over here. Some weird sort of smearing of the textures. Don't know what's going on there. We have some grass. Maybe some mold growing on the inside of these temples. Fairly underkept, I will say. I'm a little bit disappointed by the skinks here. I feel like the lizardmen just really like the overgrown aesthetic. What else we got? My money on the lizards? Lizardmen usually do pretty bad against Skaven. Whoa, what do we have here? Look at that. Some sandwich textures going on. Another temple over here. Is it decorated? No. Look at that. Whoa. The temple moves? The temple moves? Look at that. The temple, like, jitters up and down. Does that mean we're lagging? That means we're probably lagging a bit. Here we go. Lizardmen. People, Lizardmen versus the Skaven. A source old blood. Vanilla. Vanilla with the damage resist. Pretty chill. Million skinks. Quite common as the Lizardmen. Sort of recently. Mixsaurus. It's a heavy infantry build with a couple cold ones. Beastcaster has the usual Flock of Doom Kadon. Amber Spear fell out of favor ever since flanking got annihilated. Immersion ruined. For the Skaven, as we saw earlier, many Globadiers. We have a Chieftain. Has the good old, he's going for the Chieftain plays. The D-summon power grab plus 8 leadership strategy for the Skaven. We have the Natty Bubo's Sharpshooter. Skaven slave to be D-summoned. Nothing too crazy. My mind has not yet been blown. It is a pretty normal infantry build versus a lot of infantry. Vanilla Lizardmen build. I feel like Chameleon Skinks would be more vanilla. Chameleon Skinks are so good. I see chat getting spoiled with the zoomies. Oh yeah, I guess here, I'll a little bit of zoom in here. Now, interesting thing about this Skaven build. I'm pretty sure I don't see a caster. Yes, this is a no magic Skaven build, but you can see the desummoned Skaven slave unit, almost more impactful than magic. Gives them this buff. Power grab due to this lord, the chieftain. Not only that, if he dies, it doesn't give the lord loss penalty. Which means that the Skaven are basically lordless now. So they do not care about losing anything. Although losing the chieftain will be -8 to their overall buff leadership. It's still pretty rough. One of the main threats the Lizardmen will have to deal with today. The good old Poison Wind Globadiers. Massive damage on these guys. Damage over time effect is just a bonus compared to their crazy armor piercing damage. Look at that. Explosive. 22 armor piercing explosive damage. I'm pretty worried for the Lizardmen right now. They got no tools to really dive these guys. Unless you count skinks. Maybe they just punch through the front line. And they go right through. But for now, it's going to be pretty chill. Both players sort of saving their resources. Lizardmen summoning in some more cavalry. Pretty expected. Great for diving in the Globadiers. And the front line is pretty thin. The plus 100 gold on all of these guys basically denies a front line of clan rats. So what would have been a bunch of clan rats here? Everything's 100 gold more expensive for each Globadier. This is going to crumble a lot faster. Of course, the power grab with 57 leadership is nice. They have about the same leadership as ogres, almost. So decent leadership, but I'd say probably not amazing. AK Claw Summon, pretty standard. Bring in the nerfed Flinching Ruin. Oh, yeah, interesting. All right. Flinching Ruin did get nerfed recently. You can see 25 to 50 damage for 38 seconds. Compare that to the Lore of Metal, Final Transmutation. About, it's like a 20% damage nerf from what it used to do. Still gonna be devastating. Can still do 1,000 damage-ish in a blob. Well, I guess we can just do the math, right? Flinching Ruin. Usually overcast this bad boy. 38 seconds. 33 times 38. About 1,250 damage. Still pretty massive. Strong versus single unit and weak versus single unit. Strong versus character. Weak versus single unit. Think about it, chat. What's the difference between a unit of infantry and a character? Boom. Mind blast. No, seriously, I got that mixed up all the time before. I would always get that mixed up. The game saying unit, I don't know. Is there like a better way to describe it though? Like what would be the other word that you say instead of this? I can't really think of one. Interesting, did they leave that out of the patch notes? No, Flinching Ruin nerf is in the patch notes. It is in the patch notes. So there we go, nice net from the Skaven. Netting down the Ripperdactyls, nice play. That'll make sure that they can't dive these guys. Overall, front line holding pretty well. Leadership up doing great, but a nice flank on the Lizardman side. Massive charges. Zooms for days. That was a pretty lackluster charge, but still pretty decent damage on this very expensive range unit. And the Lizardmen basically have to survive long enough to get into the thick of things. If the Skaven front line keeps holding, Lizardmen is doomed. Right now it seems like the Skaven slaves holding pretty well. Their extra melee defense from having spears doing quite good. And the units that dive the Globadiers getting routed off. Pretty bad for the Lizardmen. They're attacking a defensive Skaven player, which is to the advantage of the Skaven. But they're thinking that they have the lead here. Ripperdactyls do dive on in. 2 Globadiers go down. Front line, barely holding. Massive volley of the Globadier fire. That is a 150 gold loss. Huge, but another unit of Globadiers go down. And remember, with the recent nerfs, we are seeing Globadiers cost 100 more. So with each new Globadier summon, that's a minus 100 gold that the Skaven would have had. Disappeared. How come no one brings solar engines anymore? Solar engines are really low DPS. They're for the longer, grindier games in land battles. One land battles do get long and grindy. But yeah, solar engines, I don't know, they're okay. It's like, I think it might be just a faction thing though. Solar engines are basically anti-skirmish. But look at that! Poison Wing Globadier is actually going down really well, the mass Lizardman infantry line. While some of them did get annihilated by the Globadier, some of them taking pretty massive damage. The guys that managed to make it through basically are uncontested. We're seeing very, very few Skaven front, like, melee units that can actually trade here. Wolf Rat's decent at running down weakened units. Only 2 Rat Ogres though, and the rest being Skaven Slave frontline. Pretty rough. Strong versus low entity units. Flinching Ruin is like final transmutation. It'll do the same damage no matter what you are. The only reason that it's strong is because single entities tend to have less HP. But otherwise, it's going to do 1,200 damage. I like Pi. Happy to hear. Happy to hear. Now, the Lizardman Lord does get routed off by the Chieftain, but the Chieftain is overextending a little bit. If this guy continues to push forwards, he will likely get picked off. So a scary situation, especially with the Cold One summon showing up. AK Claw getting caught up with the Manticore. I'd say this battle actually went pretty well in favor of the Lizardman here. No, despite the Chieftain actually being able to escape here. If you take a look at the actual damage dealt, Lizardmen with a solid 2,000 gold lead visually. Many of their units are here. Skaven have routed off the battlefield on many fronts. Pretty bad. Who doesn't like Pi? Only a monster. And there we go. Icky Claw gonna be diving on in. Potentially trying to bait out a Flensing Ruin, I would assume. Oh no, here we go. Lord's only at 1,300 HP. An Overcast Flensing Ruin would likely kill him. Although the Manticore is getting a lot of work done, I will say it does crumble down. And there we go, Flensing Ruin. As expected. It's almost like Enticity plays multiplayer. Boom! Drops on top of the Lord, but guess what? Flensing Ruin is not a sticky spell. Unlike Soul Stealer, if you leave the bubble of Flensing Ruin, it will not continue to damage you. So the Source Old Blood does manage to escape from that. And that is a pretty nasty loss from Skaven. Only a little bit of damage on these guys. And the Cold One Spear Riders, they'll still be fighting. I don't imagine they'll be in too much trouble. And the backline's still going terrible too. Let's take a look at this. Some undefended Rat Ogres. A random unit of Skink Cohort literally ignoring them. Just running right on past as if it's nothing. Rat Ogres sort of glitching around. Cold Ones on top of the glitching Rat Ogres who are also ignoring the Cold One Riders. It's just a train of death. For the Skaven, that is. Because the Lizardmen apparently are completely content just chasing off this Clan Rat Spear. I don't know how these skinks live, but good for them. Rat Ogres getting massacred. And now a nice play, a nice pick. We see for ourselves a unit of Pohawk Sentinels getting summoned in. These guys are great. They are physical resist pterodons. And basically what they do is they're just going to be a nice little poke force here. There's not a lot that can really kill them. Even an Overcast Flensing Ruin would just get them down to half HP. And, oh, another Flensing Ruin does drop, though. Or, no, it's a Flock of Doom. Okay, it's just a normal Flock of Doom, not too crazy. But these guys are great because they can pick off the heroes. Chieftain with 70 armor. Ikit with a bit more, but at low HP. These guys uncontested, which they are currently, should be pretty good. Looks like, oh, but look at that. Another Flensing Ruin, this time dropped on top of the Lord. Like I said, it's not usually sticky, but when you cast it on a unit, it will follow them. And it seems like this is going to be the no, I think this is the Overcast version. And that will actually kill him out. There we go, Ikit shooting him right in the back. Seals his fate. Flensing Ruin, one more tick. Just kidding, he lives. Oh no! The Lord lives? If the Skaven managed to kill him, that would be huge. Ikit does have a ranged attack. He's reloading his little warp cannon there. But this could actually be nice. Oh, and there we go. The Lord does go down. Lord gets annihilated. Now, Ikit Claw is still quite low for himself, so this doesn't really give a huge single entity advantage for the Skaven. More so just a single entity balancing situation. And if we take a look at the actual armies, they're pretty thin. Alright, they got a Clan Rat summons. Alright, these ain't no campaign Clan Rats. They don't got 50 melee attack. So, overall, I'd say Skaven are in a little bit of a sketchy position. But, we must remember, the Lizardman lead is sort of being wasted right now in the forest. This is about 2,000, maybe 1,000 gold, 1,500 gold being forgotten about here. And as it turns out, that is roughly equal to the difference in power rating right now. Pretty nasty. Pretty nasty misplay from the Lizardman, but maybe just flex. Maybe just a flex. Because at the moment, Lizardmen are still sort of winning it. Their infantry are still quite superior in this fight over here. The question is whether or not these Globadiers can get enough volleys off to swing the tide. Globadiers are great. One of the good things that they have is that uncontested, they can completely swing a game for you. Over here, it looks like Skaven will not be able to capture. Undefended Rat Ogres are very likely to go down, but the Globadiers moving on up, nothing to contest them. There we go. The Lizardmen mobility remembered now. And the Globadiers, massive volley gets unleashed on the Skinks. And there we go, goodbye Skinks. Although they actually didn't take that much damage. I don't know what happened, but... Did they even get poisoned? Did like the Globadier shots just despawn before it hit the Skinks? That was really weird. That was a surprisingly little amount of damage, but sure, I'll take it. Globadiers now unfortunately getting caught up, but oh, okay, there we go, another volley. Decent damage on these Skink cohort. And it looks like the Globadiers are fairly secured, but let's not forget the very expensive cavalry does show up. And it seems like the Skaven don't really have a great answer for that. They would need some sort of like Rat Ogres probably to shut it down. And it seems like the cavalry move on in. They get a solid charge on the Wolf Rats, massacre them. The other one looking to get us around, some units on the flank, jumping the Poison Winds. And there we go with them getting jumped. Basically no more shooting for them. And with the middle point getting recaptured, with the flank point recaptured, I believe this is a win for F-Pod. Nice try from the Skaven. Decent damage, but I think the initial engagement just went too rough for them. Excuse me. Another great Flinching Ruin does drop. I think that is a normal cast Flinching Ruin. Most people, I think, they like to overcast it, as it just sort of gets more damage out, lasts longer. Although actually it's quite even, I think, between the normal cast and the overcast. Because it moves to 38 for 50% more wins. It's only slightly more effective, but usually we see the overcast. There we go. And the Skaven are out. Game number 1 going the way of the Lizardmen. We're seeing couple Saurus. Let's be honest, though, the cavalry really took the win there. Cold Run Riders actually used to be a bit of a meme unit. Sort of making a comeback with the recent changes to how the Rampage Lizardmen ability works. Nice. GG. Rip Skaven Chieftain. Let's see here. F-Pod. F-Pod with the victory. Pretty good, but can he take another one? The cavalry. The cavalry hiding in the forest to bait out the range units. That would be a 4D play. That would be quite the 4D play. Because the problem is if your opponent notices and doesn't summon those range units, then you're just boned. You're just boned. Not gonna lie, thought you were gonna miss this tourney for more frames. Honestly, I sort of wanted to. I sort of wanted to get some more frames action. I feel like unless someone brings a Grail Relic, I have nothing to get excited about. I want to see me some Grail Relic action. Why do all these armies gotta be so normal looking? I think CA will address the chaff spam meta in Domination. Chaff spam meta is not really that big. Like, yes, people take chaff, but it's more mid-tier infantry than just chaff. Even Tomb Kings, who sort of sport the strategy the most, take Tomb Guard. It might just be I don't think CA is gonna do anything about it. Nor do I think it's really a problem, personally. Chaff spam meta. It's like, here's the thing, no one's playing Empire spamming Empire Spears, right? You still see a lot of very interesting, you know, hybrid armies. Like that one had the Globadiers that needed defending. Like, what is this chaff spam that we speak of? Like, just because armies have like 50% chaff isn't a problem. That's the whole point of chaff. You're supposed to spam a decent amount of them. They're supposed to be there to block you up. I think more so what people are talking about, and I guess what you're talking about, is the fact that elite units aren't really taken. And I think that's just a problem with elite units and how strong shutdown abilities are. What do you fill your army with, if not filler? Yeah, the armies do need a decent amount of chaff. That width is pretty important. The bigger thing that I think CA need to address is how do you defend your expensive units? Up until now, since the beginning of time, since the beginning of Warhammer itself, the only way to defend your range units was to spam healing on them. That was the only strategy. Now we have Jade Shield, which no one uses because it doesn't last long enough and doesn't defend well enough. So, if Jade Shield doesn't cut it, and most factions don't have healing, right? Skull Crushers of Khorne, they're asking to get massacred by some random spell or focus fire. Slaanesh bots, not today. They're asking to get massacred by some sort of focus fire or high DPS, or a legendary lord, or a single entity. So, what CA really need to do is have better defensive spells. Better defensive spells and activated abilities. Something that you wouldn't want to waste on chaff. Something to make your more expensive units actually perform better. Because that is what, you know, I think it's already solved, right? You want to squeeze as much value out of these expensive units as possible. So, anything that keeps them safe, aside from, you know, just playing super safe, should be a priority. Would like to see more special units. Yeah, pretty much never see anything but line holders. Well, here's the thing. You gotta hold the line for your ranged. Most playstyles involve a couple range units to get the majority of your value. So, it's like, you know, you need line holders, alright? Imagine a battle without guys that hold the line. These are core units. So I consider these units as integral to the playstyle of the game and the factions themselves. And it's actually pretty normal to see these guys very often. Like, you know, you can't just have armies made out of only elite units. Well, you can. The CA could trend that way, but I think sort of the point is to have, you know, more units and diversity. Dang, Empire versus Vampire counts. That's crazy. Originally, it used to be fairly even on land battles. And we're seeing cannon, war wagons, handgunners, line holders. What is this? What is this? Line holders in this Empire army? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Units that hold the line for the vampire counts? What is this madness? Anyways. I will say, though, it is fairly common to see this. You don't really see cavalry-based vampire counts armies anymore. You don't really see a lot of mobility vampire counts. You know, I feel like it'd be cool if CA opened up the doors for a Bat style, Bat Vargeist, Terrorgeist vampire count style. I think that'd be really cool. But regardless, a pretty standard pointy boy build. Yeah, there you go. Hello, Gorn. Hello. How's it going? I would put my money on the Empire here, just because it's FPOD, and I know I know FPOD. FPOD's got some skills. I trust. No France insta loss. It's true. France is like specifically a lore to fight super big targets. If you have an enemy that's going to be avoiding your lord most of the game, France tends to be overkill. I feel like Blood Knights and Black Knights can be good sweeper units, but only against demons. Blood Knights are pretty good. They were quite common because you could heal them up in... And there goes F-Pod. Blood Knights were great because you could heal them up in land battles and cycle charge forever. Oh, and the battle's still going. There we go. In Domination, though, it's so much harder to get cavalry going that usually you don't really see, them anymore. Interesting builds, though. We have Boris with a bunch of knight reinforcements and cavalry. Actually, no infantry reinforcements. And then mostly chaff, and then a bunch of mobility, too, for the vampire counts. Interesting Mortis engine, though. I feel like that's pretty risque against the vampire counts. Or against Empire, you know, it's just gonna get shot up, but vampire counts generally don't have to worry about having like a super optimized reinforcing army. They have enough space with their crumbling units to leave in some special tech units, you know, in case we see like a mass chaff Empire build. Close victory. Must have realized it wasn't France. Yo, Boris is pretty hyped though. He has the regeneration, man. Boris is great. I feel like the magic nerfs indirectly nerfed the big special units. While they were weaker than infantry spam, they were still widely taken in Warhammer 2. Because of the resistance to AoE magic. Oh, so you're saying the change to ultra scale nerfed the big special units? It's true, but I think overall they take less damage from magic. If you go back to Warhammer 2, magic was hilariously strong. Magic was very, very strong. You could burning head and one-shot infantry. It was to the point where people were basically focusing on being able to dodge them. Now it's harder to dodge magic, according to most people. But it does a little bit less damage. Does it nerf big special units? I'd say probably not. People haven't been taking big special like units of infantry for a while. So I don't think that's actually been a change. Most people, a lot of the time the meta trends towards wider armies, as people can control their units better. So, I don't know. I reject that notion. I feel like it actually is basically same old, same old. People bringing the same builds they've always been. The only difference is like way back in Warhammer, I don't know, maybe like Warhammer 1, people were spamming elite units more. Because they didn't really understand the meta. Or, you know, it's an older meta. Less developed. But these wider builds have always done great. And I guess it's because there's not a lot of punish for them. I feel like the way to punish wide armies is like... Because there's no bombastic magic to punish wide lines. You know, there's no like mega Flock of Doom that you drop down and it hits like multiple units, right? Flock of Doom, despite being an AoE spell, is generally better at hitting elite units than chaff units. I think that should probably be worked on, right? I feel like that would be pretty cool if CA managed to find a way to fix that. But regardless, this is the meta we find ourselves in. Pretty fun build. We got the Empire. We got some Hammer of the Witches, cannons. Always great. We're getting some great damage against things like Blood Knights and such. A Light Wizard. Very interesting. And no Volkmar. Volkmar was quite popular against Undead before. Now he's sort of fallen by the wayside. You almost never see him anymore. It's like Franz of Boris 24/7. As in Domination, the grind is less important. And the mobility still helps you get around more. So instead just going for the net, a little bit of sniping. Kemmler. Actually going for the foot Kemmler here. And he has a nice set of abilities. He has the extra sort of stand your ground ability. He has the super tanky don't die ability on Kemmler. Good old Krell summon. And no, I will say though, no Wind of Death. I repeat, not a single Wind of Death on Kemmler, though he does have some nice healing. As long as he is in melee. So pretty nice, pretty nice. I gotta say, I'm really surprised about the no Wind of Death, though. Did he put it on his Necromancers or something? No, it is just Skelly Span. I guess that's not too unpredictable. Wind of Death is better versus factions with much chunkier infantry, with high armor, and in this case, with the very normal front line of the Empire. Is he really worried about, you know, super elite buffed great swords coming in to end him? Probably not. Now we're noticing here the effects of the Empire changes, right? He brought 4 units of spearmen and 2 war wagons, which means he actually saved himself 50 gold. This Empire build brought to you by CA, 50 gold cheaper. The mega discount. We'll see if he summons another war wagon, though. That would bring it back down to 25 gold. And another war wagon would be breaking even. But I feel like, oh wait, no, he doesn't have more infantry. It's actually all cavalry, so. Yeah, this build is actually slightly stronger than before. Resummons on war wagons will also be a bit more expensive. That is important to note. The 25 gold increase becomes a 50 when you start resummoning them. Pendulum spells used to counter wide armies. I disagree. Pendulum spells used to counter... People brought Pendulum to kill elite infantry. What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? People brought Pendulum to counter elite infantry 100%. What is this? Yeah, that's not how that works. Because Pendulum hits 2 units regardless. It doesn't hit, you know... If you bring an army of 50 units, it still only hits 2 units. Why does this battle look so familiar? It looks familiar because, I don't know. It doesn't look that familiar to me. This is, I usually don't see people bring Empire into Vampire counts. I actually think that's quite rare. Pendulum countered everything in early Warhammer 3. It did, which is why you would use it on elite units. It's just because it's so much better there. Also, nice focus fire on the Crypt Horrors. The Hammer of the Witches hammering into them too. The wagons getting the poke damage off. Though they're gonna be hard pressed beating these the Unholy Lodestone. 10% regeneration aura is pretty massive. Boris just sort of looking for a fight. Doesn't want to get caught up by the Crypt Horrors, which is why he's not sniping out these targets. And the Empire summoning in some Outrider grenade launchers. These guys are great for clearing infantry. You can see there. Massive damage on the Skeleton Warriors. Some Reichsguard even. Dang, I'm used to seeing Knights of the Blazing Sun, but the Reichsguard are pretty hype. One misplay that he's making, though, is that he doesn't have his spears on the point. They're barely off. And that's going to be stopping him from delaying the Vampire Count's capture. And getting triple capped is pretty scary. You run the risk of losing via victory tickets. Just because Vampire Counts are a very slow faction to kill. They take ages to kill. Even Kemmler over here against Boris. He procs his abilities, basically not going to die. Healing from the Crypt Horrors, the regeneration, the Unholy Lodestone. Not taking too much damage, although actually no, taking quite a bit because of the cannon down to half HP. And over here he does lose the capture point. Spears do get on the point, but not soon enough. And this is sort of a nice position for the Vampire Counts, you know. They have the healing, they're buffering, how far behind they are with their solid lead, and but there is a little bit of an interesting situation. Most of the front line won't trade super well into all of these guys, and the blobbing up from Boris, really nice play to be able to fire the cannons into the blob that Boris is grouping together. Shems on the Crypt Horrors too. They're actually taking quite a bit of damage, not making the most out of the heal. Quite nice. Quite nice trading over here, all the way back on the back point for the Empire. Looking a little bit sus. We find ourselves with some Reichsguard doing their best to try and handle the situation. But unfortunately, they are going down to the Crypt Horrors. We do see 2 of them over there, and the massive skeletons and zombies sort of getting a little bit hard to take out, despite there being grenade launchers. Crypt Horrors are very hard to kill. So it seems like Vampire Counts even maybe winning over there, and actually pulling a minor value lead. Just by trading and being able to snipe Boris. A failed snipe attempt on Kemmler does allow for the Horrors to die. Krell summon. Ah, that's what was probably killing Boris. So, A nice pick from the Empire, but we don't really have too many high damage units right now. You know, we have a lot of skirmishers, a few range units, you know, some handgunners, but nothing that really like punches right through the masses of infantry like flagellants and so on. But it seems like the Empire is sticking to the guns. They are going for a primarily trade-based playstyle, but with about 1,000 points to go, Empire is about 5 minutes away before they can yeah, he really committed with the cavalry against the equipped horrors too. Yeah, he's about 5 minutes away to make a play before it becomes essentially unwinnable. Maybe even less time at this point. I'd say 4 minutes to capture one of these points, otherwise it's looking pretty sketch. And so far it seems like this point isn't going great. The middle point not really going super great either. You know, some handgunners to snipe Krell, but he is just a summon. That is basically a single ability for Kemmler, distracting a handgunner unit for the majority of this fight, distracting even 2 because he's chasing the silver bullets. Pretty brutal, but the swingy Outrider grenade launchers show up again. We still have 2 of them, they're on the battlefield, and these guys are probably the ones that will be able to pull back the value for the Empire. You know, we have some nice blobs here, bunch of zombies, some skeletons, all stuff that goes down pretty quickly, but I don't know if Empire actually has I don't think they actually have the capture weight to really take things back. As I say that, I guess they are starting to capture point number 3. But in the middle, most definitely not. Most of the infantry slowly getting ground down. Yeah, and letting Boris, letting Boris narrowly get away feels bad. It does feel a little bit bad, but it did put him out of commission for a while. I think Vampire Counts were pretty happy about that damage dealt. And they're still just flooding the point back here. FPOD definitely needs some higher damage units if he wants to clear this out. You know, the Hammer of the Witches, did they pay for themselves? Not really. Hammer of the Witches this whole game have been providing 0 capture weight while only barely paying for themselves. One of the reasons why we don't see artillery as much in domination nowadays. Just because they have a very hard time getting you these points. It's going to be pretty sketchy. More cavalry gets summoned. With the Vampire Counts, you know, Kemmler continues to survive. Does get dived in on Boris again. Potentially, if he goes down, we could see a mass crumbling for the Vampire Counts. They do have lower leadership now, so the army loss penalty would be a little bit more painful, especially on units like zombies. But they are getting still supported by necromancers. You know, unholy lodestones, basically making these guys take no damage from the spears. And really nothing for the Empire has been able to kill this. The corpse guards have just been healing up the entire battle. Look at that. Grave Guard, the Tithe almost max HP. Zombies even reaching close to the heal cap. I think this might have been a problem for the Empire. They had a few handguns. They had the war wagons. But they weren't really able to snipe out these sort of better Grail relics that have been sort of romping around giving this regeneration. They've actually been able to live for far too long. And you can see the effects of the healing, making up for basically a 1,000 gold deficit. Gonna be pretty rough. At this point, the timer is starting to tick down for the Empire now. And with no flagellants in sight, no infantry clearing, no capture weight, basically only units that are designed to trade, I think FPOD will be taken out. I don't see how he can really deal with the swarm of Vampire Counts today. Look at that. Minus 10 leadership, not a problem. As it turns out, if you don't have the tools to take out the very, very strong unholy lodestones, it's gonna be pretty rough. And look at that, even Boris Toddbringer. Kemmler literally sitting in combat against them. Kemmler does have a 45 melee attack. Actually, pretty hard to hit if Boris isn't charging. And there we go, he routes off. And that shall be game. Huntsman General. Huntsman better than Gunpowder against Undead? It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. It depends on what you're trying to kill. Against Crypt Horrors, though, I would say Huntsman probably nice. Probably a nice option. They are a little bit more expensive than Handgunners, but they don't suffer the same line of sight issues and the anti-large grade. But yeah, it was a nice attempt. It was a nice attempt for the Empire, but man, though, the healing, though. These Necromancers, you really need some sort of answer for them. You know, maybe a Luminarch. Maybe the Empire had a Luminarch, then it could have done it, you know? Turin has always been a big Luminarch fan. Maybe that's why. This army was actually strangely weak to Luminarchs. I feel like it could, you know, its double hits on the unholy lodestones could probably have done well. Either that, or maybe instead of the cannon artillery, maybe just, you know, double huntsmen could have also gone great. Yeah, undead leadership got nerfed. The problem is that, the problem isn't, you know, it's not just like an undead OP situation. FPOD didn't really do much to shut down their unholy lodestones. That was a win condition for the vampire counts. The healing, 10% healing is crazy. That basically makes you heal as much as Sigvald. Imagine if your entire army became Sigvald for the price of 500 gold. It's pretty nasty. It's pretty nasty. And Empire didn't really have the greatest tools for that. Look at that. The zombies fought for so long they actually paid for themselves. And then, you know, he did have the grenade launchers and stuff. They're nice for cleaning up, but, like, even they didn't really get that much value. No real answers for the Crypt Horrors, too. Of course, it's not easy, but honestly, if he had a bunch of huntsmen, he might have been able to do it. And maybe, like, a front line of flagellants. The Empire Knights did abysmal. Empire Knights against Crypt Horrors is a terrible, terrible time. You know, it might seem like they don't have armor, but monstrous infantry just don't go down very easy. So GG. Game number 3, actually an ace match, dang. Enticity just popping in, did I miss anything? You missed an Empire versus Vampire counts, and a Lizardman versus Skaven game. Nothing too crazy though, we're seeing sort of the newer units being used right now. You know, like the upgraded Empire Spearmen. 10% cheaper, right? Burning Head. I think Burning Head would have been okay there, yeah. Burning Head doesn't kill infantry like it used to, though. But in, like, a perfect blob, it would do okay. The thing is, though, you're using Burning Head to clear chaff. Zombies and skeletons. Yeah. No Grail relics yet, sad times. And to see, are you eating milk with a spoon? No, I'm eating I'm eating sort of a hot chocolate mix with blueberries. We had a lot of extra blueberries, so I'm sort of finishing them up. Just dump them all in the chocolate. My bad, Flaming Skull, there we go. Big white face. Yes, my bad. Good old Flaming Skull. Windows XP vibes from the screen blocker. Is that what Cathay is? Cathay is just Windows XP. It's milk. It has milk. I think he just wins that game with a Greatsword Luminarch Huntsman. Honestly, funnily enough, Greatsword Luminarch Huntsman would win it, but that's like a hard counter. Greatsword Luminarch Huntsman is asking to get murdered by like anything else. I was bringing up some options specifically against the Vampire Counts build that he faced up, but there's like a lot else they can bring. They can go heavier on the Flyers. They can go a Dragon Lord, right? I think that's what he was probably preparing for, given the net and the handgunners. What kind of Bretonian build was it? No Bretonia yet. No Bretonia yet, but we are keeping an eye out for that good old Grail relic. The good old Grail relic. Luminarch destroys dragon. I wouldn't say it destroys a dragon. It sure does well, though. That almost won the single faction tournament. What? Great swords? Really? Like the thing Turin was hosting earlier today? I didn't have time to watch Turin's tournament. I was too busy grinding the France campaign. Oh, dang. How the turntables? FPOD playing Skaven now? Hi. Is everyone playing Skaven despite the nerfs? It looks like that classic XP wallpaper. Almost. I feel like the mountains are too high, though. Grail Ferrari with that 40 speed. It's true, they are sprinters. 40 speed is pretty fast. Anyone know how fast Skaven have 40 speed? So the Grail Relique is blitzing it, you know? That's crazy. This is crazy. 40 speed. Oh my gosh. Can't wait to spread the love of 12 leadership. Good old 12 leadership. Massive, massive change. Oh, just give it a frenzy aura. CA, please. Just give it a frenzy aura. Honestly, a frenzy aura would be actually pretty hype. Plus 12 leadership does not win a fight. Leadership helps you hold the front line a bit longer, but it doesn't mean that you win the fight. So the thing is, when you're losing the fight, your leadership drops by quite a bit. That's the worst part too. The Grail Relique doesn't actually do anything if you're winning the fight. It doesn't make you win more in an advantage situation. It just makes you hold longer. So it would only really work with archer builds, I guess. Or if you if it's a very close fight, then you guys will stick around a bit longer to finish off the enemy. Give it 66 speed. You know what? Make it actually cavalry speed. That'd be hilarious. I would actually love it if the Grail Relique had cavalry speed. Still wouldn't be that great, but I think it'd be hilarious. Poor Bretonia. They'll get a DLC any day now for sure, right? Oh, sad times. Rip Bretonia. They got the one Raponch free DLC. That's all they're getting, chat. At the pace CA is putting out DLCs, we ain't seeing a Bretonia DLC for the rest of our lives. Never. We're probably never gonna get another Bretonia DLC in Warhammer ever. Not unless CA start making bank off of Total War. Grail Relique on Battle Pilgrims makes them basically unbreakable. And gives real ITP. I guess it does have ITP, it's true. Those guys fight to the last. I would disagree. I would disagree. If you think Battle Pilgrims fight to the last, I think you should try playing the Dwarves. You're gonna play the Dwarves, and you're gonna be like, wait a second. These guys have leadership, and they don't need a Grail Relique nearby. Somehow the Battle Pilgrims who are unbreakable feel less unbreakable than these Longbeards who don't have unbreakable. I'm pretty sure Battle Pilgrims don't have more leadership than Longbeards, even with the Grail Relique. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does make them like Longbeards. But Longbeards are like ITP and they have, you know. And they have an Encourage aura. Like, two Longbeards standing beside each other is like, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Their faces aren't unbreakable. Also important to note. Battle Pilgrims, their faces do get torn off still. They'll keep fighting, but they will. Battle Pilgrims have 80 base with 92 with Relique. Ah, well, there you go. Really? 80 base? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about how do I check this? How do I check this? Bretonia Battle Pilgrims. 80 leadership? Battle Pilgrims, Total War. Look at that, 80 leadership, nice. Hey, maybe there's something there. Infantry Tonya. Yo, sign up for the tournament, man. I want to see it. Prove me wrong. How much do Longbeards have? Warhammer 3. Total War Longbeards. I always feel like Battle Pilgrims break so much faster. It might be because they just take more damage. Longbeards are rocking also 80. And then they passively give 8 in an aura. Okay. Oh. Okay, so they have the same, they have basically the same leadership as Longbeards, and Longbeards are ITP. So that means if you had 3 Battle Pilgrims against 3 Longbeards, so 3 Battle Pilgrims and a Grail Relique against 3 Longbeards, the Longbeards have the same leadership, but better stats in every way and armor. Whoa. Oh. But technically it does check out. Because Battle Pilgrims cost 600. So the Grail Relique upgrades them to basically unarmored Longbeards. I guess they might have better melee attacks. I think the Battle Pilgrims might have slightly better melee attacks. So in a vacuum, as long as they're not eating spells, it does, you know, it's okay. I think that's alright. What are the best factions when facing undead? Usually high DPS, very fast factions. Stuff like Slaanesh. Slaanesh is good. Khorne can even probably do decent. Wow, it's Skaven versus Nurgle. Well then, what does Nurgle have to fight against Skaven? We have a Stream of Corruption, some Fleshy Abundance. Locus of Fecundity, loads of healing. Double Cultist with summons, of course. Remember the summon meta, guys? I'm happy we've moved past that. We have... I feel like CA always go ham with their summons. And then in a multiplayer patch, they have to nerf the summons. Soul Grinder of Nurgle. Fairly common for a unit that I'm actually not that great of a fan of, but it did get buffed. And I'm no Soul Grinder expert, so maybe I'm just wrong there. Some Plague Toads. And some Nurglings. Very small army. In comparison, Skaven, the Tide, gonna be bringing in Ikit Zap Zap Cannon. Very scary tool against anything large, though the Soul Grinder might be able to park here and fire safely at the cannon. Loads of Skirmishers, which is great against a potential mass infantry. Sort of Wall of Flesh Nurgle playstyle. And loads of Clan Rats. These guys are great for capture weight. They have Meat Shield, which is not expendable. They will capture points very quickly. Some Skaven Slave Spears. And some Slingers. Loads of stuff that is great versus low armor. And thankfully for Skaven, no Chaos Warriors. You know, no Chosen. Honestly, they probably would have died to the Natty Boobos. But I'm still a little bit... I feel like of mass armor, you know, Skaven did luck out that Chaos has just a few units. No globes, I like it. That's true. The Globadiers did get nerfed, and they would have been amazing versus armor. Maybe they're in reserve. It could just be he knew. He knew that Chaos would fear the Globadiers, so he just didn't run them, and then took an anti-everything else build. Whatever he did, it's working quite well. Hoping there were Teeth Breakers. Teeth Breakers are pretty rare, sadly. I think most people, they're okay. They're great versus dragons and such, but they're not super duper meta. I will say too, the fact that there's no Fate of Buna means that these guys are exceptionally safe too. Oh, some more Soul Grinder. Soul Grinder grinding them up. I wonder what this play though is. The Doggos. What is the use of the Doggos? I guess maybe crashing and burning some high elf tents, I guess. I don't know why everything's on fire here, but sure. Doggos retreating immediately. Bit of I guess, you know, just to pressure the capture point perhaps. As long as they don't throw their lives away, they're still, you know, a potential unit that can steal the point if needed. It looks like the Skaven are just going for the low ground. Classic low ground, high ground split. The faction that is sort of less keen on taking a fight typically goes for the high ground. Then uses like fewer, stronger units to battering ram their way down here. Huge Skaven army? It is. This is fairly common to see with Skaven. Sort of a wider front line, just make sure you don't get flanked. Loads of capture weight. Though I will say, he's barely off the point. Looks like he doesn't care about sort of the nuanced capture point speed. Doesn't expect this game to come down to the wire. Are all maps used in the tourney? Not all maps. Some maps are not super popular, like Silver Spire. Are those 120 AP Wolf Rats? No. They are 16 damage, 10 AP Wolf Rats. They do got that magic damage though, pretty high. And the battle begins. The battle begins. Some Nurglings getting hit by the Slingers. Not too much friendly fire. Good damage, honestly. Already dealt a solid 1,000 damage per. Not bad, not bad. But the Furies are going to be a little bit more scary. Furies with a really high DPS. Really good at routing these guys off. Toads plowing through the infantry. Going to be trying to dive in on the back line. Having a bit of a hard time. And Forsaken, too. Forsaken are pretty good because they can sort of grind down clan rats very quickly. One of the nicer mid-tier infantry units against Skaven. Another unit of Forsaken too. And still no Globadiers. So nothing really to clear these guys out very quickly. Now the Furies look like they will be going down. Though, oh, nice stream of corruption. Do rout off a single unit of Skaven slaves. Pretty good for them. On top of that, they're also distracting the Skaven slaves for a long time. But looks like demonic crumbling does kick in. And the Furies will be out of here. Same with a couple Toads. And at this point, it's basically just the Forsaken. I say basically just the Forsaken, though. Forsaken are actually pretty happy about the situation. Let's not lie. Interesting. Wolf Rats on the Soul Grinder. Ignoring the physical resist with their magic attacks. They got 28 melee attack to the Soul Grinder's 45 melee defense. I would expect the Soul Grinder to win as soon as the charge bonus wears off. Seems like that is exactly what's happening. And for the front line of Nurgle, it seems like they are sunk to tear apart. Nurgle faltering because of the single entity advantage of Skaven. The Rat Ogre summons are doing good, and it seems like FPOD has taken a pretty solid lead. Even the Soul Grinder taking a little bit of damage, but this is still a bit of a misplay on the Wolf Rats. No Uncle Frunkle. No Uncle Frunkle. Uncle Frunkle needs a bit of a buff. He's sort of not that great. One day CA will buff up their weaker units. Yeah, Skaven, they didn't block up their gaps, but they did keep their ranged firing for a decent amount of time. And they just had the generally stronger front line. You know, 2 Forsaken aren't going to crush it. Technically, the cultists did show up and sort of help peel this area, but like, it's a bunch of Rat Ogres. There's a bunch of Rat Ogres here. Though I will say, technically, the trading is quite even, but I think that's mostly because the Soul Grinder's up here. Like, the reason this looks bad for Nurgle is because the Soul Grinder is basically doing nothing. This guy has only paid off half of his value. There's still an extra 750 gold to go. And he's already used most of his ammunition. Soul Grinder sort of not doing much. Would a Hell Pit Abomination be good into Nurgle due to no range? It depends on what build Nurgle goes for. Oftentimes, if you notice, Nurgle players aren't really going for big single entities. Hell Pit Abomination would not be terrible, but the wide line allows you to go for units like Slingers, and Slingers are great versus Nurgle. These guys already paid for themselves, 50%. These guys already mostly paid for themselves. Just the amount of stuff you can get done off a defended backline is just too great. And Nurgle suffers a lot versus range, but man, look at that. Another unit of Wolf Rat summoned. Now they're at high leadership. That means that they get a little bit of extra melee attack because of the... No, that's just chevrons. Okay. I thought they had strength in numbers. They have some chevrons, so it's round 2 against the Soul Grinder. Gonna be a little bit wasted, honestly, unless he kills it. That's because the Soul Grinder is basically out of ammunition already. It gets a zap cannon. Looks like it is sniping the Lord. Has done a decent job paying for itself, but not fully yet. And for the Soul Grinder, once again, it is surrounded. What a really strange way of shutting down Soul Grinders. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's technically getting the job done. On the charge, they actually take out about a quarter of his HP. Skaven best faction. They were fairly meta, and the nerfs to them weren't massive. I feel like Skaven are, we'll probably still be seeing them quite a bit. But yeah, it looks like the Soul Grinder's going down. These summons on the Skirmishers. Ikit Claw routing off the Nurglings. Looks like they didn't even capture this point. Sad times for the Nurglings. More get summoned though, actually. Now, I really wonder. Turin says these guys are supposed to be fairly good at trading as a frontline unit. Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh. What is that spell called again? I did a whole video on it. The Ruination? No. Crack's Call. Annihilating those Nurglings. That was most definitely an overcast. Does about 70 damage in a line. Absolutely massive. It could very happy about that. And the Wolf Rats are technically winning it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He's actually using Wolf Rats to kill a Soul Grinder. What a weird tech piece. Really goes to show how good the Nurgle Soul Grinder is, I guess. Looks like it will be descending into Crumbling soon. And that will spell its doom, as Crumbling damage is quite massive for Undead. Ikit Claw living too. I think they've done it. F-Pod will be advancing to the next round. Pretty exciting match, honestly. I feel like the Nurgle pick. I feel like the Soul Grinder. This is what I mean about the Soul Grinder, man. Soul Grinder, despite being in Wolf Rats forever, only got 1,300 value. And he just sort of sat here on this point forever. He wasn't like terror routing anything or you know, fighting single entities. He was just sort of poking away at some clan rats. I'm never really that impressed by Soul Grinders, but maybe in another game. He watched your Tretch Wolf Rats campaign and thought Wolf Rats are Chads. Yes, actually, every unit and pick here in the Skaven build is because of me, as the de facto top player in all of multiplayer. You know, I brought up the Wolf Rats. I brought up the Crack's Call. You know, that's me. That's all me. All little old Enticity. Hey, look at that. I think he resummoned his, what was that? What did he do? I think that's just weird leadership buff. Anyways. Oh, did he accidentally resummon his lord and have to desummon it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, here we go. Now, it's not over quite yet. It seems like Skaven, while I was looking at chat, actually sort of crumpled down a little bit. Their front line sort of getting withered down. A couple of Rat Ogres remaining. Most of their fighting power is in the Rat Ogres and the Hero Squad. They also have the Doom Flayers, which are a menace. But the thing is, Nurgle still has a bit of teeth. You know, high ground is being held by them. Skaven continuously throwing away Wolf Rats into a Soul Grinder that got healed up to max. Okay. Alright, that one Fleshy Abundance. Who got the Fleshy Abundance? The single Fleshy Abundance on the Soul Grinder, I think. Just maxing him out. Yeah, if anything, I think baiting out the Wolf Rats on the Soul Grinder might have made it worth it. We'll still see how it goes, though. Skaven still have a fairly strong advantage with all their units, but they have a little bit of time to make a play. There's a chance things could go terribly wrong. Now, heal dropping. That's an overcast Fleshy Abundance. But will it be enough to offset the crumbling? Looks like the Nurglings are out of there. Another unit of Nurglings might leave soon too. So it's really just there to heal cap the Soul Grinder, the Lord, and the Cultist. But they were already pretty close to heal cap anyways. Now, Crack's Call does drop, doesn't honestly do that much damage. But the Skaven are sort of summoning in a ton of units now. We're seeing even the Globadiers getting summoned. We have a ton of Clan Rats, and of course they still have the advantage in single entities. You know, Chieftain, Doomflayer supporting Ichclaw. All of them are pretty happy, and look at that massive volley from the Globadiers. Getting the massive damage on the approaching Forsaken. They will likely be routing off here. Skaven do recapture one of the points, but they do lose another one potentially. Seems like barely over here they will be losing the point. Desummon on the Warp Lightning Cannon. You know, Nurgle might be able to win off of a stall strategy, though it's going to be very scary. Shout out to my opponent helping me learn the ropes. Hey, nice. Happy to hear. The Soul Grinder into Elves due to their spacing. I think the Soul Grinder has some places where it does okay. Though against a mass chaff build of the Skaven, probably not. Because even if there are Jezzails, Soul Grinders do really bad versus them. Now this fight's going to go on for a while. Soul Grinder's going to be quite a bit to take out. And I think F-Pod, losing his units here, sort of getting routed off. I think it's getting a little bit sketchy. Now, he does bring a couple guys to the high ground. If he does capture this area from the Forsaken, which it looks like he will, with no huge summon from Nurgle, he could stall and get enough time to recapture point number 1. It's sort of, to do that, he would have to do well here, and it looks like mostly just Poison Wind is his primary source of damage. It looks like the Soul Grinder will likely go down to Ichclaw. So it looks like he'll probably win here, but if Nurgle really hunkers down on this point, Skaven are going to have a really hard time taking it over. I'm not going to say it's over quite yet, though. Skaven still have like 5 minutes to spare after they capture this point. Though it's going to be a very close call. 300 points. Gonna be 5 minutes on the dot. Looks like the Wolf Rats are here, but they're actually... Oh no, are the Wolf Rats going to run off the point? Are they going to run off the point? No, barely not. The queued command barely coming into play here. Wolf Rats going to be barely on the point. helping to capture, but it's going to be a bit of a slow capture. Eats about a minute worth of time for the Skaven to capture all the points, almost exactly a minute, which leaves them with 4 minutes left. Rip Twitch chat? Salmon Suke, you know it's always Rip Twitch chat. I didn't even read your important message. Yes, very important. There we go. Point gets captured. Skaven have 4 minutes. The clock begins, and they have still secured a fairly nice value lead. You know, Soul Grinder's going down. He won't be able to threaten this capture point anymore. Cultists can basically be ignored with how many remaining Skaven troops there are. And I guess it depends on how well the Toads hold out. Now, the Toads against the Poison Wind Globadiers. Poison Wind Globadiers against Monstrous Infantry can do pretty well. And we can see here, okay, maybe a bit better than pretty well. I can see why they got nerfed. Toad's taking about a quarter HP damage from this single unit of Poison Wind Globadiers. Absolutely massive. If they're able to continue melting these guys, Nurgle's basically gonna have no units. Like, basically just 1 Forsaken and 2 Toads. Clock's ticking, though. About 3 minutes left on the clock for the Skaven to retake. The question is whether or not he can kill off their capture weight. As it turns out, the downside of rushing in with your melee is that they are your capture weight, and Skaven, basically with only range left, don't really have that much left. Globadiers getting bogged down by the Toads on the middle, catching out some Wolf Rats. There's basically nothing left except for a single unit of Wolf Rats and Ikit Claw. And Ikit's sort of just idling right now. Ikit's not even moving in. He's not even fighting. Apparently F-Pod not even in a rush. Gonna be chilling with the Ikit Claw on the flank side. Of course, he does kill the Soul Grinder, but clock's ticking, man. Clock's ticking. With 2 minutes to spare, he has about 1 minute to get on this point before things start getting pretty rough. We're seeing the Soul Grinder go down. He does have a few sources of high capture weight. He has Ikit Claw. He has the Doomflayers. And he has some Night Runners who might be able to kite on the point, but it's slowing down. You think Poison Wind wouldn't do that much versus Nurgle? It's true. Mini lore fail from CA. Pretty bad, though. Pretty bad. It's looking like, yeah, with slightly under 2 minutes now. He has the Doomflayers. They do dive in onto the Nurglings, but nothing too crazy. All the way over here, Slingers just continuing to fight over here, but nothing's moving on the point. I think the lack of urgency. Maybe he's realizing now and he's moving his units, but there's been a real lack of urgency of this army. Perhaps they know that if they were to go onto the point, they would die. I think it's a catch-22, you know. Die if you charge in, die if you don't. But the very slow push of this game, it seemed like it will be falling apart. F-Pod will be going down to Nurgle with just a few misplays. A few misplays making up for the early trades at the beginning of the fight. You know, a nice sort of Soul Grinder, not getting too much value, but I think the double Wolf Rats getting summoned on it really did not pay off, considering that Nurgle has heals. And then on top of that, just getting worn down on your infantry line, you know? Not having that much of a front line to actually fight. Doomflayers do get on the point, but there's basically nothing here. And that's it. With 1 minute left on the clock, it's going to be very hard for the point to get captured. Now, it's not over just yet. There we go. Urgency activated. F-Pod realizes. And there we go. There's the massive movement. Now, here's the thing. Point capture points, if you have a massive lead, take about 20 seconds to capture if you have a massive lead. And in this case, most of his guys are going to be routing. He still doesn't have the capture weight yet, but technically the 20 seconds will be enough. All of his guys are moving on. It's just a full bulldozer. Skaven with the big final play. Now, this isn't going to go super well if everything dies. Nurgle would likely just retake it. Of course, they're also taking the middle, but there we go. With everyone on the point, looks like it's not going to be enough. Nurgle trading slightly up there. Slightly up, and that's going to be game. Match done. Match done. Rip F-Pod. The favorite player to win it today, losing to Gianni. Rocking the solid sort of Forsaken build. Really taking advantage of the nerfed Globadiers, doing quite well. And yeah, unfortunately, just not enough. The Soul Grinder, too, doing great. Didn't summon any of the Pox Riders, unfortunately, but a fun game, Look at that, Ikit with pretty good value. But this guy definitely got way more by healing the Soul Grinder. That was massive. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Nurgle took the win. I think Skaven sort of misplayed, though. Sending Wolf Rats to kill a Soul Grinder is not a big play. Soul Grinders, unfortunately, like... Here's the thing about shutting down range units. You can technically stop them from shooting for a few seconds, but let's consider. You're losing 550 gold to stop them from shooting for like 5 seconds. Or like, let's say 20 seconds, right? Are they really gonna make 550 gold worth of value shooting for 20 seconds? Not really. Not really. At Subutai. At Gianni. Let me know the lobby code. Toads MVPs. Toads did pretty well. They did jump the Globadier, which is a pretty big play. What's this about grass? Newish question, but what's with that grass field? It's the army blocker. What, you want a different army blocker? Here. What do you guys want? What army blocker is good here? I guess we can use I could use... Let's see, where are my thumbnails at? I need good thumbnails. We have any good thumbnails? Any classics out there? You want like the Kolek blocker? Kolek blocker is alright. We can use you want the milk bag blocker, chat? Milk bag blocker for the win. Maybe a we can use a you can use a thumbnail blocker. Oh, that's massive. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. I feel like the grass picture is just nice and calming, you know? Although I feel like Kolek blocker is pretty nice. You know, I gotta change it up every once in a while, right? Let's see here. What else do I have? What is this? Blood Brute blocker? It's a little bit low res. All my thumbnails tend to be pretty low res because I like, you know, I do a lot of sharpening on it. The Mortis blocker, in honor of the Mortis engine that we saw today. Let's see here. The Noctilus blocker. It's like history of Enticity thumbnails. The box blocker. You guys want box? Some box action? Just have like random Dark Tide. That's the closest I need to get to touching grass, dude. You gotta touch grass, man. Gotta do a little bit of grass touching. Box blocker OP. Best ability in all of Dark Tide. Best Dark Tide ability in the game. What else do I have? Sure. This'll do. I like the Grail Relique. Grail Relique blocker's fine. Look at that Subutai loading in with the Betonia. Don't you dare, Subutai. Don't you dare give us hope. I know, Subutai, you're not going to be playing Betonia. It's so hilarious, though. People, people used to constantly load in with Demons of Chaos because they thought it was bad. And after Betonia gets a buff, they literally, they keep loading in. They keep loading in with Bret. Maybe it's people just testing it out, you know? Maybe it's actually better than I expect, and they're just, they're just testing it out. Do you do any miniature painting? I used to way, way back when I was a kid. Not anymore, though. Not anymore. You think the Grail Relic will be used after the buff? 300 is cheap, Jaja. Yeah, 300. I think corpse carts are better, and vampire counts don't use normal corpse carts. Bret's pretty good. If vampire counts don't use corpse carts, and vampire counts are the best faction to be using corpse carts, and then Betonia with essentially a worse corpse cart with a faction that synergizes with it less. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Are you playing? No, we already qualified. How do you think Demons of Chaos will do into Nurgle? Demons of Chaos into Nurgle. I would say Demons of Chaos would win it barely because of Seekers of Slaanesh and Fleshhounds. So I think Demons of Chaos can play faster than Nurgle and abuse them and punch through their armor if they bring it. Nurgle doesn't have a lot of skirmishers to punish Demons of Chaos, who otherwise take a lot of damage from that. So, they do okay. They do okay. Betonia is just first alphabetically. It's kind of the default if you don't change it. Yeah, but these are tournament players. Usually they are hovering other factions. So it is fairly common. And it used to be Demons of Chaos too. Like people would intentionally load in with Demons of Chaos. Has there ever been a tournament where the opponent chooses each other's builds? Yes, actually. The build swapping tournament you used to see that before. I was never a huge fan of it. I liked sort of the more straightforward tournaments, but it's a good time. Yeah. Nurgle Herald blocker, please. Nurgle Herald blocker. I don't think I have a Herald blocker. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Yo, I want to start hosting my own tournaments. Mostly because then I get to play in them. People keep banning my Dowie in this total tavern. They keep banning your Dowie? How are you getting your Dowie banned, man? Oh, it might just be an early stage tournament thing? I don't know. I feel like people never ban Dowie for me. Although, I do feel like Dowie might be better in domination than I initially thought. Simply because they take so long to kill. Most factions don't really kill Dowie very fast. So they might actually be better than I gave them credit for. Just because they don't have to capture points that quickly anymore. There's not a lot of factions that can grind them in a melee fight. Though any faction that can would just dominate. Plague Bearer with what's this? What are you talking about? What, are you talking about Plague Bearer with the Nurgling up his butt? So hypothetically, Subutai is your next matchup. What would you play against him? Are you Gianni? Are you Gianni just trying to fish builds out of me? You know what I play. I just play whatever I usually do. Like a million skirmish playstyle, kite. Play some of random lizard man. It's not like I know like the true counters to all of these players. Remember, I'm washed up. We're still washed up. I can punch. I can take a punch. I can punch a bit. But that doesn't make me great at hard countering my opponents. I actually like playing more straight up, honestly. Who got the biggest glow up? I'm not sure. Since Warhammer 2? I don't know, Slanesh. Slanesh got the glow up from good to beautiful. What faction got nerfed the hardest? Ah. If I had to say what faction got nerfed the hardest, I would say... everyone's pretty doing okay right now. The weaker factions were already pretty weak. I think Bretonia, because Domination is such a bad game mode for Bretonia. Domination does not favor elite cavalry healing factions. Glow up, definitely vampire counts. Yeah, that's true. Vampire counts were good in Warhammer 2, but only by the hyper hard mains. Like the super crazy mains would like them. Nowadays they're not nearly as good. Good co-op campaign factions. I think in a co-op campaign, it's good to have one guy that's a horde army, and the other guy that's actually like a builder. So like Chaos and Norska, or like Tomb Kings and Beastmen, or Blessed Dread and Nikai. Something like that. Well, I guess Nikai also sort of settles a lot, but maybe that's a bad example. But yeah, I feel like that's a fun way to go about it. That way you can fight together more often instead of just being in, you know, controlling your own lands. You actually get to support each other more. Snicketch and Village. That sounds so OP. I don't even know if it's synergy. I think they just wreck shop. Vampire Count in Warhammer 2 was good because of free Skelly spam. I'm talking about multiplayer. Philip, this is a multiplayer stream currently. Oh wait, no, you're making a joke. My bad. I'm sorry. Oh wait, am I? Take that away and then you need to learn the faction again? Oops. No problem, man. No problem. Yeah, it turns out you weren't making a joke. Yeah, no, in multiplayer, vampire counts were pretty strong from the highest level players. What they would do is they would be really, really good about picking builds that wouldn't be able to get cheese. And they would be really, really, really good at denying damage from the cheese. So they'd like super specialize into dodging shots from kite builds, negating damage, and playing the air game almost perfectly. So that if you had not practiced that matchup before, you would probably lose it. Lots of vampire counts mains. Alright. I think this is the slowest, let's see here. So this match started last out of all of them. I think we can just follow these guys into the finals and we're good. Oh, Norska versus vampire counts. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Pretty hype. Pretty hype. Can you play in multiple Warhammer World Cup qualifiers? Yes. Unless you've already qualified, in which case, no. But if you, you know, if you want to keep trying to qualify, you are free to play in as many as you want. What's a good Bretonia build versus vampire counts? 5 Grail Reliques as a start, because they're obviously OP. Probably, if you want to do well versus accounts. If you want to do well versus accounts as Bretonia, before it was sort of a cavalry, you might go for like a bunch of Grail Knights before, and Fey Enchantress and Blob, try and out-mortis them. I don't think that works nearly as well anymore. Maybe an archer heavy style. That would lose to the chaff though. I would say, oh jeez. Maybe you could still pull off a Grail Knight style. So like 3 Grail Knights, Fey Enchantress, double Paladin. You have a front line of Battle Pilgrims. Maybe 1 Grail Leak if you're feeling spicy, or just more Battle Pilgrims if you want to be smart. And then a Dwellers Below on the Crypt Horrors to try and kill them before they heal. The problem is that you need something to kill off the Corpse Carts. And if you're killing off the Corpse Carts, Bretonia's best answer for that is... not much, really. Not much. Like, you could try to just out-mortis their infantry, but that is a very difficult task. That is a very, very difficult task. Trebs and fire archers spam, and cavalry and no infantry go. Trebs and fire archer spam. So, how long does it take an archer or a trebuchet to kill a unit of skeletons? Because the thing is, skeletons match in price 2-to-1 or 1-to-1. If the skeletons never die, you will just be shooting for 10 minutes, and then you will have lost the game. Yep. I guess technically you'd have cavalry, right? I don't know. Maybe like an ultra-wide build with like Battle Pilgrims and Foot Squires. Maybe like you do that, and then you use that to grind out the vampire counts, because they can't go wide and heal at the same time. Then like Fey Enchantress Paladin to snipe out their characters. Maybe? Maybe some of that? I feel like I like the Grail Knight spam better. I love Bretonia in Warhammer 2. Then I tried to play them in 3 and hated it. Turns out I love Bretonia in SFO. Oh no. Have we seen any Grail Relic spam yet? We have seen 0 Grail Relics. We have seen actually 0 Bretonia. Not a single Bretonian game. It's actually more or less the same meta that we've always seen. Norska units versus vampire counts. This. Subutai's a beast. Subutai's a beast. He knows what he's doing. We're seeing War Mammoth, War Shrine, loads of Berserkers, loads of Marauders, and Burning Head. Berserkers are the bane of mass infantry vampire counts. So the plan is basically, he's like, you're going to spam infantry? I'm going to spam anti-infantry. And I don't care if you can fight me. I'm a straight up murder your face. Like, Berserkers trade so ungodly well against skeleton spears that they will... It's basically like you're just throwing free money into the meat grinder, right? The Bank of Kemmler, guys. The Bank of Kemmler. You just watch. If Subutai loses this, I will be so sad. But yeah, this is a Bank of Kemmler situation. So he basically just keeps sending his Berserkers in. And if he just doesn't, you know, have them get charged by Crypt Horrors 24/7, he should be fine. Of course, he has the Burning Head. And it's basically just like saying, if you're going, like, he's saying, like, if you're going for a stall tactic, I'm just going to go super high DPS and then win. The risk is if the vampire count starts bringing proper units, he runs into bigger issues. If vampire counts start fielding, like, cavalry and such, Norska will have a much harder time. But that's sort of why the mammoths are there. The mammoths are great for clearing up the sort of larger cavalry-based styles. Though it would be a little bit sketchy if there were like Blood Knights here. But this is just sort of a hard read on the common styles that you see. For people who want to see more elite units, this is basically what you go. Some mid-tier and then a couple elites. Of course, Wolfric on a mammoth too. Should be pretty good for Norska. I don't think they're too worried. Nice play from Subutai. Looks like he's going to be doing the classic 2-split. You want to really capture this territory against slower factions because it forces their reinforcement points to travel this distance, this entire distance, And you only have to travel this distance. As you can see visually, the enemy has to travel almost twice the distance to fight on this point. It is massive. As for the vampire counts, also going for the split, more risky. In fact, Subutai changing his decision. More risky for the vampire counts, as they are more prone to getting split apart. You know, if they're not getting their regeneration going as well. It's a little bit sus. Loads of skelly spears. Couple skeleton warriors. We got the necromancer. Some crypt horrors. Nothing crazy. Great coverage and feedback. Well, thank you. I'm just taking it easy today, though. Campaign exclusive units are banned in multiplayer, as they are not balanced in the slightest. Now, Norska, interesting choice, actually going all in on the high ground. We'll see if Subutai decides to rotate onto the low ground or just battering at Ram over here. Depends on where he smells the blood. Corpse carts will take ages to transition from point number 3 to point number 2. So I'd be a little bit worried for the vampire counts. Though they do have time, you know. Excuse me, with the crypt horrors. Seems like this is actually the exact same build we saw earlier taken against Empire. While it is pretty good against Empire, I would not rate this build super highly when it comes to fighting against Norska. Norska's very happy to take an infantry fight. Some juicy burning heads, yes, potentially. Could grind through the skeletons very quickly. At 180 HP, or entities. About 160 divided by 9760. Whoops. 9760 divided by 160. 61 HP per skeleton. An overcast burning head will deal about 1/3 damage if it plows through the unit. Maybe even more. Overcast burning head is 20 damage, or did that get changed? No, normal burning head is 20 damage. Overcast will take half HP off of skeletons if it hits all the entities. On top of that, crumbling will trigger. And the faster they die, the less regeneration they get. It's a pretty interesting build so far. Looks like Norska's just settling in for their one capture point. This is the more of a trading-based play style, at least in terms of what the factions typically want to do. So I would expect Norska to be pretty happy about taking a solid fight here. Capture point's going to be unlocking soon with the double infantry to capture it very quickly. Vampire Count's build doesn't have much versus Mammoth. The Crypt Horrors are decent versus Mammoths. They'll sort of be countering each other. But here we go. The battle commences. Seems like the Mammoths are just going to be trying to cycle charge some zombies. The infantry take to the flanks, and another unit of Crypt Horrors gets summoned. Even more, 2 Crypt Horrors. Pretty scary versus a Berserker build. But let's not forget, a single unit of Javelins could completely turn this around. Second unit of Javelins. Beautiful answers for the Crypt Horrors. They just have to be able to continue firing. They have to be a little bit careful that Kemmler doesn't summon on top of them. Looks like Wolfric getting a little bit too aggressive. Takes a tiny bit of damage. Barely escapes the Crypt Horrors. Looks like he will be able to make it out of there. So a decent, you know, mini charge. But overall, the loss in vigor for Norska might not really be worth dealing damage to zombies. It sort of depends on what they value more, right? Do they value the vampire counts taking damage, or do they value trading well? Because sometimes you don't really care how much damage you're taking. If you're dealing enough damage, you know, once you army wipe your opponent, you're basically set. And a nice trade at the beginning, just sending in some Marauders against Skeleton Spears. These guys trade great into them. You can see the massive difference in stats, especially melee attack. Marauders will trade very well against Skeletons. Though the Mammoths do continue getting pushed back, and the Berserkers have not yet been activated. Norska being pretty slow about their advance here. Looks like they don't want to be too aggressive. Just being very safe about this engagement, taking the sort of easy pickings where they can. This does buy vampire count to summon more units. We'll see if the vampire counts do get army wiped with this sort of delayed engagement. We are seeing some zombie summons getting dropped too. Spears actually disengaging because they know that the zombies, if they stay in combat, they'll probably take more damage. And these guys will crumble anyways. They know they probably won't kill zombies. So they're sort of fine disengaging there. And over here, Crypt Horrors moving on in. Counter charge from the Berserkers up. Both massive damage to each other. I think Berserkers, they might do well here. I haven't actually tested this out myself, but it'll be interesting to see. And wow, Berserkers chunking a quarter HP with a Javelin Volley. Crypt Horrors looking kinda weak in this situation. Norska very happy about this situation. As for Wolfric, he's going to be pushing all the way over here on the low ground with a whack load of capture weight. Pretty nice rotation, but the vampire counts are counter-rotating to try and counter this situation. On the high ground, Norska making great use of the fact that the vampire counts don't have very good mobile units, and is basically just taking infantry fights and using the javelins to get kills. He's also spread out quite wide in the front line, and that's going to make it where the vampire counts are barely healing. You know, these frontline zombies aren't really doing much, so that's going pretty well. But over here, vampire counts have dramatically secured this location. More than enough capture weight, loads of spears, skeletons, crypt horrors. Norska can't really win here. Yeah, not with the Dire Pact, unless there's like some massive plays from the Skin Wolves, which you never know, there might be. Solid surround on the Vargulf, looking pretty good over there. And back over here, Burning Head drops, but sort of whiffs. Now, Norska's still doing great on this flank. Their javelins are completely protected. This is what I mean. If you're having a problem with mass chaff builds, bring high trading mid-tier infantry and a couple guys with ranged. Mass chaff builds do not have the greatest plays versus. And over here, we're seeing skeletons. So getting torn apart by the Marauders. You know, honestly, if these Marauder Berserkers continue to get good damage, they might be able to do well. The leadership is still just barely high enough to have the frenzy, but that does drop, which means that they lose their melee attack. Gonna be a massive hit to the leadership. Could be rough for them, although Wolfric is giving a beat down to the Vargul. It's gonna be a longer fight, but Norska might be able to eventually trade here. See the numbers going maybe slightly in the favor of Norska, because vampire counts haven't gotten too much healing yet. Over here, the War Shrine providing leadership in the blob to make sure that their frenzy can stay active for any berserkers, and also just keeping them fighting for much longer. Overall, it's looking pretty nice for Norska over here in this fight, especially because the javelins are just getting so much darn value. And on the low ground, seems like Norska actually did take the dreaded good engagement. Double Skin Wolf against the Vargulf gets annihilated before it can make use of its insane amounts of hunger healing. That is a huge loss for the vampire counts, and just a full wrap over here with the berserkers. Vampire counts really not fielding any cavalry, continuing to spam skeletons. Really gonna be making things a little bit sketch. They don't really have a lot of answers for these berserkers, and you can see already 80 kills on these guys. Berserk activated, intensity 90%, gives them 20% physical resist. These berserkers are having the time of their lives. They are so happy about this. And not a single Mortis engine yet to be seen. Just kidding, there it is. First Mortis engine drops, but it is a little bit late. And it won't be arriving too soon to punish this blob. Berserkers very happy there. Skin Wolf's also doing great. Meanwhile, back over here, the vampire counts with the chaff spam, doing a pretty good job at holding the line. But their capture point is starting to get stolen now. And while Crypt Horrors are good, alone, they're not really that massive. You can see, you know, they're grinding the infantry a tiny bit. But it's just one Crypt Horror. Like, every infantry engagement is going great for the Norskins. Look at these Marauders, right? They basically have the mark of Slanesh already. 9% physical resist fighting these guys. Insane leadership buffs. They are very, very happy fighting over there. What does this give? It also gives yeah, leadership and melee attack. Absolutely massive. Look at these berserkers too. Maximum leadership, 63 melee attack. 63 melee attack in this blob. They are grinding things down, but the dreaded Mortis engine does show up, and we do have to keep in mind the actual amount of javelins here is limited to 2 with a single unit of doggos. There are not a lot of javelins, and Mortis engines are pretty brutal. Slams right into the blob, starts healing this, and now it's getting a little bit sketchier for Norska. In the meantime, vampire counts are also holding the low ground, but Norska's fighting on 2 fronts. If they can capture even one of these areas, they are quite happy, but it's a little bit sketchy. You know, pushing over here means that vampire counts can reinforce very quickly. So I'd be a little bit afraid. Unless this Mortis engine goes down very fast, but look at that. It's getting a little bit sus. Mortis Engine doing great. The Vargulf managed to barely stay alive. Did not die to Wolfric. And that is going to spell doom for our poor Norskin player here. Wolfric getting chased off by the Vargulf. And I think the Vampire Counts might have done a bit of a turnaround. Vampire Counts starting to field some of these much more elite troops. Bringing them in to counter this sort of very vulnerable Norskin build against elite troops. And the Berserkers go down. The range get engaged on. And that looks like it's going to be a rout for Norska. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Norska. Not the best situation for them. Not the best situation. Mortis Engines are terrifying if you don't have the answer for them. And not having enough range to deal with that was brutal. Now another Burning Head does drop. Norska will continue to grind out in this location. But is the fight going to go super great? Honestly, it's starting to shift slightly in the favor of the Vampire Counts. With the Javelins out of ammunition now, and still a unit of Crypt Horrors to beat up the Mammoth, it's not going exactly the best. Unit of Berserkers get routed off, and now Norska resorting to Plan B. Rotating their forces over here to this point. Now this is going to commit the Norskan forces to a disadvantaged battle due to the distance. Gonna be a little bit sketch. Vampire Counts did do a great defense here. And potentially, Norska could try to catch out the Vampire Counts while they try to rotate. As one possible option for them. In the meantime, they could also try to just try to kill some key priority threats. You know, maybe kill off the Foot Kemmler. Maybe kill off the Necromancers. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts. All he needed was to bring out the right counters. Honestly, Norska, I feel like Norska, you know, there's still no cavalry. Norska really does want, like, some javelins or skirmish cavalry, but they did get nerfed recently. Brutal time. Brutal time for Norska. Vampire Counts now pulling over here. Burning Head drops, but unfortunately, a single Burning Head probably is not going to cut it. I don't know how I feel about the Skin Wolves either. He didn't kill, not killing off that Vargulf was pretty brutal, but they will continue to regenerate throughout this battle. But once again, similar issue. He let his opponent heal cap with the corpse carts. The unholy lodestone spam. So unholy. So unholy. Does manage to keep them alive. Yeah, and the crumbling. Fun fact, unholy lodestones out-heal crumbling, so I don't think the Vampire Count's got to worry about that. Yeah. Now, he does manage to catch out the Vampire Counts in their rotation, does send in a couple Skin Wolves onto the Crypt Horrors. Gets a little bit of damage off. Gonna be slamming in. Is it gonna massacre them? Probably not. Probably not, though it's decent, you know, these guys do have bonus versus large. They don't really need the armor piercing. Slightly advantage perhaps, but looks like Wolfric's gonna be getting massacred. The Fimir Bale Fiend sort of getting wrecked. And there we go, Vampire Counts take the W. Subutai getting massacred by the Vampire Counts. I feel like his initial position was okay, but giving up the low ground is a bad idea. Attacking on both flanks sort of didn't really work for him there. And the Vampire Counts, once again, proving apparently the heal blob is too much. I feel like Subutai definitely could have won that, though. I think I'd probably cut the Mammoth and get some skirmishers. Especially if you're seeing, like, 0 Blood Knights. More Berserkers take the fight faster against the Vampire Counts, focus in one area. Regardless, though. Regardless, Vampire Counts, nice plays, kept his core tools safe, especially that Vargulf, barely surviving, probably swung the entire fight. Pretty good match, though. I enjoyed it. Let's get the armor blocker up. Man, Gianni, though. Gianni, sort of crushing it. Come on, Subutai, you got this. Nice dodges on the Burning Head. There was also a nice dodge on the Burning Head. I don't think that's what won the game, though. I think it was sort of a bonus. And maybe the Norskin nerfs to the Marauder Horsemen really dissuaded him from taking things that could kill stuff like the Vargulfs and the Corpse Carts. Wouldn't more Berserkers mean more units to kill with the Mortis Engine? I'm not telling you to send your Berserkers into the Mortis Engine. It's like say like it's like doesn't more infantry mean that you will have more units dying to Burning Head? The whole play is to have more berserkers to avoid the Mortis engine. You go very wide berserker builds, and then you just take quick engagements and sort of yeah, basically that. You want to take very, very fast engagements. Yeah. Here's the thing, a Mortis engine can only be in one place at a time. That's the general idea of how you peel apart the vampire counts. Man, these games make me want to play. I want to play now. I'm backseating too much. That was a crazy Mortis engine, though. Massive, massive damage. Average demons are so much stronger than the average undead, though. Lawson Coleman. Lawson Coleman. You don't say that in the multiplayer community. They will have your head. They will have your head if you say the average demon is stronger than the average undead. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Demons are... Demons... Here. Demons are actually very much ranked as weaker than undead by basically everyone who can do well in tournaments right now. Basically anybody. Everybody, alright? Like, I'm not saying you can't state your opinion. I'm just saying, you go up to anybody in the high level meta right now and you're like, hey, Demons of Chaos, bro. How about we play some Demons of Chaos into vampire accounts? I'll play as the vampire accounts because they're weak. You're gonna get slapped, man. You're gonna get slapped. Nobody's gonna play with you with that. Nobody's gonna want to do that matchup, man. You don't. You just don't. You don't. Oh my gosh. That is just wow. Wow, man. Oh my gosh. This is brutal. Turin out there trying. Is Turin playing Demons of Chaos? I heard that he was playing some Demons of Chaos, I think. I think Undead, though, you can win against them. I think Undead are definitely strong, but, like, I don't have as much problems fighting against Undead. I think what you need to do is you really want to be on, like, you're on the clock, right? So you want high DPS, and you want to kill them very fast. Turin played a crap ton of Demons of Chaos. Yeah, I want to play against his Demons of Chaos. I need to start playing multiplayer again just so I can tell people how wrong they are about the meta. That's the only reason I have to play multiplayer now. I feel like everybody is wrong and I'm right, but I'm not actually putting my foot down because I'm not allowed to play in these qualifiers. I want to... That's what I really want, alright? Too many people are polluting the meta. They're polluting their meta with these weird ideas. With these weird ideas about Demons of Chaos being worse than vampire accounts. When people on ladder try to mimic Turin's Demons of Chaos style, it doesn't really work, I would imagine. It's Turin, man. Only Turin knows how to make weird factions work. Like Luminarchs, like weird units like Luminarchs. Turin's the only man I know that can actually bring meme units, and it actually looks good. I don't know how. I don't know how. It's his, like, secret super ability. He has to be hacking. He has to be hacking or something. I don't know. Demons make me angry because it's so cool but so bad. Yeah. Although Be'lakor is pretty cool. You know, Be'lakor's hype. Definitely not saying demons are stronger in the meta. More that crumbling being better than banishment makes sense to me because of relevant power per unit. Oh, I see. So tell me you were just being very reasonable and I was overreacting to a statement. That never happens with me. As a man who skims chat. That is true, yes. Although overall, yeah. That makes sense, yeah. Falcon is the master. Okay, yeah, of course it's Falcon too, but even Falcon was like... Falcon wasn't spamming Luminarchs and stuff. Like, Turin goes like tier 5 meme. Falcon sort of went tier 2 or tier 3 meming. You know, he would bring Dread Saurians before they were cool. And he's also retired now, so, you know, he can't say anything. You know? What's Falcon gonna do? Show up and beat me in a tournament? I think not. All good, though? I should be more specific. No, no, no. Always blame the streamer, man. You can't be so humble. I don't actually physically function when my chat is this humble. It just doesn't work. I can't just harass you on my footstool, all right? On my little soapbox here, and you just be like, "Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry, man." Like, you can't do that. You just can't do that. Come on. You gotta, like, throw some punches, man. Tell me that I suck. Do something. I can't do this. I can't live with this. Don't let me just be the villain and be the good guy. I need some antagonistic chat. I'm like freaking out right now. Thank you, Autumn Chan. Woo! We got there. We got there. Screw you too, Autumn Chan. Yeah, I need chat to keep me in check, alright? Sometimes I throw out some random takes just because I like just talking about random stuff. I need to know if I'm just saying stuff that is actually super controversial and that I should be thinking deeper about the topic. I feel like that's the only way I can, you know, I can grow and be a better person. I need you guys to keep me in check. If I ever run around saying that, you know, Cathay is good, you tell me I'm wrong, alright? You tell me I'm wrong. Subutai's picking Cathay. They're terrible. Cathay's not good. Careful what you ask for. What? I'm asking for chat to keep me in check. That's pretty normal. How many times did you lose the Sword of Cain? I don't want to talk about it. Enticity. Only you can win with Lizardman while picking a Coatl. It is destiny. Dude, I should try out the Coatls. You know the feathers got fixed? Yeah, anyone gonna play Lizardman today? Cathay's very good. Cathay is good. Oh, right, calm down, chat. Calm down. Calm down, chat. Cathay good. Peh. My gosh. How dare you? Cathay good? Oh, right, you want to go? Are you really ready to watch Subutai lose 2-0 right now? And if he wins, it's because Gianni sucks, alright? That's the only explanation. I accept nothing else except for that. Cathay number 1. Cathay is really strong in land battles because they have one of the strongest front lines in the game. But they're really bad without their units supporting each other. And they're also really, really bad at securing points. So what you find is if you trade evenly into Cathay in the early game, you can generally beat them in the late game. The problem, the biggest hurdle that you have to deal with is the early game trading. Name your main. I don't know what I mean right now. I haven't played that much multiplayer. But yeah, the biggest hurdle is being able to trade up in the early game. And if you screw up your micro even a bit and you get shot to pieces, it's over. So you have to be very, very careful about it. And that's sort of the main problem that they pose. The big thing about Cathay is that they have really... They can trade really, really well in the right circumstances. So I'm interested to see what Gianni goes for. Excuse me, it's Grand Cathay, not Cathay. It's minor Cathay. It's super weak Cathay. There's a reason I haven't called them Grand Cathay, alright? I'll give them the Grand Cathay title when they've earned it. Maybe I just don't know how to play Cathay. Is that it? Has anyone watched Turin streams recently? Has Cathay just been crushing it? I've seen some situations where Cathay does well. They probably do quite well in a ranged battle, perhaps. Racist. Skill issue. Can't expect to play Cathay well. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Maybe we're just goofing. Maybe I'm just like a goofball Cathay player, you know? I'm like making infantry. The actual build is only artillery. Hype. Actually, though, what's your favorite Cathay build, chat? Do you like crane gunners? What's this? Medley? What is this medley you speak of? Archer spam. That's how I go in campaign. Cathay has no dogs. Bottom tier confirmed. Now, Common Pope. That's the man. No, Pepe. Common Pepe. That's the guy I can get behind. Sky Lantern spam. Wide Cathay with Iron Hail Gunners. I can see that on Death Pass. On Death Pass, Cathay has probably the most advantaged matchup they can pull together. Crane Gunners are pure pain, yeah. Crane Gunners are nice. People like the Crane Gunners. Cathay is upper mid. Wow. I'm gonna watch right now. If Gianni plays basically perfectly and loses anyways, I guess chat's right. I think with the range, they can counter a lot of factions. Interesting. I want to play against some Cathay now. I feel like I want to play against some factions. I should do more wind farming streams on my training gym. That's what I should do. I should do wind farming streams on the training gym. Skaven Mimic Grand Cathay. Nah, Grand Cathay doesn't have poison Globadiers, man. Big diff. Globadiers are carrying Skaven for a while. Wait till the Cathay lore drops. Oh no, but people are saying before the Cathay lore drops, it'll be great. People are already saying the #1, man. Frog Cannon. I feel like if you're saying that, you're on my side. I miss your wind farming streams. We'll get there eventually. Wood tier. Wood tier, best tier. Love it when you play multiplayer. Yeah, I want to get some like proper training streams, you know? I should do like a wind farming stream against ODM. And to see if wind farms his own clan. And I'm just like pounding my clanmates into the dust. There's been a problem in clan ODM recently where they haven't been able to find a lot of training. So I don't know what the power level of people in ODM are right now. Definitely under 9,000, that's for sure. Paid actors, all of them. Alright, obese chicken. 1v1 me right now, IRL. 1v1 me IRL. If I knock you unconscious, Cathay sucks, okay? It'll show like how much vigor we have in our beliefs. It's like anime, right? So the more I believe Cathay sucks, the stronger I am. Make ODM lift. It's level 3 wind farmer. Yeah, I should do like some clan wind farm. The thing is, I really want to finish this France campaign. I really want to finish this France campaign. As in, I am like itching. Any moment I'm not playing the France campaign, I'm literally thinking about it right now. I'm thinking about how I kill off Vlad's last 2 settlements. I'm like, man, what build do I get for the dwarves? What should my dwarf build be? I'm not even thinking about this tournament, chat. I'm addicted. I'm addicted. What do I do? That's a lot of catapults. I missed it. How many catapults? Is it a mass artillery greenskin build? And to see the nation is calling you? Let me summon the elector counts. Hello, Master Yesser. Hello. Happy to have you here. You just doubled the messages on Twitch chat because I always forget to look at Twitch. Luminarch stack. Luminarch stack. Took me a second to process what that was because I build so few Luminarchs. Here we go. For the forces of Cathay. The balloon. The balloon. Sick. Infantry. Crane gun. No, Iron Hail Gunners. Zhao Ming. Look at that isometric view. You don't watch Warhammer like this. Yo, I should do an isometric battle. So like, I play Warhammer, but I'm only allowed to look at like this, right? That would be crazy. Yo, someone suggested a challenge, Enticity challenge, where I play with the tactical map. Also hilarious. I think equally hilarious. I need to get back on the Enticity challenge things. We're gonna get back into everything as soon as I'm done the France campaign. Yeah, Zhao Ming, he has the breath attack. Alright, it's nothing special. This is pretty cool though, warding iron. 5% ward save, how hype. Now the greenskins have gone for a bit of a different option. They don't care about anything except for lobbing rocks at the Cathay infantry. It's true. Greenskins do have... they don't trade super well into Cathay mass infantry styles. So I think what he wants to do is just soften them up with the rock lobbers and then clean them up with the greenskins. We'll see how this goes. Here's my prediction. If the greenskins trade evenly with Cathay in the early game, I think greenskins will start dominating in the late game. I still full well believe that Cathay syndrome exists, though I will admit I've been out of the meta for a while, so I'm willing to be wrong if I see it being proven wrong. No chat explanations, alright? People can talk the talk. I want to walk the walk, chat. Let's see the wall. Let's see the wall in chat. Tactical map is horrible for micro. It's pretty bad for micro, yeah. Does it even show your units if you go like this? I don't know. Anyways. Cathay could lose this, yeah. The balloon is an interesting pick. I don't know what he plans to do with this sky junk. It has to kill 3 units of orc boys to pay for itself. What is Cathay syndrome? Cathay syndrome is the ability. Cathay syndrome is their super weak late game. So they start to run. Their faction basically stops functioning in the late game because their infantry tend to get really beat up. And if you don't de-summon them, your only option to summon in the late game is nothing. Because you only have 4 units of cavalry that are actually good, 4 Jade Lancers. Peasant Horsemen are not amazing cavalry, right? You bring in artillery, they do a bit of damage. But then because you guys route off so slowly due to their 28 speed, fun fact, Plague Bearers are basically the same speed as Jade Warriors. Except Plague Bearers crumble, so they actually go away quickly. And with all these factors combined, Cathay really just runs out of good things to summon in the late game. Their late game can be atrocious, absolutely atrocious, if you do not babysit the faction extremely well. And there's a bunch of minor pitfalls, and things just start crumbling apart. You know, you get no harmony because you can't get your gun line set up. Your infantry without harmony start dying. Your range will take forever to make the transition to the front line. And then you're stuck summoning, like, you know, a random terracotta sentinel. Now, so far, it's going pretty well. Greenskin sort of just tanking shots right now, taking loads of damage. Pretty brutal for them. But they do go for the double cap. We see 2 nasty skulkers on the flank points. Cathay's going to have to spread out. Kislev has the same issue. Yeah, Kislev has a sort of similar issue, but they do have kite tools like the wagons, like the war sleds. So they suffer a little bit less than Cathay. But there we go. There we go. Orc boys routed off. What's this? 400 gold unit? There's no 400 gold unit for Cathay, though. You mean 500? Yeah, wagons. I'm playing too much Frains. I'm calling them wagons. Now, overall, right now, greenskins are in a sketch position. Orc, boy, big guns. No savage orcs yet, despite the buffs to savage orcs. Missile spell on Zhao. Gonna be trying to pummel him. So far, greenskins are taking a pretty... Oh, actually, greenskins are up in trading. Whoa, I totally missed it, but somehow the Righteous Lances got wrecked. I don't know what just happened. Righteous Lances got annihilated. Was it a unit of cavalry, or did they just get friendly fired? What happened? Oh, I'm a bad caster, chat. What happened to the Righteous Lances? Why are they at 1/4 HP? Did they just get friendly fired? Peasant Archers? Alright, calm down. Peasant Horsemen? Alright, calm down. Alright, you know what? I'm willing to chalk that up to the fact that I don't play Cathay, and I was wrong, chat. I was wrong. I was thinking about frontline infantry, because we're talking about harmony. I guess technically the horsemen, though. Anyways. Righteous Lances do get a bit of work done before they're on their way out, though. They do route off the big guns. Fairly big play. Greenskins trading up. And now Cathay's in a pretty sus position. Full surround over here on all of these guys. The middle point's not capturing, but the greenskins do have a double cap. And now the nasty skulkers are in. So here's the thing, chat. Greenskins are trading even. I'm gonna put my money down now. Cathay loses this battle. I'm gonna call it right now. Cathay loses this battle due to Cathay syndrome. I'm calling it. Celestial Dragon Guard also 400. What? Artillery value? Artillery are doing pretty great so far. Almost across the board, these rock lobbers are doing very good. Minus the debuffs on this. The Hammer of Gork doing great too. So Cathay have defended the initial wave, But now you can see the lines are a little bit beat up. Nice breath attack on the nasty skulkers though. They get routed off. But the problem is, can Cathay consolidate their forces? The initial trade is done. Their front line is at half HP. And now they have to decide what to summon. We're seeing Jade Lancers getting summoned, fairly common. But over here, the Orc Boys, the Cavalry, Squig Herd, annihilating these Jade Lancers. Looks like they'll be out of the picture. Pretty sketch over there. And they have to make some sort of play towards these flank points now, you know? It was a solid victory in the middle, but can they do more? They haven't been able to play Cathay since launch? Dang. A lot of people say they're good. Would you have expected so many catapults though? Oh yeah, like the catapults are really bringing this back. Despite the bad trading here, what the catapults do is that they bring the Jade Warriors down to low HP. And Cathay doesn't really have any more Jade Warriors to summon. Although they did actually spec into Halberds. But Halberds don't really have the best stats in the world. Look at this, 24 melee attack. They will lose versus basically any infantry fight. But given the amount of greenskin cavalry, potentially, we might see that. Oh my gosh. Oh, the Iron Hail Gunners. Nasty volley on the Orc Board Chariots. Nice play. Orc Board Chariots barely get in there before it looks like they will be shot up and routed. Unfortunately, though, for Cathay, Squig Herd jumping in there. The Zoomies. Squig Herd charge onto the infantry. Very brutal. And the cavalry going to be moving into another nice sweep on the Iron Hail Gunners, getting massacred. More Squig Hoppers in the distance. Pretty brutal. A triple collapse on Cathay. It's almost like they have some sort of disease. Possibly a syndrome. Where once their front line gets beat up, they just don't have the support to defend their range. How very interesting. Watch, Greenskins just lose this. I'm so ready for the Greenskins to just straight up lose, but it's looking pretty sketch. Most of their Jade Warriors are getting more and more beat up right now. And another summon of Halberds. Okay, very interesting. This is an interesting tech to try and swerve around potential Cathay syndromeness. Jade Warriors to actually have more infantry to summon in instead of, like, you know, artillery and cavalry spam. And they are actually catching out the cavalry. Perhaps I've been mistaken. Perhaps the Jade Warriors are the hidden secret. It's not like Greenskins have that much infantry here. And Cathay evening up the score. How interesting. Cathay's the only faction you played since launch. Dang. So many flashing unit icons. There are a lot of routing Greenskins, it's true, on the verge of routing. Another very big play too. Wurzag getting caught up. But we run into a problem now. Cathay has no infantry on point. Cathay has a unit of Iron Hail Gunners. The Squig Herd ignoring the Iron Hail Gunners. The BM Squig Herd. They're just running past. I don't know what's going on with these guys. They actually just straight up ignored them. Run over here, park, and do nothing. Interesting strategy from the armor missile resist Squig Herd. Over here, the mass cavalry actually winning now with the Jade Warriors. A nice play, a nice play. Surrounding them, Orc big guns. Now, these are big guns. They do not have charge defense, but they do have anti-large. So, it's going to be very painful there for the cavalry. And Cathay, it seems like it's going to be a trade. Greenskins with the Squig Herd. These guys are great because of said missile resist. Gonna be diving on the Iron Hail Gunners. Shut them down. Greenskins, though, starting to trade down pretty dramatically. And they've yet to secure the middle point. Their artillery pieces, not finding as many targets nowadays with all of the fighting going on. But the Greenskins will be able to capture the middle, leaving them with a fairly solid victory ticket lead for a minor deficit in points. We'll see. This is going to be a close one. This is going to be a close one. A bit of a forgotten cavalry unit over here. A little bit unfortunate, but it looks like Wurzag did actually live and has not yet died. Very nice for him, as it means that the Greenskins will be able to maintain their leadership and a capture of the middle. Infantry, big guns, fighting the Jade Warriors. Big guns. Fun fact, big guns are not large. They're just called big. They like to refer to themselves as big guns, but are not actually big. And the fighting continues. Looks like Zhao Ming, though, looking for some blood, diving in towards the Greenskins, trying to get some work done. Squig Herd clear out the infantry here, and the Greenskins still have the back point. And as it stands right now, we are getting close to where Cathay has to triple cap. Not insanely close, but we are getting there at some point. Wurzag, though, getting annihilated. This could be huge. A single hit could potentially shatter Warzag. But oh my gosh, the cavalry. The cavalry dive on in on Zhao, but he lands the hit. He lands the hit, and Warzag takes a nasty, nasty hit, all the way down to 400 HP. Zhao, of course, does take a pretty massive beating himself, though. Big Gun Cavalry with their crazy anti-large terrifying. And meanwhile, in the middle, it looks like Cathay doing pretty well. Recapturing the Jade Warrior Halberds, actually doing quite well for themselves. But will it be enough? The capture is done, and Cathay has the lead. My goodness, is Cathay actually a good faction? What is going on? Do I have to reevaluate my worldview? Cavalry getting caught up by the halberds, not having a great target. Zhao Ming gonna be barely surviving, and if we take a look at Warzag, he's gone. Warzag's running for the hills. No, Greenskins going for a bit of a flank play now. Double nasty Skulker summon on the left flank, trying to get a recapture of the 2 points. Of course, their artillery pieces possibly could desummon too, but if Warzag routes off, that's a huge, massive leadership hit, and there we go. Warzag is gone. Warzag is off the battlefield. And what does Cathay have to say for themselves? A unit of peasant spearmen. Nice. Nice, solid peasant spearmen unit gonna be flooding on in. And here's the big question. We have some orc boys over here. You know, they're fighting the Jade Lancers. We have some Squig Herd also fighting the cavalry. But we're noticing that there's quite a bit of infantry here. Meanwhile, the Greenskins are down to Lord. They have their artillery pieces, but they don't really have anything for Zhao Ming. Nasty Skulkers too. They don't have they don't have expendable, so they can capture these points quite quickly. But with the support of Zhao Ming, color me skeptical. Color me skeptical. I think a worldview is changing, chat. Is the Jade Warrior spam the solution? You're gonna run out of infantry, just spam Jade Warriors into their cavalry? Apparently it works. And look at that Zhao Ming with the instant terror out on the nasty Skulkers. Off the battlefield right away. That's a solid extra 1,000 gold lead. And I think they've done it. They're broken. They're broken. Cathay doing pretty good. Look at that. Solid secure of the front line. More infantry, no cavalry. Greenskins on the back foot. They have but a single unit of Orc Warboys. A summon of the Chariots comes onto the battlefield. Cavalry's going to be trying to make a play. Diving in towards the center. Possibly looking to either shut down this cavalry or the Iron Hail Gunners. Looks like they do get stopped by the Jade Lancers. But look at that halberd play. The big halberd play moving on in. However, the counter charge of the Chariots. How will the Orc Boy Chariots do? It seems like... okay, they actually just move forwards. They just move forwards and instead probably chasing the Iron Hail Gunners. No, honestly, not a terrible play. Over here on the flank, Cathay does hold though, so it looks like it will come down to a big fight in the center. The nasty Skulker distraction generally being a bad trade for the Greenskins, not able to peel apart that flank. And the Chariots are in. They plow through the infantry, but let's not forget, it is anti-large infantry versus the Orc Boy Big Guns. Almost the best situation ever. Look at that massive melee attack at 24 on top of the plus 17 bonus versus large. Gonna be shrekking that cavalry like no one's business. Greenskins falling dramatically behind on value given how small the armies are. Minus 2,000 deficit is pretty massive, and I think they've done it. I think they've done it. Today. Today we've learned, indeed, whenever I put my money down on a bet, always vote opposite. Look at that. Cathay with some solid plays winning it. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. We could always blame the players, but it was pretty solid. It was pretty solid. Maybe a few misplays here and there, but the mass infantry. I feel like the Jade Warrior Halberds. Maybe that's the way. Maybe you just spam Jade Warriors. That's how you keep up the infantry. Not a single infantry unit lost. And the Cathayans take the W. What is this build? What is this build? This was one of the more exciting games for me today. Halberds. Halberds. Did these guys actually do well? I think they did. Opting for, yes, a massive amount of infantry and the reinforcements. You can see they almost all got summoned too. So Jade Warriors, all the cavalry, the Longbow ROR of course, and then a bunch of peasants. The spiciest pick was this artillery piece. As for the greenskins, the rock lobbers actually did great. The rock lobbers got their value back. On top of these summons, not a terrible choice. But in the end, the cavalry sort of flubbed. Take a look at this. Chariots, not much with the halberds running around. Squig hoppers, almost nothing. I think honestly the cavalry really let the greenskins down. Halberds too powerful. GG, well played. 1-1. Long buzz. Very true. The Longma Riders. Pretty hype, pretty hype. Maybe I'll have to try it out. Spam some halberd infantry now. Have I just been educated? Was I just bashing Cathay and Subutai was like, sit down, Enticity. Today's not the day you bash on my faction. Today's the day I show the world what Cathay truly is meant to do. As I gotta say, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Lots of Iron Hill Gunners. I know, I'm already sitting down. He just pushed me down further. The brutality. That was a great game, though. I actually really like that Cathay build. It avoided the Cathay syndrome. It really did. The mass infantry reinforcements. I wonder if different builds would do better. Like if greenskins decided to go more of a sort of wider front line. Or if greenskins decided to go for less of a cavalry focus. What if they shut down the Iron Hills a little bit better with their own cavalry? The chariots had survived. RTK power. Very true. Would have taken more peasant archers. Peasant archers probably wouldn't have had too many targets there in that battle specifically. Because the Iron Hill Gunners actually killed the chariots, which was the big play. Don't take chariots into Cathay, they aren't good. The chariots didn't do very good either, it's true. Though, I wonder what the greenskins would have taken as an alternative. Maybe more infantry, maybe attack the flank points more. What would be their standard anti-cavalry, too? I guess I could take Orc Archer Boys, maybe, but I think greenskins want infantry style. Black Orcs, and just ignore the Iron Hail Gunners. He did have 5 Iron Hails, though, and a War Balloon. I think Black Orcs would have been a risque pick. I guess you could go for... Skirmishers are probably a no, right? No skirmishers. Rogue Idols. Just Rogue Idol rush the Iron Hails. It is really funny. If you go really heavy on the single entities and just rush down their guns, it can work out pretty well. Trolls for the middle point. Trolls on that map is pretty prone to getting routed off, though. I forgot. There's Mountains of Morn in this map pool. Why is there Mountains of Morn? This is why I like hosting my own tournaments. I get to make it exactly how I want it. And then other people complain about it. That's what I prefer. Big guns. The big guns were pretty great. Yeah, I feel like more big guns would have done pretty good. Especially because Cathay either chooses to send in, what, their halberds or their cavalry. Neither of which will do great versus big guns. Honestly, big gun spam is pretty great. The only problem is, like, does Zhao Ming cause him a lot of issues? And I feel like they don't. Small tanky single entities are Cathay's kryptonite. Ah, interesting. Well, I think Sigvald is the obvious one. Vlad is a strange one. I feel like you don't have to take Vlad. I feel like if you just Wind of Death their infantry, they just suffer. Because the thing is, Cathay only can field like 10 units of infantry maximum. And they probably don't have that many. Like, if you kill off 10 of their units of infantry, it takes them so long to come back. I think if just Wind of Deathing them probably gets there. Who knows, though? Who knows? This makes me want to play more multiplayer, though. Can't you decide on the map pool? Turin brought 7 mod maps for his hosted qualifier. That's hilarious. I can decide my map pool. I forgot to. I forgot to set the maps. I should have just copied over my map pool from my other qualifier. But that was my bad. I was too busy franzing. So I guess I shouldn't be complaining, should I? That's on me. That's on me. I still don't like Mountains of Morn, though. But it is on me. Some Night Goblins. Night Goblins is an interesting choice, but I think they would get breath attacked by Zhao. Interesting dilemma. I think it was a good Cathay build. Classic RTK. They got great builds. Is the new formation feature helping out? The new formation feature? It got nerfed, bro. It got nerfed by 4 melee defense. I think you can try to slow and shoot single entities as Cathay. It depends. It depends. There's a lot of dynamics there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on how you manage your single entities, what support they have, how much infantry there is, the map. I think a discussion there could just be endless. This Subutai on vampire counts versus dark elves. Interesting. Last time I looked at vampire counts versus dark elves, it was pretty vampire counts. It was bright. I'm looking at the bracket right now. Last time I looked at that, it was pretty... Sorry, I just gotta do something real quick. Moves up. Make sure you play your matches quickly. Picks, bands, and faction, and an army building should be under 12 minutes. Total. Alright, there we go. Just doing my due diligence to make sure this tournament runs smoothly. Oh, is Platypus playing today? Oh, dang. Platypus. Platypus. Looking good. In time to say hi, chat. Has anyone tested out the change to formation lance? Yes, lance formation is maybe a very, very mild increase. Maybe. Possibly. Perhaps. Maybe it does something. A very small advantage to your cavalry. A very, very small advantage. Is it gonna make Bretonia OP? No. Is the mass good? It's okay. The thing about the mass is that it lets your cavalry escape a bit better. And it also lets them pin down monsters a bit better. So overall, it's a buff. But no one's playing Bretonia. People looked at the Bretonia buffs. Not a single thing done about them. I wonder, out of all the tournaments, let's go to Total Tavern stats real quick. For people who are unaware of Total Tavern. Feast your eyes, chat. Feast your eyes. Bretonia has been played. Where is Bretonia? 11 out of 11. Bretonia is the most played faction after the events of the most recent tournaments to test out the factions. With a 50% win rate. Is Bretonia OP, chat? Is Bretonia OP 50% win rate, only losing to Slaanesh and Vampire Coast? Mildly, not even a 100% loss rate. Look at that. The Grail Relique, chat. The Grail Relique. It's too good. It's OP. CA, what have you done? What have you unleashed upon the world? Bretonia isn't as bad as you think. What is your proof/data on this? Because I'm telling you right now, I've seen 0 pro players actually bring Bretonia. If you're gonna make an argument that you can win Bretonia in the Wood League, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. If you're telling me Void Laws is training Bretonia now, Alright, I'm listening, alright. Void Laws is training Betonia, alright. Mofet? Oh my gosh, Mofet's training Betonia? He's like the best player in the world right now. Betonia has vastly improved. Alright, chat. Alright, calm down. Is this Cathay all over again? Is this what's going on? I made a bet earlier. I made a bet that by the end of this year, no one will be playing Betonia in tournaments. And to see the number 9th player on Total Tavern is a Betonia main. Who is the number 9th player on the thing leaderboard? Number 9th. Just because he has a Betonia picture doesn't make him special. Oh, okay, Chinese player. Hi. I'll keep an eye on him. Look, if people start bringing out Betonia, all right. Yeah, out of touch and Enticity washed up. All I'm telling you guys right now is we've seen Vampire counts 3 times today, all right? We've seen Vampire counts 3 times today. Now, it might be because I'm following Gianni, but like even Subutai is playing Vampire counts, all right? And Vampire counts done got nerfed. But I am happy to see Betonia get whipped out today and take a game. It's Korean, not Chinese. Oh crap, it is, isn't it? Oh man, I'm terrible at telling the difference between Korean and Chinese. There was a graph on this. Wasn't there a comic? Korean versus Chinese versus Japanese characters. I'm pretty sure there was a comic about this. And there's like, you can tell based on like how it swoops and stuff. Oh yeah, Chinese is like more dense and Korean is more like circles and lines. Chinese is like going ham. And then Japanese is like the least dense. Very few circles. Is that it? So like Korean is like U's, like swoops and circles and some lines. Korean is like a few, or no, not Korean. Japanese is like swoops that are sort of not connected and very few circles. And Chinese is like very dense and like blocky. Is that it? It has funny circles sprinkled in. If it has funny circles sprinkled in, it's Korean. Yeah. I think that's the gist of it. Did this guy just get Gaze of Nagash? Spirit Leech? What the? Since when? Spirit Leech? Bloody Spirit Leech? Since when? What is this build? Graveguard, Crypt Horror, Unholy Lodestone? Unholy Lodestone meta is upon us, I swear. I see these. I'm seeing this a lot. Necromancer? Let me guess. Yep, Forbidden Rod. Stroke it up. Another Spirit Leech on Malekith. I wonder, is Spirit Leeching Malekith the meta right now? It looks like it's actually doing pretty good damage. That's like 12. That's like 12 to 10%. It's closer to... Okay, it's less than 10%. He's doing 8% damage per Spirit Leech. He's going to have to Spirit Leech Malekith all game if he wants to kill him or land a solid charge, but... It's, you know, it's decent damage. Frontline getting engaged. You know, zombies getting collapsing on. Unholy Lodestone getting ready for this massive blob. Now, the real question, will Dark Elves have a solution for the Unholy Lodestone? We have a War Hydra. Got the armor-piercing damage. No anti-large, though, as it is not a Charybdis. Enticity, why does the Total War subreddit hate you? The Total War subreddit? What do you mean, why do they hate me? What'd I do? I want to know. What'd I do? Why do they hate me? Are you telling me, like... Oh, no, what have I done? Has hashtag Enticity finally caught on? What's happening? Japanese has 2 writing systems? Oh, dang. Korea? Korea's a cool country? Invite this chat. What's going on? Total War subreddit hates everyone? I can accept that, but I want to know what. I want to know what cancel Enticity is going on today, you know? It's been my life goal to finally get canceled, you know? Then I can move on. Then I can move on. Hashtag Enticity Gate, it's happening. They don't like your criticism of the game. My criticism of the game? Which criticism? I have endless criticisms. Like, I'm not surprised about that, but like, which one? Is it the multiplayer stuff? Is it my hot takes? No one talks about multiplayer on Reddit, man. Is there an actual like Reddit post of like a clip of me saying something? Let's see. Control F Enticity. Yeah, it's not even top of the Reddit. All right, it's fake. It's not fake news, but it's not big news, that's for sure. Dang it. Dreams shattered across the stones. I'm not surprised, though. I have some pretty interesting takes, and it can be very easily twisted to be look worse than it is. But also, I have takes that people just disagree with in general, because I am pretty vocal about that. But you know, it's fine. I don't think it matters that much, honestly. It's fine for people to disagree. Pretty interesting fight, though, I gotta say. I've been ignoring this battle, but like, it's actually pretty good. Like, we're seeing like the Strigoi Vampire Lord duking out against Malekith. Spirit Leech versus Soul Stealers. Vampire counts are making crazy work out of these unholy lodestones. I can't believe I haven't noticed it earlier, but they have been keeping these guys from dying so well. It basically makes your guys immune to crumbling, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. R slash Skaven Slaves is talking about me. Are they actually? Have I mentioned it enough where you've actually drawn the attention of R slash Skaven Slaves? Someone let me know. Someone let me know. That's my other life goal. All Total War Reddits don't like criticism of CA. Really? But they criticize CA 24/7. I feel like that doesn't check out. Nice cycle charging, by the way. Solid charge into the flank of Malekith. I think the Strigoi might win this. Though definitely not with the War Hydra. I think that's a pretty bad situation. Nice Unholy Lodestone healing, though. I think Vampire counts are probably slightly up over there. They're definitely up over here. And they're just not contesting this point. This one Corsair, he's just chilling. He's having a good time, you know? Just, there's like death all over here. Not a single body. Not a single drop of blood has been shed in that area. As for the battle, continues to go on over here. Strigoi getting absolutely massacred. Now, Malekith with his Soul Stealers tends to be able to heal cap himself. But in a prolonged fight, oh no, Malekith getting massacred. The full surround with the Devils of Schwartzaven, pretty brutal. Gets the turnaround that will reduce his melee defense, and it seems like the Strigoi gonna be barely keeping him on the ground. As long as he's in contact, he should be able to pin him down, and it's looking pretty rough. Looking pretty rough with the Malekith. He might even shatter here, or he might rout. That would be the worst. Solid Soul Stealer, though, recovers his leadership. Oh my gosh, Malekith. A very pitched battle for sure. With the Devils of Schwartzaven. Oh my gosh, and another full surround. Gonna be barely keeping the Strigoi alive. Seems like this is the most important battle in the game right now. Middle, continuing to go for the Vampire counts, but look at that Malekith. He takes a hit. Down to 1,000. Down to 1,900. He just used Soul Stealer, so he doesn't have another one in the back pocket. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. Point getting captured, but if he goes down, he is like the centerpiece of the Dark Elf army, alright? It is absolutely devastating if he dies here. And let's not forget, this guy has Spirit Leech. Malekith has, oh my gosh. And I called it. I called it. This is all me. I'm actually getting the win here. Strigoi actually lands a Spirit Leech on Malekith. Lands an attack too. And the Hand of Death. Right on top of that body. Oh my gosh, Malekith. Why, Malekith? Why? You were the chosen one. You were the chosen one to beat the Vampire counts. Now chat's gonna talk about how Vampire counts are OP. And then Reddit's gonna talk about how Vampire counts are weak. And then Cancel Enticity will continue. The brutality. The brutality. The fate of my channel is on the line, and Malekith losing to the Vampire counts. Absolutely brutal. Really nice play though from Subutai though. Actually, like legit. Subutai did great. That was like some nice maneuvering with the Devils of Schwartzaven. The surround to actually pin him down. That was like sick plays. That was really good. I like the Soul Stealer. Like usually Malekith is so hard to kill, but that was an execution. And now the Hydra's gone. Wow. Didn't even know there were Warhammer World Cups. It's not the big. Well, it's a big event, but like it's not like a massive event. Yeah, and the 75% HP routed Hydra. Classic, chat. Classic. Good times. Good times for the Hydra. Yeah, Malekith actually died. You know how rare it is to see Malekith die? That's crazy. Why did the Hydra rout? The Lord loss penalty is massive. So Hydras have fairly low base leadership. It's actually basically as high as an Ogre Lord. +5. And with all like... well, I guess it has terror, so it's not getting affected by fear. But You know, just fully surrounded, right? Attacked in the rear, -14. Lord dead, -16, reduced to 10. Like, those two alone is already half of its leadership gone. And healing doesn't really help your leadership situation very much, so it is quite common to get routed off, especially when your Lord is dead. Pretty brutal. And now more Vampire Counts units pile into the middle, looking great for them. They're doing absolutely amazing there, not a single worry in the world. And it's a mass rout for the Dark Elves. Vampire Counts have a massive lead. I think that's GG. What number triggers the rout? When it's at 0, and then 3 seconds later, they will rout. So if you dip into the negatives for even a second, then you will rout in 3 seconds. I'm pretty sure. This is, like 75% sureness. You think one of the heads would tell it to calm down? They're all freaking out, man. Hey, look, it only takes a few units to start a rout. It does rally, though, because of its healing. That's a nice thing about Hydras. If you chase it with some very weak units, it tends to come back because of its high balanced power. Still wavering, though. Really does not have the best leadership. Look at that. Damage sustained, -20. Lord dead, attacked in the flank. A surrounded Hydra is not a happy Hydra. Oh, but look at that. Other +1. Barely stabilizes. Oh, hit minus for a second, but doesn't rout. Yeah, you need to be in the minus for like a little bit longer. It's weird. It's weird. Sometimes if you dip into the minus, you recover. Other times if you dip in, you like rout right after. Needed Blackguard around Malika. Honestly, there's not a lot that would have helped them. Blackguard aren't fast enough. So unless you're willing to sit there for a while getting smacked by a Strigoi, I don't think Blackguard they probably wouldn't have done great. Like, look at this bonus versus large. Bonus 35. Strigoi is gonna rip your face off. Apparently there's actually like a big Reddit conversation about me. Yo, I'm like so invested in this Reddit conversation. This is so fun. I love reading about it. As it turns out, I love reading about drama even if it's about me. This is weird. Should I become a drama channel? You know, talk about like, oh my gosh, Legend of Total War says Warhammer sucks. Leaving permanently. Not streaming anymore. I feel like, you know, if I really hammed it up, I feel like there might be a market. That's it. They say my criticism isn't valid because I play on higher difficulties. Just play on easy and you won't have any problems. But my criticism is of legendary difficulty. Unless it was a different thing that I said. Maybe it was something else. You know, it's a very one-way argument either way, right? That's the sad thing about this. I feel like if I had a sit down with these people, a lot of the time what you realize is if you actually speak... This game's over, by the way, so I'm just talking. If you actually have a sit down with people, and then, like, you know, you both have the time to explain yourselves, it's pretty reasonable. The bad thing about Reddit is that it's a one-way conversation, and then I'm streaming, and then it's another one-way conversation. Second channel, let's go. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, how are you supposed to have a proper argument on the internet without, you know, your main point being butchered, right? Dude, just like lore drama. Isabella cheats on Vlad. She would never cheat on Vlad. I'm on side Isabella, alright? I think that's fake news. Fake news, chat. There's no way Isabella cheats on Vlad. I refuse to believe it. On Cetra? No way. Reddit is sus. I imagine it's not that many people. Unless, who knows, right? Maybe it's like the common thing. What if I'm actually just a menace on Reddit? I think that'd be hilarious. That'd be hilarious. If I'm actually like a menace on Reddit. That would be hilarious. Because either I am severely out of touch and I'm actually a terrible person and I don't know it. Or people are just saying I'm a menace on Reddit. Who knows? Maybe I am severely out of touch. Are my takes that bad? This will be interesting. Let's see here. No wonder you never see Isabella on the campaign map. We're still talking about that? Yeah, okay, there we go. Undead win! The undead have won it! They've succeeded. They've succeeded at the game. As it turns out, Subutai. Pretty good. Or maybe it's the undead. Who knows? Solid build. Crypt Horrors, you know, it was the same similar situation. The regenerating tools never died. And then Solid Lord picked 2. Malekith getting massacred. Hydra not really paying for itself after that. I wonder what the Dark Elf build would have been to beat this, though. This is actually piquing my interest. I need to play some games against vampire counts. I love how they got nerfed and there's still more played. Takes 2 hot. Yo, honestly, I would love a drama channel. Can someone make that? I think that'd be so hilarious, alright? I want to make an apology video, alright? I want to make an apology video, alright? Someone needs to really bash me, get like 1 million views, explaining point by point why I have terrible takes. And then I can actually finally do the greatest thing for all YouTubers, you know? A true sign of my growth. You'd be like, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I just thought. I just wanted to make good conversation, but I wasn't thinking. I pick up a dog, you know, pet it. I don't even own a dog. I just find one on the street. Like, alright. You know? I didn't mean it. I didn't mean for it to come this far. You know, it's just the France campaign. The France campaign is too much. It wears down on you. I restarted that 50 times off stream. Oh man, that'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. Can you tear up? No, I'm terrible at it. Have you seen this personality? You think I just start tearing up out of nowhere? Here, I can use some water. Right? I just pour it on my face. Make a quick cut. I'm drenched in water. I'm like, oh man, I've been crying for ages, chat. Did I just spill water all over me? I think I just breathed water all over my glasses. Oh my gosh, we're actually setting up for it. Dang it, Slaanesh bots, not now. Not now. We're trying to have an emotional conversation. Now, where's Platypus? Where's Platypus? We have a match to go on with. What we got? Let's see here. Warhammer World Cup. Okay, nice. He should be hopping in a second. Invest in eye drops. Oh, that's true. Yeah, just find some eye drops. That's pretty clutch. You have to shift the blame while apologizing? Oh, yeah, crap. My bad. My bad. Who are we supposed to blame, though? Who's the scapegoat? I feel like if I target Turin or Legend, right, that's like, you know, that's just like, the community's obviously going to back them, right? We have to target someone that's smaller. Can I shift blame on, like, can I say that, like, I don't know, Human Boy was a bad influence on me? Does that work? Does that check out? You need onions? Ah, post shot. Blame Turin, definitely blame Turin. Okoi. Oh my gosh. Okoi? No, Okoi's not smaller than me. He's way bigger, man. Gotta punch up. Oh, dang. Yo, that's hardcore. Oh, I guess it's because it's like you want to farm it, right? What the? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Is that Platypus? Is he making a fake account? What's going on? Blame Turin. Human Boy is actually a rat. Call him a Skaven. Yeah, there we go. You blame Kemmler. Oh my gosh. Alright, nice. So we're all caught up on the Twitch side. Make a Skaven VTuber account. The pro strat. Am I the lobby host? Why do I have control? I can remove spectators. I can kick this guy. Hype. Yeah, I don't know how am I supposed to blame Turin though. Turin's too chill. What beef am I supposed to find on Turin? Can I like bring up like secret DMs? Can I manufacture DMs with Turin? Or you know what, if there already are DMs? I can find some DMs of Turin being like, Enticity, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Just stop streaming. We can find some, we'll find some beef. Maybe I'll do some editing, alright? We'll do some editing. Because honestly, Turin is far too cool of a guy. Everything he says to me is far too kind. How am I supposed to find beef on Turin? He's like the chillest, most wholesome multiplayer guy in the world. What's this? Yeah. Turin stole the Warzag dance without credit. But yeah, okay, I can get him into legal trouble. That's a post-strat. Say Turin copied my videos. Turin inspired my videos. We're doomed. All right. Yo, I'm honestly happy to hear that there's some criticism though. A man can only pop off for so long before you get some people disagreeing with him. I have like these milestones in my head about what I imagine makes me a big streamer. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but it's like sort of events that happen with a lot of streamers. And I feel like Reddit beef is that's a great milestone. That's an amazing milestone. Though I do actually want to hear the argument at some point. Cause like, I wonder, right? What changes have I said that would affect easier difficulties? I guess I've lobbied for harder difficulties. That's true. Is it my takes on undead? Like, I actually legitimately want to read their thing now. What if okay, here we go. Let's hear. Reddit, Total War, right? And then brackets, Enticity. Let's hear what Enticity. Enticity greater than Legend? Wow. High praise. High praise. Oh my gosh. Enticity greater than Legend. What is this? 1 second, chat. Recently watched a bit of Anticity's Friends campaign. What is this? Wow. I guess we're better than Legend, chat. We did it. Oh my gosh. Wow, look at this. Wow. Wow. This is like an ego annihilation. My ego is actually massive now. How am I supposed to? Oh, man. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, can someone get Legend here? Yo, Legend's actually like the chillest guy ever. I like read Reddit, and in my mind's eye, I'm like, wow, Legend's terrible. And then I actually watch one of his videos, and then he's like the most chill guy ever. Like, Legend is like so reasonable about all of his points. He's like, I don't know why it's like on Reddit, people are like, Legend says Warhammer sucks and he's never playing again. And then I watch him and then he's like, oh, yeah, he's like some points that I think are good about like these changes. This is more multiplayer stuff. It doesn't matter. This stuff, you know, it like really nerfs cheese. And he's like, yeah, I feel like cheese is really nice. Like this thing, like it's like I never see him like, none of his videos scream like it's never like that salty. He's like so. He's like, it's like night and day. It's night and day. All right, here we go. Where's the rage, though? Where's the rage? Oh, I see some downvotes. Dang, look at that. Wow, that's hilarious, though. That's hilarious. Let's see. Enticity on range units and unit responsiveness. I don't even remember talking about this. This was ages ago. 7 months ago. Dang. Man, the glory days. Good times, good times. Is Platypus gonna play Bretonia? Because if he does, I'm gonna go crazy. That's why Enticity doesn't read Reddit. No, I go to Reddit pretty often. I love watching the posts of people being like, I dominated the entire campaign map. I'm like, wow, that's sick, man. That's like some commitment. Like, you go to Reddit and it's like some meme, you know, you get to enjoy like some Imric, what's it? I can't remember her name. Meow Ying. There we go. We got there. I didn't need help from chat this time. Imric Meow Ying memes, you know. Let's see here. People talking about the update. It's great. You know. Half-mass jokes. It's great. It's great. It's a great time. Wonderful time. And just he goes to Reddit for Skaven slaves. I don't. I don't know why I always talk about r/Skaven slaves. I don't know how that happens. What? You're not Platypus? You're not Platypus. Why are you in this lobby? Get out of here, Muska. We have Platypus too. Why has no one been messaging me? Platypus is supposed to be... Oh, wait. Isn't platypus supposed to be... Yeah, it's supposed to be platypus that's... Oh, crap. Oh, crap, I kicked him. Oh, no, he's supposed to be playing. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. I thought it was... We're one bracket behind. Oh, crap. Oh, I forgot to change the map. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Quarterfinals. We're on Black Ark. Oh, no. I'm a terrible host. Oh, no. Oh, no, I kicked his opponent. My bad. Kicked your... I totally botched it. All right, chat. We Oh no. I'm like here looking at chat. I accidentally kicked the guy. I like panic. I think it's supposed to be like he messaged me. He said I'm not platypus. XD. And I'm like, what a troll. What a troll. Let's get this guy out of this lobby so platypus can get in. We've been waiting for ages. And then like straight up, that's actually his opponent. Oh my gosh. Whoopsies. All right. Well, that's yeah, drama alert. Ooh, that's a whoopsies right there. Manufactured drama. Oh my gosh. I'm like it's so hard. It's so hard to keep up with chat and deal with that at the same time. Legit. I thought, cause look, when you look at the bracket, right? When you look at the bracket, the scores, you have to refresh the screen for the scores to update. So I thought they just hadn't updated the scores yet. Yeah. All right. It's all good, though. It's all good. He's back. He's back. We're good. 12 minutes max for picks and bans. Yeah. Well, like, he joined the lobby, and I didn't know that he was actually, thing. But also, I told the other bracket. I didn't tell these guys the limit because I don't know if they'll actually be slower or not. My gut tells me they will probably be slower than the bottom bracket by the looks of it. Yeah, all right. I'll go let them know. At Muska, at Subutai. So looks like this side of the bracket is slowing down a bit. For the next game, max 12 minutes, picks, bans, and army building. There we go. We gotta speed it up. Chat. These players have to sleep. And Disney calls out Turin's site for not having auto refresh. Oh man. Yeah, it was crazy though. During my heyday, people would like regularly post my tip videos on Reddit. That was like insane. Out of my own hands, people just wanted to share my stuff on Reddit. Man, I hope that we'll be able to return to the glory days. Nowadays, you know, viewership is down on like everyone's channel. That was crazy though. That was crazy. Especially now that I've optimized how to make videos very quickly. So like if I really want to go hard on the work production, I can get like a video out a day pretty easily and stream. I feel like I'm so ready for if Warhammer picks up again. If Warhammer picks up again, I am so ready to become a content monster. It'll be insane. If it doesn't, we do the same strategy for a different game. Why is viewership down for everybody? It's a mix of things. I know during exam season for gaming specifically, viewership drops because everyone's busy studying. Makes sense. But also just the lack of like DLCs and stuff for Warhammer. Games in general don't really have super long longevity. Most of the time anyways. There's only a few games that have like super long longevity. But like, you know, even Legend is averaging like 50,000 viewers on average, and then peaks at like, you know, 75,000 to 100,000 on like a very good day. So like I judge my judgment of the community is based off of Legend. Because I see Legend as the peak, right? He's sort of the biggest dude. So I see that as sort of I see it as sort of like, you know, if Legend is down on viewers, right? For me, my peak is basically half of Legend. So if I'm really rolling and I hit some good content, I get about half of what Legend gets, which is about 25,000 then. So yeah. But like, yeah, it's mostly like lack of DLCs, nothing really on the horizon. No one's really like flooding the news market with like leaks or teasers or anything. I think people just got Warhammered out. Maybe you could say the same thing about Warhammer 2, but in Warhammer 2, I was rocking like, you know, 60,000 and Legend was rocking like 100,000. Warhammer 2 was actually like end of Warhammer 2 with very few DLCs for a while actually. Was doing pretty well. Which I don't know why. I haven't actually thought of a good theory for that, but yeah. Why aren't you playing multiplayer tournaments? Because I qualified for this one. And I signed up, so like here's some reality chat. I signed up for I signed up to do these qualifiers because I thought it'd be cool. And they are nice. I think it's fun, like, you know, helping out the community and doing these qualifiers. But like they don't really, you know, it's not like the perfect type of tournament for me, you know. I forgot to change the maps, yes, but like even like the pick and ban system and how long it takes. It feels like I prefer, you know, I want to host my own tournaments, but because I'm spending so much time doing these qualifiers, right? Because I've already sort of locked myself in, and I don't want to just leave, right? That's just sort of, you know, it's not that bad. I still think it's pretty cool, but for the qualifiers, I'm just like, you know, it burns me out for like other multiplayer content. And then on top of that, Hellstriders were hella broken for a while, so I didn't really feel like every time I would host a tournament, some player would come to me and be like, "Hey, Enticity, why didn't you ban Slaanesh? I had to play against Slaanesh and now my life sucks." And then it's like, all right. If I'm hosting these tournaments and people aren't even having that great of a time because of like the meta right now, it's not super... Oh, geez, I forgot to ready up. It's not a super duper encouraging situation. When did he message that? 7 minutes ago? I'm a terrible host. I'm a terrible host, chat. I'm an absolute dog water host. What am I doing? What am I doing? I didn't even start the battle. Oh my gosh. Hey, alright. Dog water host for the win. I'm like, alright guys, hurry up. Hurry up, we gotta finish this tournament quickly. Talks with chat for 7 minutes without starting the battle. Wow. Wow. How about Enticity actually pay attention to the tournament today? What in the world? Okay. Enticity may have to turn off chat. We're getting a bit too distracted. Alright. I give these guys extra time. You know what? We give them extra time, I give myself extra time. The builds. High elves. Imric. The horn. Oh, Imric without his horn? What is going on here? Imric always has his horn. Imric horns it up 24/7. Look at this guy. No horn Imric. Terrifying. We have a caster over here with the dwellers healing. We have, is this probably why pro sports casters don't talk to the audience? Probably. There's your apology video. I already apologized to the player. We got Scarbrand. Look at this guy. Angry boy over here. He has, you know, Rampage Aura. Great for sniping out Imrics. Breath Attack. Generally can get its value back, but can sometimes be a bit expensive. You know, it's nice. Loads of infantry, some minos. Loads of armored infantry, which is, oh no, unarmored. Mix. It's a mix of armored and unarmored. Great for the high elves as long as your dual weapons don't get shot up. Alright. Let's see, what were people talking about in the previous conversation? I wasn't even keeping up with chat. I was just like whimsically talking. But yeah, viewership is down pretty hard for Warhammer. Viewership is down like pretty hard. Like you really feel it. For me, I probably the only thing that so like right now, if I kept going like this, I wouldn't be able to hit full-time income. But I made enough in previous months where I'm fairly safe. So it's like a little bit sus, right? If Warhammer never picks up again, it actually doesn't become sustainable anymore for me, which is pretty sketchy, but you know, we just hope that the Chaos Dwarf DLC hard carries. Anyways, back to talking about horny Imric. Or unhorny Imric, my bad. He only has a Lord of Dragons debuff. Now this is a good debuff, minus 24 melee defense. If he casts it on Scarbrand, it's gonna reduce his melee attack to 45. Okay, that's terrifying. If he casts this on Scarbrand, he barely gets affected. But Imric does have massive melee defense. It would be quite nice. Nice dodge on the Sword Masters of Hoarth. Dodges that breath attack. Nice. We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a little bit sketch, right? Because like here's the thing. Imric is a beast for Scarbrand, and he's cheaper too. Not only that, he also has healing. And if the High Elves just chill in this little pocket over here, we can expect Khorne to have to go on the aggressive. Very hard for Khorne to capture the points without getting shot up by the immense range of these High Elf troops. Archers at 180 range. One of the longest range units in the game. At least ranged infantry. Helps them a load. And it's pretty sus. It's pretty sus. So the question is for Khorne, right? They either choose to sort of just take some middling damage while they capture these points. Like what he could do is he could just, whoopsie daisies. He could just, you know, hold over here and barely hold the point and force the archers to move on up before attacking. Or he can make a big dive in and just sort of position and just go for it. Like, you know, the bull's horns pincer movement. Could potentially seize that sort of playstyle. Imric has 40% fire resist. Oh yeah, no, Scarbrand is doomed. Scarbrand is ruined. Scarbrand, no way he kills Imric. Imric essentially has, like, you know, the same HP pool as Scarbrand, but, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is why you take that ability. That is, alright guys, well, game's over. The game's over. If Khorne loses this now, I don't know how. That is a 1,000 gold lead off the bat, almost. That is basically a 1,000 gold lead off the bat. That is so massive. And as I say that, they instantly lose a lord, roughly the same price as Swordmasters. Pretty rough. If this guy dies, it makes up for that entire play. That massive play. Oh my gosh, he's just gonna die. Alright, well, equally bad. Equally bad. Why are the elves so bright? Equally bad situation. Alright, fair is fair, equals equal. Scarbrand's gonna ignore Imric. It's a mass dive in over here. And is gonna be diving in on the caster. Looks like Scarbrand trying to take her out. This would be a massive play, taking her out. Even though she would get resummoned, it means no healing for a decent amount of time, especially for a unit like the Dragon Princess. Nasty charge on the Flesh Hounds though. And overall, value trading's pretty even. But Khorne, with the reserve Marauders in the distance, down by 500. 2 reserve Marauders in the distance too, down another 1,000. And the Bloodlighters still making their way here. Khorne is down a lot of units here. Scarbrand getting chased off by Imric of all guys. Surrounded by the Dragon Princess, and he might have just walked himself into a terrible situation. Completely surrounded by fire resist units, trying to disengage. And it's a pretty sketch. It's pretty sketch. I'm not saying this is the best position for Khorne ever. Now, the front line is going down. And if the Lothern Sea Guard get torn apart, that will be a nice pick for Khorne. If they can continue to beat down the spears. But they are Silver in Guard. Really nice elite unit. Scarbrand looks like he will escape. But It's a little bit of a sketchy situation. I'd say his odds of survival are... He's probably going to have to get desummoned here. But by distracting these very elite units, he could potentially do well. Sacrificial Lord over here, hero, to save Scarbrand. Saves about most of his HP there. But it does mean that the Exalted Lord goes down basically for nothing, just to recover from a situation. But Khorne's still pretty beastly. You know, they're anti-infantry, punching through the very high melee defense of the Silverin. But wow, the plays this game are pretty crazy. The plays this game are pretty crazy. That is a that's a good Dwellers. That's a good Dwellers. That is a Marauder of Khorne, another Marauder, and a whole Chaos Warriors of Khorne in full duration Dwellers. That is an easy route, and that is actually going to be a massive play, because not only does it kill these units, it keeps the Lothern Sea Guard shooting, and they'll be able to counter the Horsemen. And if they had been shut down, they would not have been able to chase these guys off. They're gonna pressure Khorne Scarbrand away, right? He's gonna miss the Mage of Life, and I think everything's going topsy turvy for the thing. For Khorne. Khorne is not looking very good. Not looking very good at all. High Elves have vastly recovered their position, despite getting a massive breadth attack on their Sword Masters. We're seeing a lot of really nice plays from the High Elves here, actually getting some nasty trades, and the Mage of Life lives despite that. As always, as we've seen in the France campaign, Mages of Life, chat. Mages of Life? Yeah, look, we blanked a little bit, alright? Calm down, chat. Mages of Life, the most deadly psychopaths in the entire game. I don't know what it is with them, but apparently they have no qualms about tearing people apart with trees. Pyromancers might be committing a war crime. I feel like Mages of Life are burying their enemies, alright? They're like turning them, they're literally making them push up daisies, and they just have, they don't care at all. Doing great over there. Fleshhounds getting annihilated by the Fireborn. Fireborn are great tools versus Khorne because of said fire resist. And Scarbrand, all the way back here. You chase them all the way back home. The Lothern Sea Guard, the big bad wolf of the High Elves, absolutely terrifying. Massacring that front line. Silverin barely hold out long enough. And look at that. A 0 ammunition Lothern Sea Guard. That is terrifying. Fully paid for themselves. Maximum HP. Almost exactly what you want in a ranged focused build like this. High Elves did a wonderful defense. And a pretty nice one. I will say, that was this was a pretty fun game. Lots of plays, you know, not a lot of misplays. Lots of like big plays, especially from Subutai. Lots of plays. We saw the Scarbrand breath attack. This is what I like watching multiplayer. Now all he basically has to do is recap at a 3,000 point lead at this stage of the game. Is pretty big. Scarbrand's gonna be making one final dive in though. Look at this. Healing, emergency heal, gets smacked in the face. Rampage. But will it be enough? Will Scarbrand outlast a Mage of Life? A miss. Scarbrand with the miss. 75 melee attack versus 28 melee defense. He has an 80% chance to hit, and he whiffed. Kicks her in the face. Not a lot of damage. I think that was just an impact charge. That is just sad. That is just sad. You know what? Apparently being a featherweight, if I ever go boxing against Legend of Total War, I really should just slim up, you know? If he just knocks me down, right? If he knocks me down, I actually don't take damage. So as long as I can, that's how boxing works. So, you know, so I guess, you know, Scarbrand, going by the boxing rules, he does give himself unbreakable. Unbreakable and unkillable, walking the solid 9 HP down to 1 HP, instant death. And the Mage of Life, it seems like Scarbrand does not survive longer than the Lettuce Lord. Disintegrates, and he's gone. Minotaurs charging in, but they're gonna get massacred, and I believe that is it. That is it. Looks like it's it. I would like to see that. You wanted to see me get massacred by Legend? Please, no. No, have you seen my physique? Look at this. I'm thin, chat. I got nothing. I got no meat on these bones. I would get massacred. I would actually get massacred. I wouldn't be surprised if I literally died. Legend would rip my face off. There we go. Scarbrand with the massive 2,000 gold value. Hype. Subutai with the solid plays. Solid plays. Mage of Life. 1,000 damage. 1,000 gold value. Sick. Imric. Indestructible. Literally full HP. Sword Masters. Well, the one that got routed off instantly didn't do great, but the other one did amazing. Silver and actually doing pretty well. Honestly, it feels like High Elves are just like a brutal versus Khorne. Just watching that game, I was just thinking like, okay, what's Khorne supposed to do here? Maybe armor spam. Maybe like spamming just Chaos Warriors and rushing instead of going for like elites and chaff. I feel like that's the play. You look like Meow Ying peasant spearman. Better than Bretonian. Better than Bretonian peasants, alright. Unless you're just being a racist. What, because I'm Asian, I'm part of Cathay? Cheap Footlord would have been so much better. It depends, right? Well, like, the question is, what would have Scarbrand been able to fight? High Elves typically... I think the Imric is, like, an obvious pick for the High Elves. I think Imric was an obvious pick. Scarbrand was, like, pretty risky, right? Like, what would you be expecting them to bring? Like, only a healer or something? He could probably do okay against Dragon Princes, but, yeah. Clearly, Enticity is part of the Empire. Migrated. What stands for chaff? What do you mean, what stands for chaff? I mean, like, cheap units. So, like, chaff is for, like, you know, any cheap throwaway units. I tend to go for Tyrion. Ah, well, there's your mistake. He was hard countering you, obese chicken. Slayer of demon lords, murderer of nations, giver of life. Yeah, Jade Wizards have something messed up in their heads. They're really in it for the murder. Just to pretend that they're the good guys. You know, they're like, I study life magic. You meet a nice caster that says he studied life magic. That's a red flag, alright? It might seem like it's good. It's a red flag, chat. You watch out. Alright, nice. Just catching up with chat. Until she should be the next emperor. Oh, look at that. Nurgle High Elves. No, Nurgle into... Is he actually going to play Nurgle the Madman? They study healing to prolong the suffering. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is intense. That is really intense. Sounds like a good D&D character. Maybe too intense though, right? I feel like actual having torture be part of your D&D character may be too intense. But like that level of intensity is good. Just like side graded a little bit. I guess if they secretly like to prolong suffering, that's hype. I actually did have a D&D character before who was a cleric masochist. So the reason that they liked healing themselves is because they enjoyed taking the damage. Was a fun character. That was a really fun character. Yeah, that was great. I really enjoyed playing that character. Really pleasant person too. You know, and I feel like a good representation of myself also. Alright. Skaven slave lore of magic. Lore of life mage. Alright, here we go. What are we seeing? Demons of Chaos. What a madman. Would also be nice to see play some D&D. I think Lore Master of Sotek is streaming our Warhammer D&D. Although my current character, I'm still trying to find what makes him interesting. I'm still trying to discover this character. But, you know, we'll get there eventually. Yo, if he plays Nurgle, props to him, man. Props to him if he decides to play Nurgle. What a Chad. If he wins with Nurgle, he's actually insane. If he wins with Nurgle, I don't even know what to say. Very Slaneshi. Just play as a Slanesh cultist? That's hilarious. A Slanesh, like, so you're basically playing as a mage that is turning to like a life mage turning towards Slanesh. That's actually pretty interesting. I like that. What are we betting they bring one of Turin's? Are we betting they're gonna bring one of Turin's builds? I think the odds are unlikely. Turin has his own weird playstyle that I've never seen anyone mimic. What if Warhammer D&D is more popular than Total War D&D? Will you transition? Well, like, it's Sotek's thing. So, you know. It's not like I can turn that into a career. Unless I'd have to, like, you know, if I started DMing, or, like, I don't know, like, what do I do? I ask Sotek for a cut? As a player, my responsibilities are much lower. I'm just in it because it's fun. Because it is, you know, having the lore master of Sotek be your DM. Like, what a privilege. What an honor. But, you know, the thing is, here's the thing, chat. I'm not gonna lie, alright? Let's be real for a second. Sellout City, alright? I'm gonna be a little bit real with you guys. If I find something that is dramatically more sustainable and better than Warhammer, and I enjoy doing it, I'm probably gonna transition, chat. Now, that's not gonna happen for the next 6 months. You have me playing France campaign for 6 months guarantee, alright? I promise you that. But, I'm just saying, if it's between playing Warhammer and being able to sustainably do streaming as a lifestyle for the long term, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't think about it very hard, alright, chat? I'm just prepping you guys. Either that or Warhammer is just, you know. The thing is, if Warhammer is successful and I can actually make this a proper full-time sustainable career, then I'm happy to stay with Warhammer. It just depends on how the viewership goes, I guess. We'll see. But like I said, we have until Stormgate comes out. Stormgate and maybe some other RTSs. I'll dabble. Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4E or D&D in the Warhammer setting. We're playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, yeah. Heavily modded campaigns. What's this about heavily modded campaigns? Usually I don't like modding. I don't know why, I just don't really like modding. I like the vanilla experience. Gasp, Enticity putting your own needs above our wants. The nerve. Yeah, there we go, Roblox. Yeah, Roblox, chat? You want to play some Roblox? What's the currency in Roblox? It's like the silliest thing. It's called Robux. Yeah, it's called Robux. Oh my gosh, that's like the most hilarious name for the currency ever. Hey, Josh Van Sickle, thank you very much. $50, you madman. Random American Thanksgiving gift for you. Well, thank you very much, Josh Van Sickle. Yeah, Robux. It's called Robux. But thank you. Oh yeah, in America, it's Thanksgiving. I'm in Canada, so it's just, you know, Wednesday, but pretty hype. Chat, that was vitamin D. That was vitamin D. I'm not just popping pills. Wait.
Random Murican Thanksgiving gift for you. Thanks for the content.
Thank you very much, good sir. Your support is actually very much appreciated. It actually is. Legit. Streaming makes up the vast majority of my income as it stands currently. And I will say, I do plan on making more content though. I still want to keep making like proper videos. I've been inspired recently. Skaven vs. Cathay, the Madman. If I ready up, does that work? Does that work if I ready up preemptively? Oh crap, the map. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, the map. Oh jeez. Okay. Alright. Okay, yeah. The map, I forgot. Sometimes you forget, chat. Sometimes you forget. Josh Van Sickle, I blame you. Oh my gosh. Okay, you know what? Let's actually be a good host. Can we actually be a good tournament organizer for once today? That's the goal, alright? For once, by the end of this tournament, I want the players being like, man, Anticity's such a good host. We can redeem ourselves. We still have time. What's the best holy Canadian holiday? I don't know. Holidays stopped existing the moment I became self-employed. Canadian holidays. The first thing that showed up was tire. Canadian holidays. Canadian. Oh, I don't know. Canada Day. That's the only. Is there anything else? There's so much overlap with the U.S. Good old Canada Day. Time we actually are nationalistic. It depends on where you're at, I guess. I don't really see super nationalistic Canadians that often. But I think that's just because of where I live. I don't know. Canada Day is just like, I get to see fireworks. That's it. Family Day? Is Family Day actually a thing? Is that only Canada, actually? Yeah, Canada Day is the day that I go to, you know, I go and look at a couple fireworks. I get to chill with family. And then I go home and then I play Warhammer. Good times. And has to look up Canadian holidays. I told you guys, being your own manager is a lot of work. Yeah. The thing is, a holiday for me is playing Fran's campaign. If you told me, Enticity, would you rather sit down and have free time to yourself and do whatever you want, or play some Fran's campaign right now, finally kill Vlad? You know what I'm picking. You know what I'm picking. Canada Day sounds pretty nice. Well, you know, it's like America Day. 4th of July. Might want to take some time off so you don't burn out. Strangely enough, me playing my Fran's campaign is my time off. That's the weird thing about it. So when I'm on work, right? If I'm actually on work, what I do is like I'm really looking every day on what YouTube content is the best to maximize, you know, viewers per dollar and stuff. When I play the Fran's campaign, I'm literally only doing it because I enjoy it. So, in a sense, that is my day off. Or, you know, like for the past little while, because I have been sort of just like tired, fixing my sleep schedule and stuff. That is the primary thing that gets me through. Yeah, Ice Hockey League finals. Oh, I don't really watch a lot of ice hockey, though I do like skating. Yeah. Oh man, I have a terrible story chat. Terrible story about where I learned to go skating. Oh my gosh. I bet my what's this? I bet my monitor. This guy is what's this? Is ignoring the tournament again? No, we're good. We're good. I've been keeping an eye on the DMs, on the Discord DMs. We good. We good. I'm so behind on the Fran's campaign. Oh yeah, honestly, the Fran's campaign, I've been going so hard on it. There's no way people can keep up with that amount of content. There's no way people actually watch that. I owe you all a monitor now? Dang. That's hardcore. Wait, they said ready when I am. They should be able to ready up anytime, right? They should be able to ready up? Oh. He messaged his opponent, but then he messaged me by accident. Whoops. How do you manage not to have vision, back, or wrist problems with all this work time? Oh, yeah. Well, like, if my wrist is hurting, I just like... my wrist is hurting. This bad boy. Stream sponsored by Voltaren. Get a lot of that. I get a whack load of Voltaren. That's why it's literally sitting in my background. A mix of that and just taking it easy. So like I take it easy. And for my eyes, I've been playing games for so long that I actually don't get eye fatigue when I play anymore. So I can actually sit down for 10 hours and my eyes are not tired by the end of it. If I play something like Age of Empires, though, my eyes do get pretty dry, though, because I don't blink as much. But if I'm just, like, playing, like, you know, this, it's pretty casual. Do some exercise. Oh, well, I do exercise, too, yeah. Obviously, also exercise and go outside and touch grass. This should be self-explanatory. This should be assumed, chat, alright? Just because I'm here playing Warhammer 24/7 doesn't mean I don't touch grass. Alright? I touch grass. 10 hours, rookie numbers. Oh, okay, calm down. Are you familiar with Super Eye Patch Wolf? He has a great video on being a YouTube creator. Oh, I haven't seen him, but I watch tons of videos on creators and such. We've done it. We actually loaded in. Hype. Isn't it snowy at the moment? Well, like, you know, now I run on the treadmill downstairs. We have a treadmill in the basement that I just, you know, if I wake up, I can just like walk on it or jog on it for like a few minutes while I sort of get ready for the Warhammer stream. And then I sit down for 10 hours. But, you know, sometimes I stretch my legs. Sometimes I do like, you know, some bicep curls, you know, a little bit of bicep curl action. A little bit of like whatever this wing flap thing is with like a resistant band. Am I very fit? No, not at all. I used to do rock climbing though. I used to be sick. Grass, you meant snow? Oh. My bad, chat. Yeah, I used to be sick at rock climbing. I used to be so good at rock climbing. I was like campusing up the wall. It's like hanging under like, you know, upside down doing dinos. I used to be so good. And then the pandemic hit, and then I lost 10 pounds worth of muscle. You know what 10 pounds means to a guy that weighs 130? That's like 8% of me. 8% of me is gone. My forearms, they used to be thick. Now they're like twigs. It's terrible. It's terrible. But I am rock climbing tomorrow, though. Hype. Or, you know, bouldering. Yeah. So that's pretty exciting. I want Ripped City. I want people to be like, how does Enticity play Warhammer and be so ripped at the same time? That's my dream. That's actually my hidden life goal. One day I wish. But right now I'm doing like really basic exercise. Like, so I'm not actually like beelining it towards that right now because I'm focusing on the YouTube obvious. But at some point I do want to be ripped. I feel like that's just like fun and healthy. So Enticity wants to be Henry Cavill. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Alright, here we go. That was you before you turned into a vampire pirate? That was actually me when I was a vampire pirate. That's a crazy thing. When I was in my prime for Warhammer, when I was like the best, you know, actually the best Warhammer vampire cosplayer in the world, that was also when I was at peaked Ripped City. I had the grip strength of the gods. I could crush a watermelon with my palm. And now I got nothing. What are these builds? We have Skaven, classic Lord D-Summon. Yeah, there he is. Lord D-Summon, Chieftain, Clan Rat Low Ground. Let's see some Giselles. Alright, hype. Triads is really weird for Cathay. I really wonder if these guys will do anything. Ripped keto diet? That just sounds like getting ripped, but you don't get to eat fun food anymore. Screw that. Look, I don't care about cutting fat. I could use a bit of fat. Have you guys seen this? I don't need to do a keto diet. We're good. We're good. Anyways, we got the what's this? Cathay. We got a Lord ROR Longmas. Look, it's pretty standard. Subutai's shown that he likes playing Cathay, and that he tends to go heavier on the infantry for reinforcements, which works pretty well. Ancestral Warrior summon for the artillery. Classic play. You just swoop in here, Ancestral Warrior, these guys take them out. They're quite fast, so they can actually shut down the artillery, especially if you, slow them. No slow, though. But he does have the Cloak of Jet, which he casts on himself. That's 15 seconds of invisibility. Threading the needle. Oh my gosh, is she actually gonna... Is she actually gonna thread the needle? What a beast. Getting to see on the Cheeto diet? Okay, we're not going hard the other way, alright? I don't want to just pack on the pounds for nothing. Don't bulk and cut, it's a myth. Look, for what I plan to do, I just want norm. Like, I'm not hardcore trying to cheese my body right now. I just want to be healthy. I don't think I'll, you know, I'm not going like on the deep end with any of this diet stuff. I don't have the time to actually focus on a diet. I'm just like, just watch the cholesterol, touch grass every once in a while, focus on like actually, you know, going ham later. But anyways, enough about me. These players are probably, you know, these poor players, man. I'm gonna like, they're gonna go back and watch the VOD and be like, can he stop talking about keto? I'm trying to make plays right now. I used like ancestral warriors to shut down Giselles. Why does he only talk about his diet? What is this? You've been bulking for 36 years? Dang, man. Dang, that's more than I've existed. Anyways, this should be Cathay favorite, just fire rain rockets. Actually, no artillery. Masubutai seems to be going for a more infantry-based Cathay. And then everyone brings artillery against him, and apparently he wins anyways. But the Giselles survive. The artillery does get caught by the Ancestral Warriors. Nice micro. Though it seems like they will barely live by the looks of it, based on how this timer is going down. You know, 7 more seconds before they're gone. Nice control of the low ground, though. Does force Skaven out. And it looks like he's just planning to dodge a lot. Artillery firing towards counter artillery. Dang. So he's actually trying to counter artillery with the Plague Claws. And the Ancestral Warriors drop. Minor loss for Subutai. Because the artillery pieces are just shooting the pieces. And the Ancestral Warriors attack the infantry. So overall, it seems like Skaven are pretty comfortable. Flying in for another Ancestral Warrior summon, though. Cloak of Jet again. Now, this is a very expensive commitment. He's basically spending like 20 winds of magic to get this Ancestral Warrior down. So if they don't do well, it's going to be pretty sus. There we go. Another pull away from the artillery. And honestly, it seems like the Grand Cannons for Cathay sort of faltering. Sort of faltering. Hey, Loopy. Happy to still have you here in chat. People are still talking about bulking. You merely adopted the bulking routine. That's a terrifying line that I never thought I would hear. Anyways, artillery's doing pretty great. Like, honestly, well, actually, no, they're doing terribly. Can you actually, these Cathay cannons have had the worst hit rate ever. And look at that. Globadiers firing off now. Terrifying. Shrekking the Jade Warriors. They got nerfed in gold only. They still do 1 million damage. And the Longbow Riders sort of getting shreked by the, I believe, the Giselles, who are still very safe. The Ancestral Warrior summon plays just haven't really been cutting it. They haven't really been doing too well, though. I will say, nice Talons of the Night overcast. You can tell because everything in that circle is dead. And that's a pretty rough loss for the Skaven. Roughly 700 gold, actually. That's pretty massive. Longmus shrekking them apart. But the Lord does get netted. A little bit of focus fire on her. Honestly, didn't do too much. And Skaven up 800 gold. A decent amount, but losing their Plague Claws to these guys is great, but wow. That's actually what the Eshin Triads are for. The Eshin Triads ambushing the Righteous Lances. Getting some pretty good damage, though they don't actually kill them. Do make them take off with the Giselles to take them out. But wow, the Jade Warriors literally just walk through the Skaven Slaves. I've never seen a sadder instance of a Skaven Slave frontline. They just got walked right through. That is the sickest play I've ever seen in my life. The Jade Warriors, how much mass do they have? 125? 90? Apparently that's all you need. Force pathing their way through. They just ignored each other. Skaven Slaves are happy that they're not dying. Triads now fighting Jade Warriors. Now they do have the Weeping Blade reducing the armor. And the Rattling Gunners. Hype. Nice to see Rattling Gunners, but I think they're about to immediately get shut down. And this is just a nice sort of overwhelming attack from Cathay. The cavalry spam. The crazy infantry. the Skaven frontline getting ignored. He basically only had to shut down the Globadiers because Skaven really did go pretty hard on the range this battle today. And because their frontline sort of just got ignored, Subutai's control sweeping the flank, I think Skaven are pretty screwed unless they can stabilize. Rattling Gunners do survive though at 26 entities. Big plus. Rad Ogres do get summoned. It depends on how well the cavalry do though. Skaven historically though, generally pretty bad. Generally pretty bad versus cavalry. Although, let's see. Man, wow, they did really bad versus the cavalry. Those Jade Lancers just walked right over them. And yeah, it is just a massacre. It's a massacre. Skaven slaves getting caught up. Rad Ogre is isolated. Terrible. Triple cap incoming on the Skaven. And a couple Wolf Rats get summoned. They'll be able to pick up the Peasant Horsemen a tiny bit, but balance of power. 700 gold swing. That was a massive swing, shutting down the catapults and just getting a solid rush. Honestly, it feels like Skaven didn't really have enough of a front line to hold. What is Harmony? Harmony's all the way in the distance. You know, he has the Harmony for the Grand Cannon, which actually did survive the Plague Claw Catapult duel. As it turns out, when you do artillery duels, one of them's going to be at full power by the end of it, and the other one's going to probably be routed off the map. Typically, I find artillery should be firing at infantry instead, but it's a mixed bag. Sometimes you want to go one way, sometimes the other. Sometimes you just get hit by the bad RNG. So, in this case, the RNG very much in the way of the Cathay cannons in this instance, though that doesn't really change very much. In this case, Cathay just dominating the Skaven. And we were saying, and by we I mean I was saying Cathay was terrible. In this case, Skaven didn't really get an early game lead at all. They just got marched on. They just got marched on completely. Alexandus, I just saw your message on the Twitch side. Very nice. But yeah, this is an obliteration. Skaven are triple capped, down by 2,000 gold. And the power of the Cathay infantry a little bit too powerful. That was just a Jade Warrior march and kill. I do feel like there was a little bit too much range, right? Like if you look at the range, think about it. Cathay had 2 crossbowmen. That makes up for 1,200 gold. Skaven had the Natty Buboes, which was 1,200. They had the Rattling Gunners, 2,000 gold. Oh my gosh, that's pretty brutal. 2,000 gold because of that. They had 2 Plague Claw catapults, 4,000 gold worth of range. Then they had two units of Globadiers, right? That is like about 5,000 gold invested into range when Cathay invested like 1,000. And then just full rush with infantry. I think it mostly came down to builds in this circumstance. I guess no, they did have a cannon, my bad. So 2,000 versus 5,000. Still pretty skewed for Cathay. And just a march forwards, crumpling that front line. The brutality. Enticity wrong? Did I count things wrong? Who needs my 9 melee defense on formation attack? Honestly, right? Who needs that melee defense when you can melee attack? And 2 Iron Hails? And 2 Iron Hails? Okay, yeah, a few in the back, like I guess, but like this was summoned afterwards, like the actual push, you know. You know what I mean, chat? You know what I mean? You know what? It doesn't matter. It's still a many thousands gold difference, so like at least a couple thousand gold. In the absolute most favorable gold situation, Skaven were 2,000 gold behind in terms of the frontline fight. The last 2 or 3 games have been the best I've seen in a while. Thanks for hosting. Hey, well, thank you for watching, Andrew Cadwell. Those are extremely kind words, my dude. Honestly, the last few games have been pretty hype. I've been enjoying Subutai's sort of Cathay style. It seems like he knows what to do with Cathay, which is to take all the infantry. He sees infantry, he says yes, and that is what he goes for. I wonder what would have happened if Skaven had like Poison Wind Mortars. No one runs Poison Wind Mortars anymore, but I feel like maybe they are okay. Maybe they're terrible though. You know, Avalanche Mortars, why not? It's not like one cannon's gonna kill that, right? Instead of the Plague Claw catapults. One may wonder, but once again, Cathay proves themselves quite a powerful faction. His builds are very similar to mine, to be honest. Alright. Look, if you start winning tournaments like Subutai, I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to see your build. It depends though, right? Are they actually similar or like? Because the thing is, right? I feel like he's a few units away from Cathay syndrome. I feel like he's found a good recipe. Because I've run builds that are quite close to this. But then it just completely collapses. Maybe it's his opponents, but I feel like a lot of it is he focuses a lot more on, like, you know, the Jade Warrior Halberds, right? This is a unit that I basically never run, and it seems like speccing heavier into that just to have the infantry seems to be working out well for him. You won a tournament? All right, well, never mind then. Never mind. Never mind. I ain't talking then. I ain't talking. I'm sorry, Medley. I actually am really out of the... I am out of the loop. I actually don't know who's playing right now. So, greatest apologies. Alright, there we go. Looks like it's a sweep. Skaven are gone. Victory points to Cathay. That was just an annihilation of the front line. Like, you know, one Warplock Giselle survived. I feel like there were a few flubs with the Ancestral Warriors at the start, but like he still did pretty great. This makes me want to play against Subutai now. I want to test my might. It's been so long. I must test myself. Magic and cavalry play was really scary. I feel like the magic sort of whiffed. And then the cavalry play was just cavalry play was what did it. Like they fully collapsed in on the range. Like when we saw, like, you know, the big play like this. You know what we need in the Warhammer scene? We need instant replay. I should set up instant replay so that, like, when we reach this stage of the battle, I can talk about how it was won. And then it's like, boom, like, you see, like, the cavalry flank over there, and it's sick. Seems like Cathay is strong when played by someone other than Enticity. Alright. Okay. You want to go? You want to go? Let me at him. I want to, you know, I'm going to cancel this tournament right now. Don't make me do it. I'm going to cancel this tournament right now. We're going to play against Subutai. Alright? And then we'll see who's talking, alright? We'll see who's talking. I'll play Subutai. I'll fight him in real life, alright? I don't want... I actually do really want to play against this Cathay now. Because then I get to actually test my theories and update sort of where I stand in the meta. Because it's been a while. I haven't played a multiplayer game in, like, months. Not gonna lie. So I'm going off, like, old meta. Old meta. But they seem to do pretty well. I want to get annihilated by Subutai's Cathay, because I'm sort of like, here's the thing, right? I'm Cathay mirror match when, yo, for me, I am basically a chameleon when it comes to Warhammer builds. I see something good, I get beat by it, I study it, I learn what makes it work, what makes it not work, and then I play that exact build. So nothing would make me happier than losing to Subutai and knowing exactly how he and then just like exactly how to play it. Broken leg gully, alright, sick. Nothing would make me happier. And then all the work that he spent polishing his builds and mastering it, I just co-opted into myself and just copy it. That's like the best way. That's the best way to do the minimum amount of work while getting the maximum gains. The Enticity lifestyle, chat. I need to learn that mindset, to be honest. I get way too tilted. Well, you know, it's not like you have to do it. Now, this is RTK versus RTK. RTK is well known for having their own meta that is apparently very different from mine. I've been messaged before about it, where apparently I make things work that RTK knowledge says is pretty bad. And it's pretty nice to have it work both ways. I'm seeing RTK do things that I generally regard as pretty bad, as in picking Cathay at all ever. So I'm really interested to see what Platypus has to bring today, given that he is also part of RTK. And especially what you see in these clans either they decide to meme verse each other, or they actually whip out. They actually whip out, like, sort of the high meta that they've been grinding. Because they, like, super converge towards one direction. Super train in that territory for a while. And when they come out of it, right, they play in a tournament, you end up finding, like, some really pitched battles where there's, like, tons of back and forth. Because both players know exactly what's going on. I would be really interested. You hate Cathay? So I talk about Cathay. When I talk about Cathay, I bring up Cathay syndrome. Basically, the idea is that I think Cathay has a terrible late game. And that while their early game goes well, I think their late game goes terribly. I think their late game's hot garbage. But so from what we've seen from Subutai, it seems like RTK seems to have figured it out. But like when someone picks Cathay against me in the tournament, I'm like really happy. I'm like really happy to face Cathay. The only time I lose is like if I forget how to Wind of Death. Cathay doesn't have a good late game, but like Subutai's been winning it. I don't know, man. Subutai's been he's been doing good, so who knows? Who knows? The RTK is one of the big clans. I think they're one of the most active clans along with VM right now. RTK, real Tomb Kings. I'm pretty sure they actually do play Tomb Kings a lot. I wonder if they're still doing that with the new patch. Roundtable Knights? Oh, I see. It's because they had a really great early game in that one. Well, like the Skaven one, yes, but the Greenskin one, no. The Greenskin one was an even trade, and then he came out on top, which goes against what I predicted. Actually, the complete opposite of what I predicted. I've watched Total War Warhammer content videos for like 5 years. I had no clue what a single clan name stands for. Honestly, me neither. ODM is Order de Malta. I'm never gonna look up how to actually say it. How can they have clans with no in-game chat? Indeed, Discord. You can find my Discord down below, where you can find opportunities into the multiplayer scene. The multiplayer scene for Warhammer Total War in the English-speaking community is basically a nice tiny bubble on Discord between myself, Turin, Human Boy, Platypus, and many other content creators that all host tournaments on the same website. That is sort of like where the big Warhammer multiplayer scene is. Maybe TikTok? Definitely not TikTok. If any of these Warhammer content creators are on TikTok, I don't know what's going on. So I think this tournament has progressed fairly nicely. I think both semifinals should be being played right now. Yeah, both semifinals are starting at the same time, which means that we're good. Total Tavern, that's right. That's right, chat. Total Tavern. Check it out. Here's the link. It is a website hosted by the GOAT himself, Turin, where you can ask him, you can send him a DM, so he can set you up as an admin to host your own tournaments, or you can look at faction stats, sign up for tournaments for yourself, and also just sort of keep up with the community. It's great. Kind of meta, but it's cool that with 7 billion humans on Earth, even something as niche as Total War Warhammer 3 can have a significant dedicated community. It's pretty cool, yeah. 8 billion now though, right? 7 billion population was like a few years ago. That was like 2015. It's like 7 years ago when it was 7 billion, right? Remember, guys, if you want to feel old, tell yourself that 2015 was 8 years ago. Haha! Fun times! Fun times! Nothing like that realization. They say we won't hit 9 billion. Yeah, like because as places get more, you know, as countries climb out of third world countryness, then they can then population tends to slow down a bit. Like as you find, like, you know, as child mortality goes down, birth rate also goes down. Stuff like that. It feels worse the older you get. It's sort of weird for me. I've always looked at older people and sort of been like, I've always sort of really respected them and like just been like, you know, I want to be like a cool old person when I grow up. So for me, it's sort of like, you know, it's like, and like for me, I always hear stories about how like the older you get, the happier you get as life gets more stable and whatnot. So for me, I've never really dreaded it too much, except for the crippling pain. Sort of the consistent theme that I've heard from people that are older than me is like, oh yeah, the crippling pain is just, it ramps up. It ramps up, you know, while your life gets more stable. Your knees don't. Get ready for it, and get ready. It's coming for you. So I don't know, it's sort of a conundrum. It's a conundrum. It's like it's a plus and a minus, you know? Your life gets to develop. Your knees fall apart. Life? Yeah. Stable, sure, that happens. Okay, yeah, like not for everyone, Bubbas. Not for everyone. I'm aware that it's not great for everybody. For some people, it gets worse. But like, you know, in my very privileged position, we have many people. I have a bunch of people that are just like, yeah, it gets better when you get out of your 20s into your 30s. Like for me, right? High school was pain and suffering. University was pain and suffering, but slightly less. And then I graduated, and it's been an uphill trend of happiness. So I feel like, you know, if you just follow the trend, like stocks, right, then it's just gonna keep going up forever. So, you know, I think it's fine. By that logic, everything will just keep getting better as I get older. You know, it hasn't gone worse, right? So, all right. What's this? Is Warhammer 3 grand strategy style like Stellaris? Oh, dang. Feedback. You're just showing up to Warhammer Total War, and this is the stream you come to ask this question? This stream? Oh boy, I feel like I'm making a terrible impression because I saw you message way earlier, and I totally didn't respond to it. I'm so sorry. Total War Warhammer 3 is 4x. It's a 4x with battles instead of it just being like auto-played, right? So think like Civ 5, but instead of... think sort of like Civ 5, but with fewer civilization mechanics, but when your guys battle, you load into an actual battle. That's sort of what I see. Is it like Stellaris? I've never played Stellaris, so I don't know. Yeah, anyways. What are we looking at? It's Vampire Coast against the Tomb Kings. Pretty meta factions versus meta. Now they both got nerfed in leadership recently. So basically status quo. It's a massive range build for the Tomb Kings. Lots of skelly archers. And Ka-Tep, also known as Cringe Tep, but he does have healing. And it does heal a lot. Now, Tomb Kings got nerfed a bit harder than Vampire Coast. Their passive healing, not this one, but their actual faction healing. What's it? This one got reduced to 0.2 from 0.4. 0.4 was bloody massive, made them indestructible. So now they only heal a total of 421. 42 seconds times 0.2. So they heal for a total of about 8.5% HP, down from 16% HP. If they're suffering the maximum bonuses of this. So, Tomb Kings generally, not going to be nearly as tanky. Of course, crumbling still makes them quite difficult to deal with, but crumbling for both sides here, I guess fair is fair. We see a Fleet Admiral with the recently... you know, CA, they nerf these things and they keep getting used. How unfortunate. It's a bomber. It's a mass infantry bomber build with Lamprey's Revenge for the monsters. And then just a bunch of infantry clear over there. Alright. Yeah, nerfed factions. Here we go. Games like Stellaris are pretty limited to Paradox games. I've never actually seen or played it before. Interesting. I love this. This is what you get when you have two clanmates playing against each other. You have the clan meta. They're like, hey, you know what? On this map, the meta is to push their far point with your guys, right? And then they're like, cause then when they deploy here, right, then you can fight them. And then you have the other guy doing the exact same thing. He's like, I'm gonna push their far point because he's not gonna expect it, and then I can win the far point. And then both sides are just sort of mirroring each other. This is weird. This is weird. I feel like the counterplay is you just actually just push your close point. Like, I feel like you just push your close point and you're good. But, like, I can sort of see the advantage that you get. This army pushing here towards the middle is able to easily access here, right? Alternatively, you fight your opponent face to face and you have an even battle. But then they are in position to attack your point more easily rather than having to be on the defensive. It's an interesting idea. This is such an RTK battle, though. I feel gross. I feel gross. This is a full-on RTK meta battle. And I have not been exposed to it nearly enough, but I know this is totally... These guys train against each other. It's the same clan. They know what they're doing, alright? And then, like, Subutai's like, look at you, you're doing the thing. And, like, just Platypus is like, oh, you're doing the thing. Oh, my gosh, it's filthy. It's absolutely filthy. Though I will say, it seems like Platypus has a little bit of an edge here. Way more infantry. Though the Depth Guard will be able to clear it. Can they clear it fast enough is the question. And will they get focus fired by archers? Over here, Vampire Coast, a little bit more forwards. Gonna be capturing this point. And Vampire Coast is sort of positioned to capture all the points from the get-go. So maybe a mild lead for the Vampirates. RTK problems require RTK solutions. Nah, this is a sign I need to jump back into the meta and show him who's boss. I gotta jump back in and wreck some shop. The thing is, I don't have the time, though. I'm still retired. I wish I could, though. That would be sick. Triple cap, though, from the Vampire Coast. Pretty scary. I think Platypus would win. I feel like his infantry seemed quite scary, but I don't know if Platypus... I don't know if he's got it. We'll see. A nice transition from the Lamprey's Revenge here. These archers, none of them are the ROR, so they won't actually reduce the armor. But a nice counter summon over here. The Eyes of the Desert Sepulchral Stalkers gonna be posing a fairly large threat if they can get line of sight. I really want to settle the score. I really wish I had, I really wish I could just do the deep dive into multiplayer. Nice bomber volley, though. Okay, well, that changes things. That changes things a lot. Zombie bombers, one of the highest DPS units in the game right now. Basically poison wind globadiers if they can get their shots off. Absolutely terrifying. So far, the Casket of Souls to half ammunition used. 150 gold value. Pretty disappointing Casket of Souls, I must say. But the skeletons are crumbling quite quickly. Vampire Coast continued to hold the middle, and it seems like Platypus is actually playing quite passively. He's actually not in a rush to fight the Vampire Coast. An interesting decision, and it sort of shows that he's quite confident that he'll be able to trade up here. A triple cap situation is nice, but if the battle ends too quickly, it doesn't matter how many tickets you have. You're gonna get army wiped and triple capped. So, a little bit sketch. Depth Guard, though, still terrifying. They do actually push the Stalkers now, and I feel like Vampire Coast have probably secured this area with this play. Vampire Coast Depth Guard ignoring the infantry to move on to the Stalkers means that the Tomb King's range line are in disarray. And the longer these range units have to run away like this, the more advantage Vampire Coast gets. Depth Guard now on the Skeleton Archers. Very nice. Ushapti summon drop. So nice to kill the Depth Guard before they reach most of their healing. Casket of Souls, 250 value. Big place. This thing costs a lot of money. That's pretty rough. But it seems like Vampire Coast are actually holding out. Subutai with the coast plays. Bombers have done some pretty good damage over on this flank. On the middle, Vampire Coast literally just holding the point with sheer weight of numbers. And some really beat up Fellbats just gonna stall the Casket of Souls. Honestly, I don't know which trade is better. It's been doing so little damage. Maybe Tomb Kings like it that the Fellbats are there. Meanwhile, on this left flank for the Tomb Kings, we are seeing the Ushabti. They've chunked down the Depth Guard down to half HP, but it doesn't matter until the Depth Guard die. And these guys are absolute beasts. They got buffed recently. Anti-infantry, insane melee attack, frenzy, and the hunger. Gonna be pretty massive for their healing. It's gonna be good. They got buffed in HP too, I believe. And if they don't die, and they just keep grinding up against this sort of chaff spam of Platypus, Depth Guard will probably be able to clean up shop. And oh, look at this, the zoomies. You thought Enticity wouldn't do it. Wind of Death, people. That was an overcast. You can tell because there is one Skelly boy left. And he's dead. That was a nasty Wind of Death. I don't need to say it. I'm gonna say it anyways. That was a disgusting Wind of Death. Really, really, really good for the Tomb King, or for the Vampire Coast, who do not want to get shot at by archers. And the Rotting Prometheans diving in here, they have shots they shoot in combat, so they will actually trade decently against the Stalkers. Though the Depth Guard get low, as long as they don't crumble, it's still an advantage for Coast. Now, meanwhile over here, Tomb Kings have done a good job with their Horsemen. They've managed to stop the Vampire Coast from getting a foothold here. They've collapsed the lines. They've summoned some Nahakar warriors. A nice sort of mass high damage output to clean up this area. But wow, look at that. The newly buffed hand cannon mobs, only but a couple patches ago, being summoned in to deal with the skeleton chariots. And on a map like this, where you generally don't favor range that much, I actually sort of like this over the normal handguns. Their DPS is massive. Polearm, Depth Guard too, to force the Tomb Kings to have to stay here. That's pretty nice. And Vampire Coast have a lot of time too. This is a long-term play, but because he's so high up in tickets, Tomb Kings are going to take a while before they end the game. And this Depth Guard will likely be able to squeeze out their value. We'll see if I'm wrong about that. But overall, a really nice game so far. Look at that. Animated Hulks cleaning up here. But, oh no, the Depth Guard are still alive and they're almost heal capped. I thought the Lamprey's Revenge had died, but they actually survived. They ran away from the Stalkers and are now brutalizing these guys over here. But a nasty volley actually does almost no damage to the Animated Hulks. How much value does this bad boy have? 550. How much is a Casket of Souls? It's been so long, chat. Do they cost 1,100? Please tell me they cost 1,100 or less. If they cost any more, I'm gonna cry for this thing. Exactly, sponsored by Voltaren. Yo, Enticity, I would, a Voltaren sponsor would make me so happy. Voltaren is what keeps me doing these 10-hour streams, I swear. But over here, it looks like the guns are doing well. Bombers, potentially. Oh, they're looking the wrong direction. How absolutely terrible. Over here, we're seeing the chariots getting mucked up by the Animated Hulks. Looking pretty rough over there. But the Vampire Coasts are still double capped. The question is who's actually going to trade better. Tomb Kings technically have the higher number here, but Vampire Coasts have access to more things that can heal. Lamprey's Revenge looking like they are continuing to fight, doing pretty well for themselves. Depth Guard have basically heal capped. That is great for them. Oh yes, that's good. That's good. That's 425 kills. That is massive. The Depth Guard here, the Depth Guard buffs really, it's nice seeing Vampire Coast actually use Depth Guard. But the chariots over here, I will say, the Tomb Kings have done a great job securing this area. And the Vampire Coast have sort of fallen apart here. And this win is pretty great. Because with all of these units cleared up, and the Depth Guard polearms transitioning towards the middle, Tomb Kings don't really have to worry about this push. Vampire Coasts are a bit too slow to just walk straight here. So Tomb Kings can actually just focus full force towards the middle and just sort of crush it. Vampire Coasts are in a similar situation on this flank though, and a nasty bomber volley on these skeleton warriors. Just delete them. These bombers have been insane this battle, look at that. Not actually that much, that was the first volley, but for a first volley, pretty nasty. Now the chariots do finally die, not before causing insane amounts of disruption and paying for themselves, very nice play. But the Vampire Coasts have secured the middle. And they are trading up, too. Sepulchral Stalkers with the anti-large do well here. Nasty, decent shot with the casket. 200 kills. Almost 800 value. How much does this thing cost? I can't believe I forgot the cost of it, but it's doing alright. It's doing alright, you know. It's almost out of ammunition. Most definitely hasn't paid for itself, but it's doing alright. Vampire Coast barely not capturing the middle point, though. Disaster strikes. Friendly fire with a little bit of damage on the depth guard, but they're still doing just fine. Over 1,200. I don't think it's over 1,200. Is it 1,300? Please tell me it's not so. But the Vampire Coasts have sort of resecured this area. Surprisingly enough, the chariots dying actually have helped out with these guns, and they're doing pretty well. Over here we are seeing, I love how no one in chat knows how much this thing costs. Over here we're seeing the Lord summoning some zombie deckhands, shut down the archer is really nice play. She's just running disruption because she doesn't worry about dying. There's not a lot of targets here that can actually kill her. But look at that. The middle has been resecured, and a nasty friendly fire on top of bombers on those skeleton horsemen. That is pretty brutal. They take a nasty amount of damage. If they crumble away here and the bombers live, that would be devastating. Almost a 400 gold unit not killing anything would be really rough, but it seems like their extra charge bonus leadership gonna be keeping them around to take out the bombers. So, nice play from the skeleton horsemen. They barely survive. And the Vampire Coast is sort of starting to run out of steam. Take a look at this actual battle here, you know. The depth guard with 600 kills. This is the spiciest depth guard unit I've ever seen. You know what? You're playing against Platypus, just only get normal depth guard. Just only get normal depth guard. Casket is 1,250. Well, I guess he gets the D-summon on it, so it technically paid for itself over the long run. And this is a long run battle, you know, both sides are climbing up in their victory tickets. I would rate the Casket of Souls basically paid for itself out of 10. You know, it did alright. It did alright. Another summon over here. Where's that general? She's rocking a solid 50% HP fighting against Kotep. Neither of these guys are amazing fighters, but she is definitely the better one. 65 melee attack is enough to give Kotep a run for his money. And the long-term depth guard, I still wonder though. Depth guard are pretty scary. Ending with a solid 645 kills and 1,900 value. This is probably what was keeping the Vampire Coast in the game, that single depth guard unit. But I will say the handguns and the range have sort of been getting shut down. Platypus has been doing a very good job making sure that they are continuing to fire. And the chariots, indeed, chat, Big D, the chariots are back and more menacing than ever. I gotta say, the range spam, one, you can keep them firing for a long time, they do well. But if you're just gonna have them run directly into chariots, you're just feeding your opponent value. This is pretty rough. Having no animated hulks or anything to defend these guys. Nice play for chat Platypus defending this. Almost on cue, animated hulks get summoned. A little bit too late though. Chariots have already basically paid for themselves, at the very least because they're stalling. And because Platypus has such a value and ticket point lead right now, he's actually completely fine using these guys for stalling and trading slightly. According to the wiki, the coast in Warhammer 2 was, the cost for Casket of Souls was 600. I feel like that's wrong. I feel like that's wrong. Unless it was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I don't remember it costing that cheap. Chariots are a menace. They're just blasting through these guys. And they will now occupy the animated hulks, thus holding the victory points for Platypus. And he does take the lead in victory points. Vampire Coast summoning in more ranged. Honestly, I feel like the range is not working. The range is not working. The Vampire Coast, he had one depth guard who killed like half of the Tomb King's army. The one depth guard killed the entire Tomb King's army. These guys, I'm ready. I'm ready for the chariots or the skeleton horsemen to jump these guys. There are not a lot of guys left. Though I will say, Subutai played great though. As much as I'm memeing here, Subutai played great. It was mostly Platypus with his sort of return chariot styles. And just the chariots jumping everything, really. They did amazing. But like, oh man, look at that. Kotep Gang's D-summoned too. He's used up all of his winds of magic. And now the depth guard, they are on the point. They're grinding it up, but not doing nearly as well as the previous depth guard unit. They're anti-large. So they're going to be having a pretty rough time. It's 1,250. That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Chariot's pulling out too. Nice control from Platypus. Gonna be slamming into those bombers again. Doesn't matter. The Tomb Kings take the victory. Look at that. Pretty nice game. Honestly, loved it. That was a great game. Can I say, though, so the Rotting Prometheans didn't do that well. Honestly, they didn't have any targets, but they're sort of a necessary evil in case Tomb Kings go for a non-chaff spam build. Vampire Coast did have some tools to deal with chaff spam, the Depth Guard, but the pole arms didn't do nearly as well. But you can see how much of a big play it is if you can keep them safe. But if you send them into the wrong situations, it doesn't really work out too well. Similar with the bombers, right? Bombers are sort of it's a do or die unit. Perfect situation, got run over by chariots. Amazing, terrible. Really good, really bad. Same with the pistols, right? I think Platypus just sort of played the long con, very patient too, very rare. Playing comfortably in a triple cap situation. Just really nice play overall. I will say his skeleton archers did get shut down pretty hard by the depth guard. And the Casket of Souls maybe was a weird tech piece to shut down depth guard maybe to shut down key targets like the bombers. It was really weird. It did technically pay for itself, but honestly, I feel like the Casket of Souls, like, you probably could have done more with something else. Maybe it was just a tool for artillery, like maybe it was a tool for a different situation. You very often see that with units that don't do well in builds. You have to be very careful. Your opponent isn't always gonna run this, right? But I will say the Chariot was a menace. And oh man, Sepulchral Stalkers. Oh, that's a big one. Sepulchral Stalkers are a menace. And that's a nice play. Nice play from both players. Platypus though, what a beast. What a beast. We move on to game number 2. And I believe game number 2 is on, because I'm a good host. Game number 2 is on Arnheim. Arnheim, very 2-lane focused map. This is the one where you see the most conventional builds, but you often see people go for either like a double high, like a full high ground play to capture the middle, or just go for the low ground for easier ranged builds. What I find is the faction that is more smaller, that brings fewer units, prefers the high ground. Oh, you were looking at the mounted price for the Casket of Souls? I see. Tomb Kings still OP confirmed? Well, like, both factions got nerfed, but I think Tomb Kings, they are significantly weaker now. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some other factions starting to take W's against them. But by no means are they weak. For anyone who thinks Tomb Kings, Coast, or Vampire counts are out of the meta, we've seen all 3 of those factions. Now, this is definitely leftover from previous... like, the last meta. Players are just playing what they're comfortable with. But... let's be honest here. Let's be honest. This is still pretty nasty. Undead, no Bretonia, actually. 0 Bretonia. So... it's not even like people are trying to play Bretonia. Like... oh no, Bretonia. Oh, Bretonia. Who else got a buff? Anyone else get a buff in the recent patch? Greenskins. We've seen 0 Savage Orcs. We've seen 0 Savage Orcs. We've seen 0 Bretonia. We've still seen Norska despite the Horsemen getting nerfed, but they did lose to the Vampire counts despite getting nerfed. We've seen no Doom Players. Here's the thing though, right? These things get better over time. They get better over time, chat. So usually with these changes, unless they go over the top, right? Usually what you see is a slow progression where people figure out the meta and they start mixing in these units. So I'm willing to give it a little bit of time. We still see Black Parayapt. We still see Forbidden Rods. Dude, is this how it works? Is this how you play Warhammer? You just look at the patch notes and whatever got nerfed, you just play that? Is that actually the strat? Because it feels like that's what the strat is, chat. It sort of feels like that's what the strat is. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of exactly what got nerfed. Like almost par for the course. War Wagons still got taken. Let's see here. Anything else? Anyone, have we seen, you know, Great and Clean ones have smaller entity sizes now, so that's pretty hype. They did get smaller entity sizes. Maybe we'll see some Great and Clean ones. Cathay got nerfed. They're still being played. Bretonia? Oh no. Yeah, no, literally nothing changed. Dwarves. Give me Dowie. I do see Dowie. Platypus hovering the Dowie. Dowie are another faction I think are terrible. But RTK is just going to prove me wrong again. I swear. I swear. I feel like it's RTK's quest to play literally exactly what I think is the weakest. Cathay weren't nerfed enough, to be honest. I don't know. I still think Cathay's weak. Someone 1v1 me. I want to see this magic of Cathay. I want to see this magic of Cathay. Somebody 1v1 me, alright? I won't learn until I lose to Cathay. I've seen it with my own eyes. The last and final test is to get waffle stomped by Cathay. I should do a win farming stream. I should do a win farming stream against RTK and see how often they can take me out. I want to see how often they can take me out. Because in my gut of guts, I believe they can. I need to, you know, maybe we don't call it a win farming stream. What do we call it? What do you call it when someone's getting absolutely demolished? What am I supposed to call this stream? Like what's the thing that if you're getting wrecked? Like, what do you call it if like someone who's overconfident gets like brought down? What's the word? Training montage? No, like it has to be loss farming. No, not loss farming. Honestly, should I just call it waffle stomping? Waffle stomp me? Waffle stomp me stream? Fool farming? Stomping? Hubris? Humility? No, not humbling. No. Like it's supposed to be called like tear me down or something. Tear me down stream. Getting Elon Musk to dang pub stomp. But it's not like pub stomp, because like pub stomp is just you're bad and you're getting wrecked. I want it to be like fall from grace almost, but not like fall from grace, but like fall from being, you know, overconfident. None of this is really working for me. Like it's like just desserts, you know? Like what is that? What is the phrase if the villain of the story's getting wrecked? Prove me wrong stream. I could just do prove me wrong roasting. Oh yeah, roasting is like almost there. Roasting is almost there. I feel like prove me wrong is like a fairly nice way of doing it. Like prove me wrong. Wrong multiplayer. Multiplayer. I feel like that'd be hilarious. I feel like that'd be hilarious. So someone comes into, oh, reality check? That's fun. Reality check? Reality check? Multiplayer stream? That's pretty cool. Yeah, okay. Because I feel like that'd be a fun format where I make a claim, right? I make an unpopular claim and I back it up and people show up to try and prove me wrong. Paint drying? Say what? Tall poppy? What's this about the poppy stuff? What is this tall poppy? I've never heard of that before. Must be, is that like a British thing? CAY stream? Bully Beatdown featuring Enticity? Ego Demolition? Okay, Ego Demolition is pretty hype. Ego Demolition. That's pretty great. Ego Demolition? Oh my gosh. Hard-boiled egg tutorial? Say what? Fight me Fridays? I'll write that down just because it rolls off the tongue well. Enticity making unpopular claims. That sounds like an unpopular claim. Yeah. There's an entire data bro subculture that... What's this? Squashy. I think we got there. What's this? Cyber... Are we talking about Twitch chat? Alright. No ents in city. I think we found it. I think either between Prove Me Wrong, Reality Check, Enticity, right? Enticity. I like Ego Demolition though. Ego Demolition is like, it's such an evocative phrase, right? Ego Demolition. That's such an evocative phrase. I feel like a viewer who's like browsing YouTube who sees Ego Demolition multiplayer, right? They see that and then they're like, what in the world? I want to see someone's ego get demolished. Ego Demolition Derby multiplayer. I feel like maybe we slap on the Derby. But then I feel like, I don't know, it implies, it heads in the wrong direction. Nice. They readied up. We've done it, chat. I have the right map too. And it's Dwarves versus Tomb Kings, the Mad Lads. Either that or Fight Me Fridays, but then we're stuck with 5 days. But then we're stuck with Fridays after that. Yeah, so here's the thing. The Prove Me Wrong style is basically I have to make a claim, or you guys make a claim, and you have to try and prove me wrong. I feel like that would be hilarious. So like I say, Slaanesh is OP and they're the best faction in the meta. Well, actually, that's everyone thinks that, right? So I have to make a claim that is divisive. And then, right, like let's say I say Cathay is bad. And then I play against chat in Cathay, and either I dominate and I kill everyone, or it goes the other way. And then it's super, you know. And it's super great. Trash claims. Trash claims. Trash claim farming. That's almost it, but I feel like it doesn't check out. Like, trash claims with Enticity. I feel like it needs to be 3 words, otherwise it doesn't, like, it's not eye-catching enough for the clickbait. Trash claims with Ent. Like, I feel like it should be, like, X trash claims. Like, debunking. Like, myth-busting. Oh my gosh, myth-busting? There we go, myth-busting. Myth-busting trash claims, right? Trash claims. Now there's the clickbait. Myth busting is like, oh my gosh. You want some like 2020 clickbait strats? That's what you do. You slap on the nostalgia of Mythbusters, right? On top of the drama of the trash claims. You don't actually explain what's going on. Sick. I feel like it explains it a bit too well though, right? Because then people know what it is about. If you want the true clickbait, you have to make it where the title doesn't actually explain what's going on. That's the true clickbait. But it's close enough. I think we have enough ideas where we might have a series on our hands. Anticity's emotional destruction. Oh no. Alright, what are we seeing? We see some Screaming Skull Catapults. Ushopti. He's playing as the Endgame Crisis faction, and it's making me think about France, chat. It's making me think about France. I see this army, and I'm like, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no, the dwarves are coming. Oh no, Thorax coming after me. I can't stop. I can't stop. I have an addiction. Cringe chat. Casket of Souls. RTK likes their Casket of Souls. I don't know what's going on, but he's being dodged by Platypus right now. The minor dodge. The minor stack with the dwarves. Oh no. Double Carrion. Double Ushopti Greatbow ROR. This is a full-out trade and kite build against the Dowie. The emotional damaging. I can't do it. I can't do the accent. But yeah, we're seeing Carrion in the air. They're here to deal with cannons. He knows exactly what's going on. These guys have played this before. The clanmates, the likelihood that they've played this matchup before is insane. Casket of Souls, though, this is like a mass range build against the Dowie, which is weird. Because usually artillery doesn't do great because they have a hard time capturing. but the dwarves themselves can typically have a hard time capturing. And on a map like this, it's fairly good. There's no counter artillery. Technically, there are cannons. We'll see how well they do. Not gonna lie, I saw you online and I was hoping for more friends. Not a forest hunter. We'll get the friends in on Friday. Don't worry about it. I will say, though, by the looks of it, the artillery, they've done okay. Man, remember the age of the artillery bug, the infinite ammo Tomb Kings, and that was literally the only thing chat would talk about? I'm happy we've moved on from that. Opinion question. 3 miners with blasting charges greater than 4 miners without? Well, yeah, I don't think... blasting charges are OP, are you kidding me? I think most people would agree with that. And if you don't, you're crazy. So far, though, artillery's doing great. Tomb Scorpion, nice cleanup tool because of the terror. Ushabti, doing great. And it's a double cap from the Tomb Kings. Dwarves, with the sort of the slow push, only took this point. So far, I'd put them in the lead. Casket of... or I put the Tomb Kings in the lead, but it depends. I think it'd be hilarious if the dwarves actually just pushed. If the dwarves just pushed the caskets, I wonder if any summons would stop them, or if the dwarves would legit just run them over. Seems like Platypus, though, opting not to rush the fairly undefended position here, and just going to be tanking the shots instead, probably winning these fights and probably capturing this point. Enticity versus Logan Paul. Dude, Logan Paul is insane. Have you seen his muscles? No, thank you. Looks like the dwarves are pushing the Ushabti, though. The best way to shut down range units is to keep them moving. The longer range units are running away from you, the better. So sacrificing a dwarf warrior for that, one of the cheapest units in this army. Fairly good strat. Quarrelers, looks like they're just going to be shooting at some Ushabti. They're fine. And there we go. There's the anti-fear aura. The Rune of Doom, buffing up all of them Dowie. They're going to be quite comfortable here. And Subutai. Subutai sort of on the retreat right now. Now, the trading obviously is in the favor of Subutai. The question is, when it comes to an actual engagement, will Subutai be able to keep that up? Look at that, one dwarf unit marching in over here. The chariots a little bit far away. Are we actually going to see this? Oh my gosh. The sacrificial dwarves. The artillery missed. The chariots are too far away. Oh, and they've stopped. And there we go. Glory to the Dwarven Empire. Blasting charges out. Massive leadership hit for the artillery pieces. The dwarves, a second volley. Absolute brutality. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to artillery. As scary as artillery are, when you go for a lot of them, it can be pretty hard actually keeping them safe. It's sort of weird. If your opponent ever goes for too much range, you can't just sort of walk up to them and just end their entire existence. This was the most worthwhile dwarf unit in the existence of dwarf units. They did great. Ushabti summon a little bit too late, not able to support. And chariots not really being able to clear up. One of the major things about the dwarves is the fact that they are extremely hard to kill. And most factions that would rely on kite can no longer do that in domination mode. So the dwarves actually running into some issues. Or not the dwarves, Tomb Kings. And the artillery build sort of getting shut down. Now they do kill off one of the miners, but they're going to need to trade up really well to pull a lead here. And to actually start sealing points, you know. No troops on the ground. No boots on the point. A little bit rough. Let's do a quick check on this. I don't know. I don't know about these Casket of Souls, man. The Casket of Souls, they don't actually hold points. The chariots were there, yeah, and they sort of just moved on. They technically, I think they could have saved the chariots, but they might have crumbled away anyways. Okay, anyone else? Does anyone feel like the Casket of Souls are actually good? Because apparently in RTK, you know what? This is one of those, I need myth-busting trash claims. Myth-busting trash claims with Enticity, alright? Are the Casket of Souls actually good? Because apparently RTK thinks these are like the god, the goat. RTK sees a Casket of Souls, they're like, wow. Wow, I love this. Do Skeleton Warriors have boots? I think they actually do. I think these guys actually have boots. Let's check real quick. Yeah, look at that. They actually have boots. They have some foot wraps. Mostly bones, but that doesn't look like feet. That looks like boots. Anyways. Casket of Souls. Can we just appreciate for a second how little value this is? Even if he desummons them, they paid for themselves, but they didn't actually capture any points, and they needed to be defended. I feel like the fact that they don't actually support, like I guess maybe they focus fire high priority targets. I don't like them though. Foot wraps confirmed, yeah. I feel like the caskets, because it's like 7 minutes into the game before they get you value. I guess they technically pepper down a couple of the range units. I don't know. But I also think dwarves are bad. It's like bad against bad. RTK is just trying to make me go crazy or something. They just bring Bret. They bring bad builds and bad units, and then they win with them as if they're meta and I'm out of touch. And it's disturbing me, and I don't know what to think about it. Caskets seem like a relic of the ammunition bug. I don't know, most people were using Screaming Skull catapults for the ammunition bug. Honestly, hot take, I don't think the ammo bug was actually that impactful. But a lot of people hate me for that take. And you know, I'm willing to be wrong, but I haven't been proven wrong yet. And since CA fixed the bug, we'll never know. So I just have a hot take that people hate me for. Anyways, Tomb Kings, triple cap now. I feel like, oh my gosh, Thork literally just ripped his face off. There's not even a D-summon. The casket's the anti-value. The anti-value. The Roomba's getting annihilated by Thork. Pretty brutal. And the dwarves with the mass infantry. Honestly, mass infantry dwarves is terrifying. Rigged game. It is RTK versus RTK. They could be in chat with each other, planning. Have they been conspiring against me? Do I just ban both of these players right now? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the meta anymore. People bringing dwarves against Tomb Kings like it's normal. I'm freaking out, man. This entire tournament is just gaslighting me. Yeah, I like that. I can accept that as a reality. I will say though, the dwarven wall of flesh is terrifying. A wall of flesh and armor. They just keep marching onto these catapults. Terrifying. They don't care at all. And the artillery pieces are going down. Look at that. The dwarves, people. The dwarves. Screaming Skull catapults. Look at that. They didn't use all of their ammo. It's almost as if the ammo bug, had it existed, would not have mattered, because they would have died anyways. I still hold on to this hot take until someone disproves me. I honestly don't think it was a big deal. It's very rare to use up all of your ammunition. It's been 9 minutes, they still have ammo. Alright, anyways. Anyway, I want to make enemies. There's no point, it got fixed. Okay, yeah, look at that. Dwarves. Apparently, dwarves are better than the Tomb Kings. I feel like I'm going crazy. This is crazy. I love these games, though. Nothing like... The thing is, right? The thing about multiplayer that was burning me out before was it felt like everyone was just bringing exactly what I thought they would bring. And exactly what I thought would happen, you know? And because of that, it was like, oh, look at that, it's chaos. Here's some Hellstriders. Slanesh wins, right? Tomb Kings are winning. Alright, nothing crazy. You know what gets me real juiced up to play multiplayer? Seeing this. RTK, they've invigorated me for multiplayer before. And I'm getting the itch, though I still have to play France campaign. You know, I honestly forgot about the France campaign a bit this battle. That's a good sign. They're getting me unaddicted to the France campaign. Because we're actually seeing right now some weird instances. Dwarves showing their mighty hand against the Tomb Kings. Very massive amounts of infantry. And holding against the Tomb Kings artillery. I'm quite interested, because now I want to test out to see if this build works against other Tomb King styles. I feel like, here's my gut feeling check. I feel like this build is overtuned for this sort of Tomb King's playstyle. I feel like an elite, monstrous-based Tomb King's army would win. Although, who knows, with the blasting charges, maybe it doesn't. RTK's been at this longer than I have. Now, Tomb Kings do retake 1 point, but at this point, the value lead is insane. Dwarves have traded up massively. I feel like the dwarves with the blasting charges would figure something out, but I do wonder. If you just get some single entities, because old land battle ideas would say that this build would get cycle charged by like a Cetron, a Sphinx. That's true. Blasting charges did get buffed in the change to Warhammer 3. Blasting charges do a lot more damage now. Tomb King's F tier. Don't, people, don't. I don't need this. You know what happens next? You know what happens next? If somebody wins with Bretonia. If somebody wins with Bretonia. I think I'm actually gonna throw up. Platypus takes a win 2-0. That's the last thing. That's the last thing that I have to my name. If somebody wins with Bretonia, I actually have nothing left. If they take a decisive win with Bretonia, with a Grail Relique, I don't know. How do I live with myself? I've been harping this entire time, talking about Hellstriders, talking about how CA don't know how to balance the game. And if I'm out of touch when I'm telling CA how to balance the game, I lose all cred. I lose all cred. I feel like I need a stream to regain my street cred. Alright? I either need to just annihilate these guys, or maybe humility. Or maybe I get annihilated and a humility. I guess we'll see whose trash takes end up getting wrecked. Tournament proving Enticity is watch up. That's the worst part about these tournaments. I was told I wasn't allowed to play because I already qualified, and now I can't. Now I can't test my claims, chat. I can't test my claims. This is why I need to host my own tournaments. I love being proven wrong. I love being proven wrong. Nothing makes me more excited about being wrong about something and people giving a detailed argument about why I was wrong. That's what I like. With blackjack and hookers. Yeah. Nothing like being proven wrong. I think that's sick. I think that's sick. I'm gonna see if Valkanos is in their best of 3 real quick. Yeah, I do really like being proven wrong. What I don't like is people telling me that I'm wrong without actually proving it. That's what gets me. That's what gets me angry. It gets me so angry. Because here's the thing, right? Oh yeah, crumbling. The leadership is big, but it's not massive. Like the leadership thing is nice, but like it doesn't change much. Futurama died before its time. Well, hey, at least it didn't live long enough to become The Simpsons or SpongeBob or all the other series that started, you know, falling apart. You know, you die the hero. I feel like that's the way to go. On the next episode of Enticity Gaslighting, Slaanesh gets destroyed by Bretonia. Okay. No way that happens, alright? They just started the 3rd match. Alright, that means we get to chill. You know what that means? You know what that means, chat. Enticity gets to let off some steam. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna let off some steam. I need to let off some steam. So they just started their match. I'm gonna let off some steam. Alright, here we go. I need to know. I need to know, chat. I actually need to know. I can't live with myself. I can't live with myself knowing that I've been doing it wrong this whole time. I just can't. I actually can't, alright? I'm straight up copying their build right now. Right? I have no shame. I have no shame. I'm actually gonna do exactly the same thing. Alright? Because apparently, he's going Bretonia? Oh my gosh. That's just... Well, that's just... Imagine I lose this battle now. I swear if I lose this battle. What does he do here? I feel like the Zhao Ming doesn't work against Bretonia. Because if they go Archer spam... you know, let's get the anti-Archer spam build. I feel like I'm going crazy. Don't forget the Jade Halberds. I'm not forgetting the Jade Halberds, chat. I'm not forgetting the Jade Halberds. Alright, is this seriously it? So like they went... They're going like some weird shenanigans. They're doing weird shenanigans. What was the build? It was like something like this, right? It was like something really, really weird. I must know. I must know. If it feels like I run into zero Cathay syndrome this game, then they're just better than me. They're just better than me. Alright. So like, you got the Dragon's Breath. I'm doing my own lord. I feel like this is better than the Zhao, but maybe I'm wrong. And then like, you know, then it's just like this spam, right? And then like, you know, some more Jade Warriors. And then like, you know, some more Iron Hail Gunners, or like some crossbowmen, right? A couple crossbowmen, and then it's just like 1,000,000 infantry, was it? The Sky Junk? I feel like we don't go for the Sky Junk. Oh jeez, the money's perfect for the Sky Junk though. The money's perfect for the Sky Junk. I feel like this army doesn't go for does it go for the Sky? You know, screw it. Screw it. Screw it. I saw them take the Sky Junk today. It's just we gotta. And copying build from different matchup, from a different map, and then wondering why it won't work. Well, like the idea is that just having Jade Warriors and having that infantry spam makes it work. I just want to know if the Jade Halberds, a unit that I thought has been bad for ages, is actually good. What's happening? I'm playing a quick battle just so I can blow off some steam to figure out if Cathay actually works when you have mostly infantry summons. Yeah, so this build is basically saying like, you know what? I'm just gonna spam infantry. That's basically what this build is saying. It's saying, you know what? I'm just gonna go 1,000,000 infantry and I'm sure it's gonna be fine. And I feel like I've been bashing on Cathay for a while. And it's probably time we just figure it out, alright? Because here's the thing, right? If the build is bad, I'll feel it. I'll feel it pretty early, right? I feel like I'll feel it. Because it's like, you know, obviously we're not playing against like a top level player or anything. But like, you know, if we start running into trouble against just like a random ladder player, I feel like it'll be pretty clear. Infantry spam is actually reasonable into Bretonia. It actually is. But who knows? He's gonna get the Grail Relique Foot Squire build. Okay, I must know. I must know. He has 15 units? Okay. We're just gonna try it out, chat. We're just gonna try it out. This is how you make sure you're not getting gaslit, alright? We're just gonna do our own tests. I suspect the build isn't great, but you might be able to fine-tune it into something good. I don't know, because this is literally what they brought. This is literally what we saw earlier today. We saw a Sky Lantern build with loads of infantry and then like a couple Iron Hails with a crossbow. And then like they just spammed out 1,000,000 infantry. Okay, so he's going Field Trebuchet, so I think we just sit back for a second and relax. Right? And then we just chill over here and then just sort of spam. I guess halberds? I guess we just spam in halberds? The mad lad, he went for the Grail Relique. Now, here's the thing. Either we win this or we lose this. I feel like no matter what happens, I'm gonna be disgusted. I feel like no matter what happens, I'm not gonna be happy with the outcome. Junks are okay versus full melee factions. Oh, well, it's not like he has a lot of other guys, you know. I guess it's Rapance. That should be fine. Yeah, but like the thing that I'm testing here more, like I just want to get a feel for it. I want to get a feel for it because I feel like I'm being gaslit by RTK right now. Okay, there we go. We burn some of the men-at-arms, right? You know, pull back from the Trebs before they get too much damage off. Just wait for the points to unlock, and then I think just flood him with the infantry tide. Yeah, I think we just start flooding him with the infantry tide now. And then don't even contest him on the knights. Just start like spamming. Spamming the halberds. Alright, let's see how this goes. I must know. I must know, chat. It shall be known. What is this? Royal Pegasus Knights? Okay. I think I just shoot them. I think we just get the shoot 'ems on them. Okay, nice. More halberds, and then we just swarm them with infantry is the play. Something, just a million infantry. Here we go. So like if I just get my range firing there, you know, get like these guys in position, just rush this point, and then just blob them up here indefinitely. I think this is the play style that is recommended. Like a little bit of harmony. Iron Hills wreck the Pegasus. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, they just dominate them. And then like we have this the junk over here just ruining them. Yeah, I don't know. It feels okay. It feels pretty good. I like how much infantry I have. I will say I like how much infantry we're just sort of swamping him with. Does this do damage to foot squires? Okay, there we go. So he might land on the Iron Hills. Okay. Raponce diving in here. Just bog her down. Because it feels like he doesn't have enough guys to clear my infantry. And they're just gonna go ham on him. Just gonna go to town. Because like he went for trebuchets, but like Cathay infantry is pretty hardy. So like just by having enough, you sort of get into a good situation. This feels okay. It feels alright. I feel like I don't know, what was the strat? Like they started spamming more Iron Hails. Can I do this? Can I like just focus fire Raponce? Okay, just get like a gun line on Raponce real quick. Because then it's like once you have your range safe, right? Then they just sort of start. Yeah, it's like it's alright, I don't know, maybe this is the play. It feels like I have endless tides of infantry. Like he got one elite unit and then these guys are just dominating now. I don't know. Skyjunk positioning. The Skyjunk, you know, it has some pretty nice flanking shots, that's true. Look at that, Raponce just getting annihilated by Iron Hail gunners. Thinking Enticity. I don't know, it's sort of going okay. It's sort of going. What is this? Beast Slayers? That should be fine. Yeah, look at that. It's true. It's true. Oh my gosh, it's true. The Cathay infantry? That's crazy. Because it feels like let's say we were, because I'm not judging this based on my opponent. I'm judging this based on what I feel like, I'm judging it based on what like, you know, my opponent might bring in like a different context, right? So like if he was playing greenskins or like some other faction, what would our problems be? How would we hold? But like I'm looking at my sort of layers of infantry and how endless they are, and the fact that I still have guys that I can summon in, and it feels like, as much as I hate to say it, it feels like this build would probably do okay. I feel like this build right here is would probably be pretty scary versus a bunch of factions. Rip Raponce. Oh no, she lived. But like, look at this. Look how hardy they are. So you just like leave them in combat forever. Look at that. We're about to secure the middle point. I have like, you know, the Skyjunk just going to town. I'm ignoring his artillery. The ignore his artillery strat. Look at that. Iron Hail's doing great. Yeah, so it feels like basically you're doing like, you're like, oh, I don't really care about what you bring, right? Because this is sort of similar to the greenskin build with the artillery pieces. It's like, I don't really care what you're bringing. If I just have so much infantry that you don't know what to do, then I win. That's what it feels like. Look at that. Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis getting massacred. Oh, I forgot my Longma Riders. That's what I was supposed to bring. Okay, nice. Yeah, it's looking good. Slap the Lord on the Damsel. Yeah, I probably should. And then, like, you get the Longma Riders to do cleanup duty. and there's still a million infantry for them to kill. And the sky junk is just like massacring these guys. Jade warriors holding forever. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, is this the play? There we go. Weird. Longmas direct the artillery? Nah, that'd be suicide. Interesting, interesting. I feel like the Jade halberds are doing better than I am used to. Maybe I should be respecting the Jade halberds more. Interesting, interesting. The only true test, though, is now I have to play this against an RTK guy. Wide Cathay. Yeah, it's wide Cathay. It's similar to, like, the wide dwarf revolution. The dwarves going wide. I love how these guys got 0 value. It's sort of like how wide dwarves is sort of the meta for them. So you go wide Cathay to counter. Interesting, interesting. It didn't feel like I was running out of good summons, too. Huh. Alright. It has been considered. It has been considered, chat. Cathay super... Yeah, the super cheap infantry. Interesting, interesting. Alright, alright. I'll try it out. I'll try it out in a future stream when we're done the France expedition. You can trade up into Forsaken. The last test, though. The last test. I'm respecting the idea a bit more now. The final test is if Cathay can... If I can bring a fairly meta faction, even a half meta faction, let's say Lizardmen, right? If Cathay, if an RTK person can beat my Corn or Lizardmen with Cathay, I will concede defeat. I will concede defeat if they can do that. Carl is begging you to hit the continue campaign button. I can't. It would be too BM. It would be way too BM if I just straight up... If I just straight up start playing France while we wait. They're still playing their match, but they should be done very soon. Oh, man. I wonder. What if they beat your Slanesh with Bretonia? Then I will retire a second time. Interesting. 1 turn? No, I can't. It's 2 BM. Let's see here. I'm getting a million RTK people messaging me now saying that someone's streaming their the game in the RTK Discord. If you want to hop on and voice chat, mute and watch it. I don't want to stream my Discord, though. I feel like that's an easy way to get doxxed. Why not just chill with chat? How long is the game? How long is the game where... Is this some RTK? RTK is just trying to... Is this the continuation of the RTK gaslighting? They're like, hop onto our Discord and... Hop onto our Discord. Alrighty. Alright, what's going on? What is this? The game's almost done. And it seems like Valkanos lost? Oh my gosh, it's an RTK tournament. It's an RTK tournament! What is this madness? They're all madmen! You can trust us? No, I can't, Platypus. This is terrifying. What am I supposed to do? I feel like an old timer. Right? That has woken up in the future. You know? And he's like, oh man. Why do the cars look all different now? What's going on? Why are the TVs so flat? Oh my gosh. I feel like this is terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying. Okay, the game's almost over. I might as well not bother streaming it. But it feels like, I feel like the young uns are just taking over. How many RTK are already qualified? I don't know, all of them. Stealing my viewership. Yeah, everyone's hopping onto the RTK Discord now to watch. What's going on? Yeah, here, I'll do a screenshot to show the state of the game. You guys want a super blurry screenshot? Here. I refuse to stream RTK Discord streams. Let's see, if I do this. If I do this, and then I do, let's see here. And then I do... Can I just do a new image? It's basically over. It's basically over, chat. Image. Pictures. Pictures, and then... Where is the game? Where is this game? Oh, here it is. Yeah. This is what I'm looking at right now, chat. Greens won it. RTK wins again. RTK, the filth. The filth. The RTK to rule them all. Who's the one true RTK? My money's on Platypus. He's a beast. Platypus is a beast, man. So I feel like he's, I'm gonna all in on Platypus. If there's one thing that I know, it's that Platypus is a beast. RTK is losing? Oh, RTK Valkanos. Oh, Valkanos is RTK? Oh, my bad. Oh, never mind. I thought Andro was RTK. Oh, they're both RTK. Oh, no. Oh, no, they're both RTK? Ugh. Alright. Alright, RTK. You think you're the big boys? You're coming into my pond, my tiny little pond, and think you... No, just Valk? Oh, but then why is he in the channel? Why is he streaming his thing in the channel? Andrew's not RTK, but he's just hanging out. He's just hanging out in your server. All right. How many of you guys watching are in RTK right now? Is it actually just everyone in RTK in my chat? What's going on? Is it actually just RTK? How deep does this go? Always has been? No, please. Confirmed RTK final. Well, Andro won it, and apparently he's not a true RTK. Okay. Alright. Alright, this ain't good. This ain't good, chat. I feel deeply uncomfortable. No idea what RTK is? Okay, good. Thank goodness. ODM is RTK? Am I RTK? Oh my gosh. Yeah, huh. Interesting, interesting. I feel like Platypus? Give me your hot take, Platypus. Do you think the new Grail Relic is useful? Do you think Batonia is actually good? Does the RTK meta go that deep? I must know, because if it does, I need to fight each and every single one of you until I can prove you guys wrong. In fact, I feel like I have to prove you guys wrong about Cathay. I feel like I need to fight against all of your Cathays with whatever faction you think is the weakest. Platypus, give me a faction that I play that you think is weak, and I will use that against Cathay, and then we'll call it a day, alright? Please, I need to do this. I need to do this to prove myself. Skarsnik? Play the greenskins? I could play greenskins first, Cathay. I feel like greenskins are only maybe... I feel like they have the tools. I feel like they have the tools to beat Cathay because they're faster. They got the Squig Herd, spam big guns. Honestly, even run some black orcs even. I feel like a good greenskin rush would run over Cathay. Is that just me? I feel like a solid, just a million black orcs just runs them over. With the amount of experience you've gathered over the last few weeks, would France not be the best? No, single player does not train you for multiplayer. Greenskins versus jade skins. I feel like greenskins dominate Cathay. I feel like it shouldn't even be close. I feel like... Yeah, I feel like greenskins should dominate Cathay. Because you have like really good cavalry. You got the cheap cavalry versus them. So Orc Boys into Jade Lancers on a discount. Black Orc frontline. Infantry rush 'em. Hell, go for single entity spam. Arachnarok Spider. I feel like Arachnarok Spider, you know what? The big gun. Go full on Rogue Idol spam. Man, he's not even responding. He's not even responding. He's leaving me hanging. Oh my gosh, I'm that washed up. I'm excited to see this final, so I'm excited. Single entities meet Iron Hails. That's the funny thing. I've straight up ran a Dread Saurian into Iron Hails before, and it worked. It's hilarious because Cathay think their Iron Hails with their front line is gonna hold, and I just like right click. The Dread Saurian's just like, all right, well, they're all dead now. I don't think Iron Hails actually solve the single entity problem if you go hard enough on it. So I feel like Greenskins could just do that and just stomp them. Because then what you end up with is mass melee infantry Cathay. I feel like Dread Saurian and then the like... Instead of Dread Saurian, you bring the ROR or Ragnarok Spider and summon spiders on them. And then you just need something to clear off the infantry, so you just spam Squig Hoppers. Isn't that just like... In my mind, there's no way. The 45% slow? You think a slow is gonna matter for an Arachnarok Spider? What is this? You think tiny little guns? You think like this is sort of like, this is assuming, this is like, oh, you know, guess what? I'm gonna slow you and then you're gonna sit there and do nothing. Look, this chat will never be productive. Oh, Andrew has gone here. The chat will never be productive until we actually test this out. Andrew schemes. It never gets productive because people are gonna say like, it doesn't matter what percent the slow is. The slow could be 70%, it could be 40%, it could be 10%. Someone in chat's gonna be like, hey, it's a 10% slow, right? It's like, you give a unit +5 leadership, chat's gonna tell you that the unit is unbreakable now. It's just like, it doesn't work. And it's the same with me, you know? I can say that the Arachnarok Spider will get there, but it doesn't matter if it, you know, it doesn't matter what I say. It either it gets there or it doesn't. And there is a breaking point, but the breaking point is not discussed. It's not the amount. Or like the amount matters a lot. So global bans are Bretonia Tomb King's vampire count, or Slaanesh Tomb King's vampire count. Okay. 45% slow is relevant when you're under Iron Hail fire. Okay, you guys are getting way too hyped about this slow, I swear. You guys are getting way too hyped about this slow. You're getting way too hyped about this slow, alright? I need to do this stream immediately. I need this Enticity proved chat wrong. I need this Demolition Derby. I need this trash claims, alright? Trash claims with Ent. Prove me wrong multiplayer. I feel like myth busting trash. I feel like claims doesn't work out. Myth busting trash takes. That's better. Myth busting trash takes. MTT with Enticity, alright? VP stands for Vampirates, correct. First stream, what's up, Enticity? Oh, not much. I'm just here trying to figure out why the meta has progressed past what I imagined it to be. Here's the thing. The slow could be 30% and chat would be saying the exact same thing. The charge animations reduce the slow too, right? The thing is, it's like the Iron Hails get their first volley off. The problem is the 10 seconds for the Arachnarok to get from here to here. Does the slow allow you to get another volley before it gets from here to here? Will you have another Arachnarok, or will you have another Iron Hail covering them? Thank you very much for deleting the Slaanesh bot. Obese Chicken. It's a big question. It's a big question. Does a slow, is the slow enough to get that Arachnarok shut down? Map, please. Oh, crap. The map is Black Ark. Wait, I'm not the host. Get wrecked, platypus. Get wrecked. We got him. We got one up over RTK, guys. We did it. We did it. Iron Hail's a really good peeling unit, to be honest. I feel like Iron Hills are good, but like if you like manage to really start mucking up their backline, you're pretty fine. Like what? Are they gonna have three Iron Hails? RTK's washed up, can't even host good. Yeah, there we go. Got him. Got him. Oh, someone asked. I totally missed Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. Sometimes I bring 5 Iron Hails. Alright. Medley, I'll start with you. You're gonna be my first blood, alright? I need to do this now. I really need to do this. Because here's the thing. It also makes me a better player. So if I do enough of these streams, right? And just have people coming in to try and prove me wrong, then I feel like we're good. Iron Hails have 90 range. Arachnarok has 57 speed. With slow, that means 2 salvos should go out before they reach. 2 salvos? No. 10 seconds? 10 seconds. You tell me it's going to take the Arachnarok 10 seconds? That's just putting numbers out and then making a claim. No giants tonight? Yeah, no giants. Any Bretonians? Looks like we're seeing high elves against ogre kingdoms. Sometimes if you run, you know, this is actually an amazing idea. I feel like Enticity debunking myth-busting trash takes. I feel like myth-busting trash takes multiplayer is actually going to be an amazing series. Because I get to finally do what I've wanted to do all my life, and that is actually fully proving chat wrong. Let's go ogres. Yeah, ogres. How did our card do? Our card. Arc. Our card. Who? Is this another... Who? Keep it as trash takes, and that's a solid title. Oh, no, I prefer... Oh, yeah, trash takes, yeah. Myth-busting trash takes, yeah. Myth-busting trash takes, I think, is a solid title. Sounds like a podcast. Yeah. Here we go. I thought he was in the World Cup. He might have qualified, but this is still the qualifiers. Alright, here we go, chat. Ogre Kingdoms. Recently, they've gained some capture weight, which gives them a lot more leeway, but they're playing against the High Elves. We got a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. Bone Crusher, Troll Guts. Pretty classic stuff. Belly Slapper. We have the High Elves. You know, it's Ogre Bull Nobbler spam, nothing too crazy. Iron Fist. Imric, fan favorite. This time he has his Lance. He has his Lance, but still no horn. Imric, how could you? Imric missing the horn. All Lance, no horn. We got the Bolt Throwers, pretty standard versus Ogres. Bonus versus Anti-Large, always great. Bunch of Lothar and Seaguard. It's an Anti-Large fest. You know, nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. And then the Massacrer, the Ender of Worlds, Dwellers Below Mage. I'm interested to see how this goes. I think this mostly comes down to whether or not these Lead Belchers can get shots off, but I feel like the counter pick with the Bolt Throwers is too much. I think it's too much. They should ward them off. Ogres will have to advance. The question is, are they gonna try and shut down the Bolt Throwers and go for a big rush? Or perhaps they just sort of sit back and relax. They're obviously not going for the low ground. Yeah, we're in the qualifiers. Has Ent lost yet? No, I already qualified, so I can't play. Which is a shame because I want to fight these guys. We have the Ogre Bullseye rushing in. You know, it's nothing crazy. Bolt Throwers lining up. They're going to be firing in at the Man-Eaters. Pretty rough start for the ogres, but if they keep Wing forwards, it could be quite scary for the high elves. These guys are miles away, and this is a lot of meat. And the ogres are not stopping the W. Okay, I actually love this. High elves, panic button. Slammed onto the panic button. Pulling the Lothern Sea Guard over. Trying to position the spears. They have guys here. Ogres, they know one letter. W. The ogre charge begins. Prepare yourselves. The ogres are coming to get ya. Oh boy, the anticipation is killing me. This is intense. High elves are completely out of position. Imric takes a shot to the face from the powder guts. Massive damage. Ogres, they're an inch away. And oh my gosh, what a tease. They're actually not advancing. Are you kidding me? Are the ogres seriously not going to advance here? Sabertusk get blocked up here. Sabertusk got blocked up. Are the ogres seriously not advancing? They're capturing the points? They're seriously just going to walk up. They're going to walk up and they're not going to engage these guys? What is this? What is this? I feel like I bought a movie ticket. And when the movie played, it just started rolling credits at the start. They're just going to sit here and take bolt thrower shots? Alright, well, you know what? There goes that. Sometimes there's dwellers, I guess. By the way, and what do you think about making a video such short about multiple quick tips are too small? I was actually literally thinking about doing that at some point. That was my next video series I had planned. Yeah, walk up, no engagements, no explanation given. Like, they captured the point. I guess that's cool. Like, the bolt throwers, you know, one of them got shut down, but, like, he threw away his saber tusks. Honestly, an ogre charge onto these silver helms could have been massive. Maybe he didn't want to get out of position with the silver on the flanks, but, like, you know, what can you do? He's gonna keep on poking down Imric, though. That's pretty good. It's gonna be a big fight here. The lead belchers do live. Seems like they did shoot up the Silverin, or the Lothern Sea Guard pretty well. Some pretty nice damage, but we do have some Nobblar Trappers now moving in. And it's gonna be a summon of Illyrian Reavers. Unfortunately for them, the Powder Guts are here. And they might even, yep, there we go. This is a melee charge. Shutting down the Illyrian Reavers before they can get on the squishier lead belchers. But the Ogre Lord looks like he's protected by Ogre Bolt Iron Fist. Nice. I guess, like, if he did push here, he would be getting surrounded like this, right? It's walking into a surround. But then, like, why push so far? Maybe it was a misplay. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe it's Maybelline. These guys do charge in onto the lead belchers, so pretty nasty charge. Lots of damage. Routing of the Ogre Bulls. Exposed Lord. This is a nice sort of minor lead for the Wood Elves at a sacrifice for their cavalry. This is another one of those situations where you're trading cavalry to stop the shooting for a bit. And the question is, what are the High Elves doing? My bad, not Wood Elves. Doing while they deal with this. You know, Lothern Sea Guard on the Saber Tusk is perfect. That is an optimal engagement. The spears, sort of whittling down the ogres, fighting some Nobblars. But so far, I haven't really noticed any massive plays while these guys are shut down. Looks like they do get the disengage. Of course, Imric is still in a great place, but honestly taking a little bit of damage. And the Phoenix, not a bad pick, considering we have a lot of Nobblars, a lot of ogres to tear out. Potentially could get some work done. Overcast Troll Guts, I believe. That's an Overcast Troll Guts. 30 seconds of Troll Guts on these guys, gonna make them basically unkillable. And nice Saber Tusk summons to sort of reinforce very quickly. But so far, the High Elves have recaptured the middle. Trading, going the way of the High Elves, as expected, with the Ogres playing quite aggressively here. But Imric sort of getting surrounded. If Imric dies here, that would be big. Even more guts? Yeah, lots of guts. These guys are still healing. 9 more seconds. That was a heal cap. Yeah, that was a heal cap on the Ogre Pistols. Pretty nice for them. Imric sort of getting surrounded. And I would say if there's a play, you know, they did route off the bolt throwers in the end. And the Nobblars on the range is going pretty good. I think the melee Nobblar strat working pretty well. Nice barrage here on the Silverin. Yeah, this could be it. A mix of being able to keep the range safe and baiting out the, or trapping. Not baiting them, but trapping the High Elf single entities in this blob. Imric trying to escape, but the meat is too much. Imric didn't bring the horn, but the Ogres did. A full surround on Imric. He does not have enough mass to surround. The Flamespire Phoenix going down 2 to the Saber Tusk. And man, oh man, did those lead belchers just do some work. 600 value, 700 value, absolutely amazing. Illyrian Reavers going down, getting caught up. And the Flamespire Phoenix looking like it's sort of going down. Yeah, move out, High Elves. Ogres are here to get ya. Honestly, over here, the Spears are getting just mucked up by the Gnoblars. Pretty nice play. And the Lord continues to live, with the Flamespire Phoenix getting wrecked by apparently nothing. I guess the Powder Guts were focus firing it. Imric going down, though. He finally manages to disengage, only to be met by a volley of lead in his back going down. Now, the Mage of Life is still alive. She doesn't have Earth Blood, though, so Imric can only heal so much. Look at that target fire, too. And the Powder Guts lining up the shots, reloading. They'll take their time. The Lord still lives out. And the trading's going pretty well for the Ogres. Meanwhile, capture points going the way of the Ogres too, with the High Elves so preoccupied elsewhere. Lothar and Seaguard, a very slow counter to this area on the low ground. Ogres making very good use of their mobility. And Imric is going down. Quarter HP Imric, the suffering. Now the lead belchers do get caught up, but the sacrifice that was sent here to kill off the lead belchers was definitely not worth it. A turnaround too, getting a couple shots onto the Silverin, doing some decent damage. Looks like they will be routing off, and the Ogre's pretty happy. Look at this, backline Silverin, or no, the Storm Riders, the Loth and Seaguard, with move and shoot getting shut down. This one Gnoblar shutting everything down too, and that's it. I think that basically came down to the fact that the Phoenix loss was pretty massive. I think that was basically it. The Bolt Throwers did get shut down too. Even though there was an anticlimax, they did eventually die. Lead Belchers paid for themselves and jebaited everything. And by jebaited everything, I really do mean that. Noble, Imric, Caster, beat up. Silverin, 0 value. I honestly feel like that was just a nice catch and range style build for the Ogres. And let's not forget the Gnoblars. Gnoblars were insane. There's basically no anti-Gnoblar tech here. No easy terror. Except for the one Phoenix, which just got annihilated. Yeah. Good play, though. That was a solid game. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Are the campaigns as cool as the multiplayer? Yeah, I'd say yes. I never played Total War Warhammer, but I played all the historical ones. Oh, dang. Is it good to start playing Warhammer 1? I would say Warhammer 3 or Warhammer 2 are the best bets to go. Warhammer 3 has a lot more features, which are fun. Warhammer 2 is a bit more polished, I'd say. But, like, you know, I feel like the Warhammer 2 Vortex campaign is a bit better, but, like, you can have a lot of fun with the Warhammer 3 campaign. I'd say, you know, watch some videos and see what appeals to you more. True Gnoblar moment. Yeah, the Gnoblars did great. I think the Gnoblars were amazing. A lot of people say get Warhammer 2, though. People say the Vortex campaign is better than the other. But Warhammer 3 has a lot of nice features that you might want. And it's getting continuous support. So Warhammer 3 will get better while Warhammer 2 sort of capped. If you plan to buy both eventually, though, then it doesn't really matter. And then when you eventually get Warhammer 3, then you're good. Yeah, apparently there is a sale. Obviously, I haven't been keeping up. I buy, you know, I bought basically all the DLCs by the time CA made me a partner, so. Yeah. Warhammer 2 Vanilla greater than Warhammer 3 Vanilla, not even close. Apparently people really don't like the Realms of Chaos campaign. I feel like the Realms of Chaos campaign is great as a one-off. Yeah, that's true, Clisson. Support. Support. It depends on what your goals are, right? We still got 6 months before the next DLC. The thing is, Warhammer 3 would give you access to the multiplayer scene. If you enjoy multiplayer, obviously go Warhammer 3. Warhammer 2 multiplayer scene is dead. If you don't care and you only play campaign, most people recommend Warhammer 2. But if you want my take, I'd say you can probably have good fun with Warhammer 3 too. It also has a better tutorial, which is nice, but it depends on what you're looking for. Warhammer 3 UI. Oh yeah, the UI changes. Sick. Like, honestly, you're probably gonna have a good enough time no matter which one you play. Most of the problems with Warhammer 3's launch have been fixed. It's just like, you know, how much you like dealing with portals, or like, here's the thing. Vortex campaign and the Chaos campaign, the Realms of Chaos campaign, you're both gonna have random army spamming in your territory no matter which way you go about it. So you're sort of just picking your poison, but both of them are fine. Warhammer 1. Yeah, you could play Warhammer 1, it's true. I feel like playing Warhammer 1 now is just a mad lad play. Anyone still playing Warhammer 1? Hello there, I'm just dropping in for 10 minutes. Nice. Well, they're making their army, so by the time the battle starts, you're probably gone, Spartan Elite. But we just had a great Ogre Kingdom Source High Elf game. Ogre Kingdom sort of just asserting their dominance with really nice Noblar and ranged positioning. What's your favorite shade of demon? I like Slaanesh. I like pink. And then Tzeentch and Khorne are sort of even. And Nurgle can do what he does best. Sit and fester. I feel like CA is really doing Nurgle thematically, you know, with how few buffs they're giving to Nurgle. It's like Nurgle's all about that stagnancy, right? Nurgle really loves being stagnant and sort of just rotting away in the corner. So, in a sense, CA is actually doing the most loreful thing possible with them by keeping them at a 25% win rate. I have a friend that refuses to play the newer Warhammers before they finish the Warhammer 1 campaign. Honestly, that's a pretty fun way to do it. I sort of dig that. You know what they should do? Let them play Warhammer 1 Call of Franz. Then they play Franz in Warhammer 2. And then they play Franz in Warhammer 3. And they get to see the progression of the campaign over time. I feel like that's pretty fun. Because they go from like Warhammer 1, where it's just you and some dwarves and some vampire, like, you know, just like the basic stuff. You're mostly fighting beastmen, I guess. Then you have the Warhammer 2 rendition. Suddenly, right, the map is bigger. You have like this cool like elector count stuff, right? You can go ham there. Your major enemies, you know, like maybe you have like what is it? I don't know what happens in Warhammer 2 anymore, but maybe it's like the vampire counts become a problem. And then Warhammer 3 you have Festus. I feel like it might be distinctly different with each game. And to see in Realms of Chaos now in Warhammer 3, you can turn off Chaos incursions. Oh, dang, that's pretty hype. That's actually pretty hype, except it's via menu, so most new players will probably miss it. Well, dang, any underdog factions come out today? I would say the Dwarves have come out and Cathay. Although apparently I'm the only one who thinks Cathay is an underdog faction. Chaos Invasion in Warhammer 2. Beastmen lost both their games. Rip Beastmen. Nurgle 33% win rate. Rip. Red is my favorite color, but Tzeentch blue is just too lovely. Tzeentch has some nice shades of blue, it's true. Khorne is very just red. Like his units. Slaanesh is very just pink. Nurgle's very just green. I guess Nurgle has a nice off green. But Tzeentch characters have like many shades. Tzeentch has some pink. He has some blue. Some teal action. The feathers. Feathers are great. You know, he didn't need an update like the Coatls. I love the Chaos Invasion. Yo, Chaos Invasion and Warhammer 2 was... that was a nice time. Yeah. Yeah, Chaos Invasion and Warhammer 2 is what you're fighting as friends. And to see also, let that player... What's this? Let that player looking to get one of the games about mortal empires and immortal empires. Say what? He played Manfred in 1 and 2. Oh. I see it. Yeah, yeah. It is a little bit shocking to see Manfred suddenly in the middle of the desert. Yeah. They really changed up his campaign, but you know, Vlad in his true home, I feel like is pretty sick. I like the idea that Manfred got kicked out of the house finally. Man, my hair's sort of weird here. I need to get a haircut sometime soon. It's like sort of poofing here. Yeah, if you want to play the ultimate grand campaign for Warhammer, you do need to own all 3 games, just a heads up. So, something to consider. But you can sort of get by with enough Steam sales. Like, you know, I played Warhammer 1 before Warhammer 2, it's fine. The thing is, as a new player, the honeymoon phase of the Total War games is a really, you know, it lasts a while. And if you enjoy it, then you know, it's probably worth spending the money. If you complete a campaign, like, honestly. That's basically where we're all at. At least many of us. Andrew Cadwell saying, sorry, that's what I meant. I've lost the conversation. What's this? Oh, okay, that's what you mean. I see. Slaanesh is purple, really? Slaanesh is purple. Slaanesh is like purple pink. Tzeentch is like blue pink. Blue and pink. I wouldn't say Slaanesh is full out purple though. Like, they're pretty pink, but then like maybe some purple feathers to spice it up. You don't have to buy any DLCs, just get Immortal Empires first. Yeah, yeah. The most recommended thing from the community is, I think most people say you get Warhammer 2 first. And then you get the major games like 1 and 3. And then you get whatever DLCs you want. And most people say Ikit Claw is the DLC you want. Ikit Claw is pretty highly rated. Though I will say Throt and Sisters of Twilight is also a big plus. Because you also get 2 great factions. Sisters of Twilight is a really fun campaign, and Throt is amazing too. I think those are like probably, yeah. Ikit Claw, and I do say just Ikit Claw. Because let's be honest, the DLC is just Ikit Claw. And then Sisters of Twilight and Throt combined, their head-to-head DLC. Who's paired with Ikit? Is it a Lizardman? Is it like Tic-Tac-Toe or something? Oh no, I think it is Tic-Tac-Toe, yeah. Rip. Tomb Kings. Well, like, yeah, the individual factions are great. Teheniwin? Oh, okay. Close enough. Tic-Tac-Toe is a free LC? Yeah. Man. Sad times. The pure adrenaline of steamrolling the map with deer. Pretty hype. Look at this. We're getting Skaven versus Skaven Slaves. Sponsored by versus Bellicor. So we see 3 units of Forsaken, some Marauders. Interesting. Let's see how it goes. Any boats? Any ocean boats out there? Come on, CA. I know you love placing your boats. Come on. I know there's somewhere here. Come on, not even a single Chaos boat? Are you kidding me? Come on, CA. You always got random boats. Even the Black Ark map has boats. Alright, rip. Looks like today we are seeing a Skaven match with the Chieftain D-Summon +8 leadership combo, the classic. Shield of Distraction. Now that's a new one, minus melee attack. Pretty cool. It's going to be a Foot Chieftain. Foot Chieftain over here with the spear. His little patchwork triangle banner. Hype. Missing some, you know, some holes missing, but he still takes care of it. Taking a quick rest. Some Rat Ogres. It's a mass infantry build for the Skaven. Nothing too crazy. Warlock Engineer with the net. No, net and Flinching Ruin. Flinching Ruin, basically a final transmutation. Does a little bit less damage. Costs a little bit less. Pretty standard. For the forces of the Warriors of Chaos, we see a Bellicor. Bellicor coming hot with the Pit of Shades. Pretty standard. We got the Pit of Shades action. We got the healing. We got the leadership. Removal of ITP. Nothing crazy, chat. Nerfed Flinching Ruin, yeah. It only got nerfed by like 20% though. It still does like 1,200 damage. Like, Flensing Ruin's still great. It's just a little bit more in line with Final Transmutation now. Other than that, you know, we see Forsaken. Marauders. It's a Marauder party. Spawn. This is sort of what you would see with old school Chaos into Skaven. Big single entity. Whack load of high DPS infantry and some spawn. These spawn are great because they provide terror, but they're also Tzeentch spawn, so they got the shield, armor sundering just in case, you know. It's a good time. I'm a bit salty I didn't get to try out pre-nerf flensing. Yo, I'm not... It's 20% nerf. It's the same. It's the same, man. It hasn't changed that much. It's fine. It's good. You're good, man. You're good. You'll live. You'll live. It's basically the same. Everyone's literally still running Flensing Ruin. There's not a huge difference, man. You're good. Are Dark Elves missing any units? I think Dark Elves have most of their units. Weird spawn over 4th Hellstrider. It's an interesting choice. I wonder how many Hellstriders we have. That's true, that's true. Chaos can only take 4 marked units. So, he does take the spawn, but they are terror spawn. Weird spawn are pretty hype, I'm not gonna lie. And you honestly don't need 4 Hellstriders. You can make do with 3. Because the goal is you want to resummon them very often to get their abilities to reset. So I feel like the Hellstriders, I feel like you don't really have to worry about the Hellstriders very much. Nice play from Be'lakor. He knows that the Skaven are never actually going to kill Be'lakor, so he's going to go super aggressive with them to get some sort of early picks. Because, like, you know, a full HP Be'lakor at the end of the game hasn't really paid for himself. More Enticity ASMR hot takes. BRB modding flensing back. Dude, it's the same. It's the same. 20% damage. You really think that 200 damage is going to make or break your game? 200 damage ain't gonna do nothing. Alright? You can calm down. You can get back to me when 50 gold starts to matter. Guess what? It's basically the same difference with how much they nerfed like any other unit. Alright, it's good. It's good. Bad map for Hellstriders. Actually, it's a pretty good map for Hellstriders. These reinforcement points for the Vanguard is basically instant support down any of these lanes. You can flank around here. You can just go straight to the middle. You can flank towards the middle. You can hard flank towards the middle. You have a Vanguard position here. Direct line towards the middle. Go here. Flank this way. This is a little bit worse for Hellstriders, but like this Vanguard position is amazing. I would say this is a pretty good map for Hellstriders. And the biggest thing is here. Like it's so many opportunities for like maneuvering and cover from range that's positioned here. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. 20% is a whole 5th. You know how much that is? It's a decent amount, but it's not gonna, you know. Here's the thing. It's 20% for something that was already good. That's the difference that we're not talking about, alright? So if you're a tall person and you get 20% smaller, you don't care that much. That's right, I'm calling you short. Alright, here we go. Look, I lost like 8% of my weight, alright? I could still lose another 20% of my weight and still exist. Actually, if I was 20% lighter, I'd be sub 100. That's terrifying. Anyways, as the battle continues, we see Be'lakor. He's going to be diving in onto this situation. Obviously, just going to whack those Poison Wind Globadiers. It's a single unit. Guess what? The most terrifying unit is now shut down. And it's basically just Rat Ogres that he has to deal with. Looks like he's honestly just beelining it towards the Jezzails. Very interesting. No other major engagements here. Warriors of Chaos, a little bit... It seems like these sides are just in a stalemate. They're, you know, Chaos is conceding the fact that Skaven get this point. They're conceding that Chaos gets this point. So it's just going to be a reinforcement battle here and seeing how many guys can actually show up. Now, right now, spawn on the Globadiers is really annoying. But will they get a volley? A nice manual target over here. Going to be getting a couple shots off on the Forsaken. Pretty good damage. Pretty good damage. Tanks takes off about a quarter HP as the spawn are distracted. Be'lakor, nice bait and switch. Rat Ogre's just diving straight on top of him. And honestly, not having terror here is pretty rough. I feel like if Be'lakor was here and these guys shattered, it would have been a much better situation. But the Skaven, instead distracting him, getting the Jezzails to pin him down, and a Howling Warp Gale on Be'lakor too. Taking a bit of damage, pretty rough. Forsaken getting routed, and oh my gosh. The Clan Rat Skaven Slave Spear line holding against the Tide of Chaos. Now the middle does break, but Chaos sort of faltering. The Poison Wing Globadiers already probably getting a very good amount of value. Huge. Now Be'lakor does get a bit of shades here. You know, the Jezzails do get shut down. That's some massive wins for Chaos. But overall, I'd say Chaos is sort of faltering. Over on this end, we are seeing some Chariot play and another very defensive Globadier positioning, getting massive damage on the Forsaken. Absolutely brutal. Skaven with just the spears blocking this potential flank. Very interesting. Be'lakor down to half HP already. Flinching Ruin upgraded on the Be'lakor now. That's going to be a solid 1,200 damage on him. Nevertheless, he'll still be healthy, but he does have to abandon this position as it's going the way of the Skaven. Net on a grounded Be'lakor. So the Howling Warp Gale nets flying units. It doesn't net units in the air. Very important distinction. So some units require units to be in the air to be hit. Others are just chill. But there you go. You can see the effects of terror. Absolutely massive. These weird spawn definitely making their values worth. Hellstriders of Slaanesh with their new banners. Look at that. The Whip Slaanesh Hellstrider banner. Pretty hype. And Be'lakor just going to be shutting this down. Shutting down the Ratling Gunners. And this is a very solid push over here. So while this side definitely didn't go the way of Chaos, I think they are slightly comfortable on a double cap now. Especially with some of the range tools getting shut down. Though, potentially an awkward situation. Poison Wind Globadiers. Will they get a solid volley off? This is a massive blob. And they do sort of contact damage on whatever they hit. Nice Pit of Shades on the Clan Rats. Looks like a normal cast. Pit of Shades. And oh no, look at that. Range units sort of glitching out. Globadiers, they do finally get assembled though. Oh, brutal, absolutely brutal. The Night Runner body block on the Poison Wing Globadiers. They do get charged by the Forsaken. Be'lakor dodging like a mad lad. And here's the thing. Oh, but the shots on these guys actually get a solid hit here. And that is another overcast Flinching Ruin. Could be a mass rout here. Of course, we do have Spawn, which are very hardy. Very resistant to routing. They are unbreakable. Literally hard resistant to routing. So that should be keeping them safe there. And the Flinching Ruin, good damage overall, but if the Marauders manage to hold, they will be quite scary. And of course, Be'lakor's leadership debuffs, insane for the Skaven, counters the +8 leadership they get from their chieftain. But the Chariots are caught up. Now the Skaven are still sort of awkward here. Alright, trading is going, you know, it's slightly in the favor of Skaven, but like most of that damage is on Be'lakor. And until Be'lakor is close to death, it's not going to be that scary. The Wall of Skaven, the Grand Wall of Skaven over here, looking decent. Gonna be getting ignored. Hellstrider swooping right behind them to jump in onto the ranged. And we're seeing right now a sort of collapse of the Skaven ranged. Some of them manage to get into position to fire. And these guys do some pretty good damage, you know. Couple volleys on the Marauders, doing well. Not a terrible situation, but Be'lakor continues to live, and the Hellstriders do get in here. Now, these are the more expensive Hellstriders at 750 gold. They're going to be pretty nasty. Nevertheless, though, massive charge on the Warlock Jezzails. They basically go down immediately. These guys are quite terrifying. You know, they have 40 weapon strength, 41 charge bonus, hit for 80 damage on the charge. They'll be killing all of these weapon teams for basically free. And they're going to be building up this nasty Soul Hunters. You don't really need that many Hellstriders because you really want to resummon them to get that massive leadership and leadership and damage resist and charge bonus that you get from that. So sort of just farming them up is a really good plan. And against these really low leadership, easy to kill Skaven, it's pretty chill. Chaos have massively pushed Skaven back over here on the backside. Forsaken, oh my gosh, the Forsaken rout against the Globadiers, how terrible. Chariots might be able to shut them down though. But overall, it's a trade-in on the far side for Chaos. You know, Chaos really like fighting here because as Skaven are sort of in disarray, they're not fighting at the choke points, and Chaos gets sick flanks. Not to mention they also capture the points. And there we go, the Hellstriders are here. What if you said 20% less rat? What's this? Everyone's talking about half orc, half rat, half orc. What has happened to my chat? I don't know what's going on. And then the Slanesh bots show up. All right, get rid of them. But so far it's looking pretty sketch for this Skaven. We're seeing mass routes off the edge of the map. Most of the guys are pretty beat up. You know, the Manticore is going down, but like Be'lakor is still full throttle. If we just take a look here, right? He's routing all these guys. A triple cap's getting secured. And the Hellstriders, the menace. The menace of Skaven. You know, they don't need the anti-large variant. They're happy settling for the Hell Scourge variant. For the anti-infantry, doing just great. And over yonder, we are seeing, you know, the Globadiers. They do okay, but they are nerfed now. Slightly more expensive. I guess both armies are suffering the nerfs right now. So it's not looking too good. Skaven tanked, yeah, Skaven started falling behind in the value pretty hard. I think as soon as the Hellstriders jumped those weapon teams, it was looking pretty bad. And it's just complete disarray here. Skaven do not have their line of sight. They're having to reinforce, like, you know, they're reinforcing here and getting hit by the Hellstriders. Pit of Shades, a massive one on these here Rat Ogres. It's a normal cast, not an overcast. You can tell because they're not dead yet. But Be'lakor is just beast. And all that early damage on Be'lakor basically wasted as he gets massive amounts of healing from the nearby units. He's actually healing 40 HP a second. That is a lot. A lot of HP per second is 8 HP per second in the old Warhammer 2 meta. 40 HP second is pretty insane. Be'lakor with his Lord of Torment stacked all the way to 80% intensity. He's healing almost 0.5% of his HP every second. And on top of that, power recharge too. Shadow cloaks his way out of there. And Skaven getting caught up by the spawn. It's a game. Yeah. That's the problem right there. Hellstriders, chat. Hellstriders. Now, remember, chat. Remember, Hellstriders were nerfed to 750 gold. Alright, look at that. These guys are still full HP. They didn't get their value back, but 750 gold, chat. Pretty good. Pretty good, chat. Nice. Nice. Old Flinting Ruin would have won this. Oh, man. Be'lakor. Dang. Yeah, they almost took down Be'lakor, but he's a beast. I really like this spawn. The extra terror is amazing versus Skaven. And they reduce their armor to basically nothing. So the Forsaken do like true damage. It's a pretty nice unit. And you honestly don't even need 4 Hellstriders. Like, you do just fine with the 3. Yeah, like I said, who wouldn't take Hellstriders for 800 gold? Who wouldn't take Hellstriders for 800 gold? That's, yeah. I almost want to send this picture to CA. I almost want to send this picture to CA. But they already know. I've already sent the pictures. If Warriors of Chaos had access to Hellstriders, it'd be the same problem. How terrible. I take them for 900. Almost. I feel like you would take one of for 900. Yeah, that's devastating. That's absolutely devastating. GG though, Skaven. It was a valiant attempt, but unfortunately they weren't able to really get a good foothold. You know, the Globadiers actually do feel like they're in a good place. 650 seems pretty good for them. All right. Everyone's talking about the Flinting Ruin nerfs. Still. Yeah, well, pretty standard, pretty standard. Skaven, I feel like that map was not great for Skaven either. They had the choke points, but not amazing for them. You've been streaming up a storm? I'm pretty sure I've streamed more than 50 hours this week. I've been streaming overtime. But honestly, this is my comfort zone. Streaming is like really easy. I just start up the stream, I sit, I chill with chat. It's like a nice dandy old time. Making videos is harder. I thought Skaven had that, to be honest. They had pretty good plays, but like Skaven have a really hard time killing Spawn. Skaven against Spawn and Terror is so hard for them. It's very, very rough. Since the beginning of Warhammer 2, Skaven have never really had a great time against Spawn and Terror. And Be'lakor has an extra -8 leadership on top of that, you know, to negate the plus leadership of their lord. So what you end up with is Skaven, like you have Skaven slaves and clan rats that rout almost immediately. You accidentally friendly fire them with your Globadiers. Brutal. Warp grinder stacks. It's true, yeah, you know. Not enough warp grinders. Be'lakor, more like Bella Snore. You know, I've been liking the special lords. So instead of taking Be'lakor, you take Demon Princes. Like the Demon Prince of Tzeentch is pretty hype. I like that. Yeah. That was brutal, though. That was absolute brutality. We just witnessed a massacre. Which leads us to the ace match. Andro going for the greenskins. If Andro goes greenskins and Platypus goes Cathay, Platypus, you better go Cathay. If he's watching right now, he better go Cathay. I want to see this. If RTK truly think Cathay is good, they will run them right now. Blue Olgor. Blue Olgor. The Olgor memes, they make me so happy. Have you been watching Terran's Warriors of Chaos streams? What, has it just been spamming the rainbow Olgor stacks? What's your favorite matchup in multiplayer to play? Dwarf Mirror land battles. That's my favorite mirror. That's my favorite matchup. Do you know why? Because you're basically playing Napoleon Total War. Bird Olgor myself. He is a bit of bird Olgor, but like he has too much muscle to be a bird. He's more Olgor than bird. I guess, well, it's the difference between blue and bird. Whatever. But yeah, I haven't really been watching Terran's Warriors of Chaos streams that much. Almost not at all, sadly. Anyone else realize how many acronyms there are for Chaos? Dude, there's acronyms for lords, man. Or like, there's acronyms for units. Like, people talk about Bob, right? They have like Orc, Boar, Boy, like Savage, Orc, Boar, Boy, Big Guns. That gets acronymed to, what's it? SOB, what's Sob? Sob, Boo, Sob, Boo. Savage, Orc, Boar, Boy, Big Guns. Yeah, it's crazy. Lothern Seaguard, LOS. Confuses me with line of sight. Well, I remember the first time I started playing multiplayer, people would say Larry. And I'd be like, who's Larry? Not knowing Alariel. Yeah, Sabu. Bacon Riders. The thing is, if Savage Orc Boar Boys ever become meta. Because Savage, the only reason we don't see that very often is because no one runs Savage Orc Boar Boys. They did get buffed. Pretty hype. Why is that Napoleon War? Because no magic? It's no magic and it's only guns. It's hilarious. So you have like two dwarven gun lines just facing off, firing at each other. And you're trying to optimize how many guns they're firing against their guns. And then you have like, you know, the bayonet charge of your longbeards trying to dive in. And then like while they're charging, you can fire too. And then there's like retreating. And it's actually pretty dynamic. There's like some skirmishers, like the axe throwers you can make use of. And then you have gyrocopters, which isn't Napoleon Total War, but bring an interesting dynamic to it all. There's artillery firing, and like sort of if you want to advance with your guns onto the artillery, or if you are the artillery player. There's a lot of dynamics that go on in the Dwarf Mirror land battle. It gives very heavy Napoleon vibes. If it's less than 20%, it doesn't matter. Oh boy, what have I done? Have I just started 20% memes? Napoleon has cavalry though? Well, okay, sure. That's what the, you know, that's what the gyrocopters are there. Happy? Look, 20% is not a big number, chat. I talked about this for the physical resist for demons. Alright? Slayers are cavalry? Oh, actually, yeah. Thank you, Loopy. Since when are you a dwarf mirror connoisseur? Loopy? I thought you were an elf main. But it's true, the Slayers are the cavalry. It actually sort of checks out. Because the Slayers kill the ranged, right? And you just sort of rush them down. Makes me want to play an only ranged dwarf blitz campaign. Yo, that sounds like a blast. Napoleon Total War is the authentic dwarf experience. Oh my gosh, Napoleon's the average dwarf height. 20% shorter than your average man. Wasn't that just like a measurement thing? Wasn't he actually like pretty average? I like the meme though. That's the like OG height memes. Bro, I'm in ODM. I've seen my share of dwarf mirrors. It's true. The ODM corruption runs deep. Between me and Call Harmon, there's a lot of dwarf mirror going on. Oh great, everyone's gonna come at me with the Napoleon facts. Oh boy, here we go. 20% is make or break. I don't remember Iron Drakes in Napoleonic Wars. I don't remember Iron Drakes in my dwarf mirrors. And Napoleon was he was short for a noble, but not an average soldier. Interesting. Very, very interesting. It's Greenskins vs. Zinch for the mirror today, chat. Solid 6-hour stream, but honestly, I've had a great time. I've had a great time today. I think the new patch shook up the meta, and RTK expanding the meta and pushing it forwards has been a blast of an experience. I've been too jaded recently. I've been too jaded. But RTK has opened my eyes to the Jade Warriors. But I still have to prove them wrong. I'm still angry about that. I'm still angry about that. And the fact that Platypus played Zinch instead of Cathay makes me very disappointed. Platypus should have played Cathay to end the day today. He should have. He really should have. I cannot wait though. This tournament, if this tournament spawns a new series that does well on this channel, I'll be so happy. I feel like what's it? Myth busting trash takes. It could be great. It could be great, chat. We invite some RTK members. We invite people in the training gym. Alright. It could be sick. Napoleon was 20% shorter than the average man. It was British propaganda. Look, honestly, I don't know. I'm just reading chat at this point. Napoleon was the inventor of the Dwarven gyrocopter. I'll take that as the answer. Alright, what are we looking at? It's been a long day. I've had too many 10-hour streams lately. Though, what else am I going to do with my free time? What else does one do with their free time, honestly? What are we seeing? Greenskins. Archers for days. Orc boys for days. Black orcs. Probably the spiciest part of this build. Zinch doesn't do super well against our high armor. I'm interested to see how the Black Orcs do, especially versus the nerfed Marauder Horsemen in the distance. These guys have armor piercing, they don't have armor piercing attacks. They have a missile strength of, that's the Orc Archer boys. 24 missile damage against 110 armor. So the orc boys are resisting. They're resisting about 60% of the damage, if I remember my armor video. That's pretty massive. Or not. No, 60% is too much, right? They're resisting 75% of 75%. 0.75 times 0.75. It's closer to like 45%. Wait. Sorry. They're resisting like half the damage-ish. It's been too long. I guess they do reduce the armor, but Black Orcs have 110. Archer boys should be able to defend them too. Interesting chariots. Tzeentch has a hard time versus chariots. Though the Soul Grinder might make a big difference. Here's a hot take. I hate Soul Grinders. Here's another hot take. Alright, you know what? I need to make a list. Cathay in general, and Soul Grinders. Everyone runs Soul Grinders for Nurgle, yeah, everyone runs Soul Grinders. I hate Soul Grinders. I hate Soul Grinders so much. I think they're hot garbage. I've never seen them do great. And everyone just keeps running them. Here's another Enticity trash take, alright? I think Soul Grinders are garbage. Anyone want to 1v1 mirror me where you use Soul Grinders and I don't use Soul Grinders? I feel like there's no way. Soul Grinders of Tzeentch are good though? Alright. We're gonna keep track of this guy. If this guy pays for himself, then you can consider me surprised. Look at that, 300 gold value. This guy costs 1,750 gold. If he manages to pay for himself, maybe he's fine. He did get a buff though. I guess they did get a buff. They can kite lead belchers, I guess. Alright, whatever. How's this battle going? Tzeentch has an interesting army. He has pinks, and he's going for a kite with the pinks and blues. Some Chaos Warrior halberds, and the very expensive Tzeentch horsemen now. These guys got nerfed pretty hard. I believe Tzeentch horsemen. Let's see, Tzeentch. I'm looking it up. Tzeentch horsemen cost 700 gold now. That is insane. They cost more than these archers by 200 gold. So if they trade evenly, that's not great. I will say though, the kite is going well. You know, he's continuing to push the greenskins back, but he's sort of asking to get triple cap now. And that means that the greenskins, they're putting Tzeentch on a timer here. So if they actually trade up and don't get army wiped, it should be a pretty good W. We're seeing the Black Orcs do well. The Soul Grinder getting caught up in a bunch of... The Soul Grinder is losing to Orc boys, chat. You telling me this bad boy right here, this bad boy's OP? Look at him. He's not even attacking. He's like glitching around. He's like dancing. Oh, look at that. Oh, the flex. Little flex there. Look, he's dancing. Oh, wow. Look, kill animation. Oh my gosh. Sick. How does 400 gold value sound? Janky Soul Grinder. Now, he does get the disengage, you know. Look at that nice blue fire on the Black Orcs. Black Orcs are a menace, though, especially against Chaos Warriors. Gonna be pretty massive. It's not about the money. It's about sending the message. It's all about being all his plan. Oh, look at that. The net on him. Great. Wow, Warzag. Oh, but, the best combat lord in the game. Laying the smackdown of the Soul Grinder, chat. Look at this. Warzag. Warzag is beating up a Soul Grinder. Voluntarily. This guy. Pig. Against Soul Grinder. How is this? Soul Grinder's getting sort of wall up here. Warzag taking a little bit of damage, though, to be honest. Black Orcs moving into support. We're seeing most of Tzeentch's range line get shut down. And Tzeentch is sort of having a hard time kiting on Itza. Itza's not the best kite map in the game. So it is a little bit sketch. Over here, we do see some Squig Hoppers punishing the Marauder Horsemen. Did they pay off for themselves? Honestly, not really. The Marauder Horsemen really did get nerfed. Pretty brutal there. Yeah, Warzag on the hog. And the Soul Grinder on the run. The mighty 1,700 gold unit of Tzeentch. Gonna be running for its life. Now, it has paid for about half of itself, but it hasn't really had that much battlefield impact so far. Though I will say, nice focus fire on the Warzag. with the terror route and a snipe. A little poke in his butt. Soul Grinder gets a solid 200 gold, more value there. Still has its ammunition. It will probably pay for itself by the end of this game. But it did require a lot of buffer and a lot of kiting. And not a lot of capture weight. So we'll see how it goes. Squig Hoppers, interesting catch on the Kairos. Kairos ain't gonna die though, so I don't think that's actually a huge play. And the greenskins continue the triple cap. It's been about a little bit over a minute worth of triple cap. And the Black Orcs, honestly, really good call. Basically, nothing can really deal with the Black Orcs currently. Tzeentch is still sort of struggling versus them. The Orc boys just diving the pink horrors. And I'd say overall, really nice greenskin build so far. It's a solid rush. I like it. And the Soul Grinder, once again, getting caught up by the Black Orcs. The mighty Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. Turning its butt towards the Black Orcs. Getting smacked up. Lands a solid hit on the Orc boys. Gonna be helping to rout them off. And nice. Okay, some weird spawns. So extra terror to sort of shut down these guys. But man, look at that. Kairos just sort of getting grounded. And is Wurzag actually just diving back in? Does Wurzag have no fear against the Soul Grinder? Rushes in. Literally with the red line right towards the Soul Grinder. Wurzag actually has no fear. Okay, this is starting to get a little bit foolhardy though. Was that a misclick? That might have been a misclick. Wurzag now getting surrounded by Screamers. Pretty rough situation, you know. If we've seen anything today, it's that Soul Grinders are really good at debating units. The colors of the banner are hard to track. Yeah, it is a little bit hard to track. Just look at the outside border and look at their HP bars. But okay. Wurzag does survive the Screamers, but he does get a face full of blue fire and a hit from the Soul Grinder. Looks like he will go down. Soul Grinder getting close to paying for itself at this point. Nearly being a useful asset for the forces of Tzeentch. Wurzag on the run. Looks like he might be going down. A couple forces over here being idle. And this is sort of the sketchy part for the greenskins. Now, so far they have traded up. Greenskins are slightly up in value and they have a triple cap. So I don't think greenskins are worried in this situation. But it's true. If he kills Wurzag, it might turn around. However, he rallies. Soul Grinder getting ready to fire at him. But oh my gosh, the saviors, the Squig herd. They touch the Soul Grinder. They just tap him on the shoulder. And suddenly he's not shooting again. The Luminarch of Tzeentch maneuvers again to find a good position against Wurzag. But looks like he will be barely getting occupied. Running for his life, calls in for the backup. The Screamers supporting him. The Blues doing their best. And so far we're seeing the Black Orcs continuing to be a pain in the butt. Basically unbreakable here. They have a base leadership of 72. But their ITP and the fact that they're constantly winning in combat, obviously very great. And oh my gosh, here we go. Soul Grinder is actually getting target fired by everything else. Wow, look at that. Gonna be firing at the Orcs, I guess. Hits the Black Orcs. A little bit of decent poke. Look at that solid 1,400 value. Big value, big value. He's almost done it. He's almost done it. You know, he did distract Wurzag and distract the Black Orcs for a bit. Fairly nice. But oh, what is this? A Stone Troll summon. These guys are pretty nasty versus Tzeentch, honestly. 25% spell resist, 25% magic resist, or missile resist. Amazing in this situation. But looks like Wurzag does go down to the blue fire. There we go. He actually shatters though, so the greenskins don't suffer the leadership penalty. And that's going to delay that for a little bit. Kairos does look like he wants to go in for the death blow, but the Black Orc, but the Stone Trolls are still a menace. I gotta say, that was a ballsy play. Sending in Wurzag as just as a fighter lord to fight the Soul Grinder, pretty ballsy. But somehow, some way, Wurzag actually doing pretty great. You can see the Soul Grinder here too, working like an artillery piece, basically just making its values worth, but not actually contributing in any other way. Not really helping with the capture weight. Tzeentch will once again lose the point. And there we go, GG. Actually, pretty decisive victory there. I think Andro actually just brought a sick army. A sick army that didn't have Soul Grinders. Don't know if you can target shattered units. You can. So the enemy gets to see them, but you don't see them. Wow, and Wurzag lived. Wurzag actually lived. Oh, he was a summoned lord. That's why he didn't care. My bad. Classic Tzeentch losing. He was a summoned lord. Of course. That makes a lot of sense. So he actually didn't care about Warzeg dying, because he was just a character. Sort of weird. Well, there we go. That's it. GG. I think that was great. Tzeentch, you know, the Soul Grinder, technically paid for himself. Technically paid for himself. Not really, though. Do I like the Soul Grinder? Not really, not really. How'd the Horsemen do, though? I wonder. They did get nerfed recently, which puts them in about... You know, the Horsemen did okay, but not amazing. Honestly, the Blues did more damage. The Spawn did okay. It just felt like Tzeentch had no answer versus these bad boys, though. For how tanky and how difficult they were to kill, they were just gaining in value the entire battle. Enticity will ensure you hear about the Soul Grinder failing. I will. I'm going to hammer this home because I'm going to make a whole stream series based on how wrong Chad is or how wrong I am. Alright? We're going to have a whole myth-busting series on it, so I got to double down. Pretty good games, though. I think I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the RTK shenanigans. I like this green skin build, though. I think the Stone Trolls is a really, you know, obvious pick in hindsight. But, like, this was a solid build against Tzeentch. Like... Andro knew what he was doing here. Everything here was very, very hard to deal with. And Platypus just ended up sort of crumpling on many fronts. You know, only 2 Chaos Warriors with a kite build getting triple capped. Absolutely brutal. Platy kind of counterpicked himself twice. It sort of depends. But there we go. Congratulations, Andor. You've won. Which means that the tournament is complete for you. You've secured a better position in the Warhammer World Cup. Congratulations, congratulations, and a great showing too for a player that I haven't actually seen as much. I'm always happy to see some new faces, even if you have been around for a while. Congratulations! Make sure to report your score at... You've taken out some pretty big names too. Valkanos and Platypus are not easy players to take out. Andro. How do I find him? How do I message this guy? How does one message Andro? And is it Andro? Andoro. Andoro. Andro. No, it's Andro. Andro. My bad. There we go. Did he report the score while I was trying to figure out what his name was? Yeah, he killed it with the Black Orcs. Congrats. Congrats. Exclamation mark. Congrats. There we go. Make sure to report score. And I'll finalize the tourney. Alright guys, that's it. That's it. I actually, this is the first time I've had a good time with multiplayer in a while. This was the first time I've... Oh, Andrew's in chat. Hype. Happy to have you here. This is the first time I've had a good time watching multiplayer in a while. The previous qualifiers, I wasn't super into it this time. Pretty sick. And you know what, RTK? You reignited my passion. You reignited my hate for RTK's hot takes. So I'm ready to find you guys and beat you up in a future stream as soon as we're done probably the France stuff. So you have that to look forward to. Get your butts ready. I'm coming for you. And there we go. We can finalize the tournament. Thank you very much, Andro, for getting that figured out. Honestly, wonderful plays. Love the builds. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I will catch you guys on Friday for some more France action. Tomorrow, I got some family coming over, so we'll be chilling with them. Peace out, chat. Have you been having a good time watching single player? I don't watch it, but I play it.